Chapter 001. An endless repetition of the same day in the bustling city of Chang'an. Within a quaint inn, Zeng Qingfeng engaged in lively conversation with a young nobleman. There is truly nothing in the entirety of Chang'an that I am unaware of. I know precisely how many members each household has, what animals they keep, and whether they are male or female. The young nobleman, possessing delicate features and fair skin, responded in a rather neutral tone. You are merely boasting. Why don't you claim to know events from 500 years in the past and 1,000 years into the future? Ha! While I may not possess knowledge of events from centuries past or future, I can certainly deduce matters occurring within the span of 12 hours. Zeng Qingfeng chuckled inwardly as he gazed at the nobleman, thinking to himself, Little one, I am well aware that you are none other than Wu Meier, the Empress of the Tang dynasty. If it were not for my desire to win your affection through my own merits, I would not need to engage in this pretense. Having traversed into the city of Chang'an and acquired a system, Zeng Qingfeng's journey took an unexpected turn when the system crashed at 99 completion. From that moment onward, regardless of his actions, even if he met his demise, he would awaken each morning in a dilapidated temple. However, the skills he learned remained with him. Over the span of countless years, he not only mastered the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, painting, medicine, tea ceremony, and culinary skills, but also, through various means and diligent study, transformed himself from an ordinary individual into a formidable master. The levels of cultivation are categorized into postnatal, innate, spirit entry, profound understanding, divine soul, revered, emperor, enlightenment, and nirvana. With each level divided into 9 ranks, it is said that those who ascend beyond this are regarded as immortals. Although his innate talent was not particularly high, the passage of a millennium would allow even a pig to become extraordinary. His strength had reached the early stage of enlightenment, yet further advancement proved exceedingly challenging. This was partly due to the fact that despite the daily repetition, he could not stray far from his location, thus limiting the cultivation techniques and resources available to him, and partly due to his inherently poor aptitude, which meant he had to rely on time to accumulate his current abilities. The early stage of enlightenment may sound impressive, yet even within Chang'an, he had encountered 3 formidable opponents at the same level of cultivation. One in the palace, another in the prime minister's residence, and the last residing in a dilapidated courtyard within Chang'an. He had clashed with these 3 masters of enlightenment, gaining no advantage and often meeting his end at their hands. Recently, Zeng Qingfeng had been feigning encounters with Wu Meier to gain her trust and subsequently inspire her admiration. Oblivious to the fact that her identity had been uncovered, Wu Meier spoke with a stoic expression. You are quite young, surely? You are attempting to deceive others for your own gain? I knew you would not believe me. Just watch. For guests from the western regions will soon arrive, 3 men and 1 woman. The woman is exceptionally beautiful, yet has a fierce temperament. One of the men, who is tall and robust, will get into a quarrel with the innkeeper and then slap him. At this, Zeng Qingfeng unceremoniously seized Wu Meier's wine jug and poured himself a glass. Wu Meier furrowed her brow, her lips twitching slightly, as she shook her head and replied, How could I possibly believe such a charlatan? With satisfaction, Zeng Qingfeng downed his drink and began to count down. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Just watch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As he uttered the word, 1, indeed, several oddly dressed individuals from the western regions appeared at the entrance. 3 men and 1 woman, exactly as he had described. Wu Meier's eyes widened in astonishment as she glanced between the newcomers and Zeng Qingfeng, finally uttering, You are all in cahoots, aren't you? Ha! You may say what you wish, Zeng Qingfeng replied nonchalantly. At that moment, the innkeeper approached, bowing and scraping. Esteemed guests, we are currently at full capacity. Might you be able to wait a moment? A burly man from the western regions, sporting short hair, bellowed, We are honored guests invited by the Tang dynasty. To take a respite here is a privilege for you, and yet you dare to make us wait? Dear guest, we cannot simply dismiss our patrons, the innkeeper responded. But with a resounding slap, the western man sent him flying. Wu Meier, witnessing this, rose to her feet, but Zeng Qingfeng held her back, saying, Calm down. The officials will arrive shortly. However, they won't dare to apprehend them, but they will escort them away. As he finished speaking, a group of officials indeed rushed in, having been alerted by the commotion caused by the fleeing patrons. What is the matter here? Inquired the leading official. Surveying the groaning innkeeper and the frightened guests around him, one of the Western women spoke up. It was merely a misunderstanding. We are willing to offer compensation. With that, she produced a gold ingot from her possession and tossed it to the innkeeper. Though he had been struck, the sight of the substantial gold piece brought a smile to his face as he eagerly bit into it. The official's expression shifted, and he turned to the Western woman. You must be the envoys from Persia? Correct? Our lord happens to wish to make your acquaintance. Would you kindly join us for tea? Very well, I shall grant you this favor, the Persian woman replied, waving her hand and leading the three men away. At that moment, the shock on Wu Meier's face was unmistakable. She no longer doubted that Zeng Qingfeng was indeed connected to these individuals. Did you truly foresee this? Of course, Zeng Qingfeng declared, shamelessly helping himself to the dishes Wu Meier had ordered. And no longer bothered by his rudeness, she frowned and asked, Are you truly so gifted? If so, can you tell me which officials in Chang'an are corrupt? I certainly can. Zeng Qingfeng replied confidently. Not only do I know which officials are corrupt, but I am also aware of which individuals are colluding with foreign powers. In all of Chang'an, there are but 3 officials who are genuinely loyal to the Tang dynasty. Which 3? Wu Meier, now completely passive, was consumed by curiosity, eager to drag Zeng Qingfeng back to the palace for a thorough inquiry. Yet, Zeng Qingfeng teased her. There is no rush. To pry into secrets of the heavens can shorten one's lifespan. As a young man yet to marry and have children, how can I carelessly reveal such divine knowledge? He was not here to play tricks, but rather to pursue the affections of the Empress herself. Wu Meier pondered for a moment before saying, As long as you disclose who the loyal officials are and who the traitors are, I can offer you a generous reward. Women, wealth, cultivation resources, anything you desire, I can provide. Zeng Qingfeng set down his wine cup and turned to Wu Meier. What if I desire you? Chapter 002. Agree to be my woman. Upon hearing this, Wu Meier was instantly enraged. Rising abruptly to confront him. How dare you? If you possess such foresight, do you not know my identity? Is there anything I do not know? Zeng Qingfeng replied, unfazed, as he dipped his finger into the wine and drew a horizontal line in front of her. Wu Meier's expression shifted slightly as she regarded him with uncertainty. Since you are aware of my identity, do you not fear my retribution? Not in the slightest, Zeng Qingfeng said, refilling his cup with wine and continuing nonchalantly. In all of Chang'an, there is no secret I do not know. As long as I choose to remain silent, no amount of torture will compel me to speak. You. Wu Meier's frustration was palpable, yet Zeng Qingfeng's calm demeanor left her feeling uncertain. Noticing her indecision, he pressed on, If you still doubt me, allow me to share another secret. There are 3 masters of enlightenment in Chang'an, one in the palace, another in the prime minister's residence, and the last is a reclusive elder known as Zhang Tuobei. If you wish to deal with the one from the prime minister's residence, it would be wise to ally with Zhang Tuobei. Wu Meier's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. She was well aware of the master in the palace, but the existence of 2 others, including one in the prime minister's residence, was news to her. Sensing this was not enough, Zeng Qingfeng continued. In addition to the internal strife from the prime minister's residence, the Tang dynasty faces numerous external threats as well. Wait. Wu Meier interjected hastily, glancing around cautiously to ensure no one was eavesdropping. Once satisfied that they were alone, she lowered her voice. Since you know my identity, would you accompany me back for a more detailed discussion? I shall accompany you only if you agree to be my woman, Zeng Qingfeng stated plainly. After all this time of playing tricks, this was his ultimate goal. With the ability to relive each day, he felt no fear in being forthright. Even if he were to perish, he would awaken the next day unscathed. If he wished to force the matter, he could subdue Wu Meier, for she was alone at present, and given his strength, it would not be impossible. However, Zeng Qingfeng sought to conquer the impossible. No matter how proud Wu Meier was, she would have to rely on her own abilities to win him over. Having conducted numerous trials over the past months, over 100 attempts, he had yet to succeed. To win Wu Meier's affection in a single day was an arduous task. It would be unjust to label Zeng Qingfeng as shameless. The monotony of his daily life had left him feeling profoundly lonely. Without seeking such pleasures, he could not foresee when this endless cycle would come to an end. Wu Meier regarded Zeng Qingfeng with a darkened expression, suddenly realizing that aside from his audacity, he was indeed a striking figure. The Tang dynasty seemed to be facing a crisis of succession under her rule. Perhaps finding a husband was not entirely out of the question. Moreover, this fellow appears not only somewhat slick but also possesses genuine skills. Upon this realization, Wu Meier suddenly revealed a smile filled with charm and grace. After resuming her seat, she nodded and stated, "Very well. As long as you have not deceived me, I shall issue a decree tomorrow, and from henceforth you shall be known as the Emperor." Tomorrow? Zeng Qingfeng furrowed his brow. While his nonchalant demeanor today had indeed impressed Wu Meier, the morrow would bring a repetition of time, and he would still be unable to achieve his goals, he sighed, contemplating the need to apply further pressure on Wu Meier. "I have demonstrated ample sincerity, yet you still wish to wait until tomorrow. This implies that you either do not trust me or merely wish to coax me into revealing the list of loyal and treacherous ministers. That is not the case. I genuinely can agree to your terms." Wu Meier felt wronged, her heart racing with both urgency and indignation. How could this man doubt her integrity? If he truly had discerned her identity, his audacity in speaking thus indicated he possessed some real capability. Did he not know that the emperor never speaks in jest? Zeng Qingfeng continued to shake his head vigorously, showing no sign of retreat. "No need for further discussion. If you are truly sincere, will you consummate our union tonight? If not, then so be it. You may do as you please." "You?" Wu Meier's face turned a deep shade of anger. Was this man audacious enough to suggest such a thing on their very first day of acquaintance? Regardless of his abilities, she could not simply acquiesce to his demands. Zeng Qingfeng continued to sip his wine, speaking nonchalantly. "Of course, I understand that you are still hesitant, perhaps doubting whether my earlier success was mere luck or if I am colluding with others to deceive you. Considering we are soon to become husband and wife, allow me to share another secret." Upon hearing this, Wu Meier promptly raised her hand to create a barrier, ensuring that those nearby could not overhear their conversation. "Speak." There was no way around it, since it was a secret, and Zeng Qingfeng sought to persuade her. It could not possibly be trivial. He feigned ignorance of the barrier he had conjured, leaning closer to Wu Meier until he caught a whiff of her intoxicating fragrance. Taking a deep breath, he became quite enamored and said, "You remember the 4 envoys from the western regions, do you not? The female among them is actually a princess from the west, and her motives for visiting the Tang dynasty are anything but pure. Furthermore, the individuals responsible for their reception have been bribed, and it is uncertain how much of our intelligence and culture they will abscond with." "What? A princess from the western regions?" Wu Meier's expression darkened instantly. She had initially assumed they were merely ordinary envoys, arranging for someone to meet them without concern. After all, the Tang dynasty was immensely powerful and had little regard for the envoys of smaller nations. If royalty from a minor kingdom were to arrive, she would entertain them to showcase the grandeur of her empire, but the envoys from a small nation hardly required her personal attention. To her astonishment, the envoy she had arranged was also compromised. She felt an overwhelming urge to issue orders to arrest them immediately. However, Zeng Qingfeng confidently interjected, "Do not rush. They plan to remain in Chang'an for 3 days, so there is no need to act hastily. Allow them to gather sufficient information before apprehending them. By then, we will have more evidence, will we not?" "How do you know they intend to stay in Chang'an for 3 days?" Wu Meier increasingly felt that Zeng Qingfeng was rather extraordinary. As if there were indeed no secrets he could not unveil, Zeng Qingfeng thought to himself. "Not only did I know they would be in Chang'an for 3 days, but I am also aware of where the Western princess bears a birthmark." Over the millennia, he had encountered countless women of beauty, differing only in the means by which he had won their affections. The Western princess was inherently open-minded, and with her ulterior motives for visiting the Tang dynasty. A mere display of skill would suffice to persuade her to engage in intimate activities with him. During this time, he had even taken advantage of her, extracting many secrets through coercive measures. When Wu Meier inquired, he naturally resumed his act of mystery. "Of course, I just mentioned that in Chang'an, there are no secrets unknown to me." "Humph." Wu Meier remained skeptical, yet when it came to spies, it was better to believe in their existence than to dismiss them outright. She stood and declared, "If you can tell me one more thing I can verify immediately, I shall agree to your proposal tonight." Indeed, Wu Meier was no fool, seeking to gain an advantage. Zeng Qingfeng secretly chuckled. Even if I divulged all my secrets, tomorrow everything would reset. Nevertheless, he furrowed his brow, feigning distress as he stated, in that case, allow me to share another secret. The eunuch Chow and the two maids attending you are all affiliated with the Prime Minister. If you do not believe me, subject them to severe interrogation. These three are cowards, and a little intimidation will make them confess anything. What? Eunuch Chow has served my father. How could that be possible? Wu Meier expressed disbelief, but Zeng Qingfeng had been quite clear. She swallowed her words and dispelled the barrier, tossing a silver ingot onto the table. Come, return with me to the palace. With that, she seized Zeng Qingfeng's shoulder, and they vanished from the inn. Chapter 003. The system officially activated in the Imperial Palace. Within the royal study, Wu Meier, now clad in a yellow robe, sat upright, while eunuch Chow and the two maids trembled in fear, all confessing, I have treated you well, yet you dare to betray me. Guards, take them away and execute them. Wu Meier's rage was palpable, causing eunuch Chow and the two maids to hastily bow their heads and plead for mercy. Zeng Qingfeng, witnessing this, quickly intervened, Your Majesty, it is fine to execute the two maids, but let us keep eunuch Chow for the time being. Oh! At this moment, Wu Meier held Zeng Qingfeng in high regard. Seeing him intervene assured her that he had a more prudent plan, so she turned her gaze towards him. Zeng Qingfeng cleared his throat, and Wu Meier promptly set up a barrier, ensuring that eunuch Chow and the two maids could not overhear their conversation. Meier. Eunuch Chow is an informant for the Prime Minister. If you harm him, the Prime Minister will surely discover the plot and rebel. Then what do you suggest? Do not kill him. Zeng Qingfeng replied cheerfully, Do you not possess a poison to control others? The three calamities powder, or something of the sort. Administer a dose to him. As long as he fears for his life, he will not dare to act treacherously. You can even orchestrate a way to have him deliver a message, luring the Prime Minister into your trap. Wait, how do you know I have the three calamities powder? Wu Meier was utterly speechless. Though the royal family had various means of control, the use of drugs for such purposes was not particularly honorable. Thus very few were privy to the existence of the three calamities powder. Yet Zeng Qingfeng seemed to know everything. This man appeared to possess an almost omniscient quality, yet rather than feeling apprehensive, Wu Meier found herself somewhat delighted. The more capable he was, the better. After all, he was clearly attracted to her. She need not fear his intentions. Rather, she worried about those who lacked any demands. His interest in her indicated that she possessed sufficient allure. She had always prided herself on her self-worth in terms of status. She was the Empress of the Tang dynasty in terms of strength. She had achieved mastery at a young age in terms of beauty. Claiming she was the most beautiful woman in the Tang dynasty would not be an exaggeration. Zeng Qingfeng was young and handsome, not to mention incredibly capable. It was only fitting that she found him appealing. Perhaps with such a husband by her side, she could further enhance the prosperity of the Tang dynasty. However, little did she know that Zeng Qingfeng merely sought a one-time transaction, his thoughts fixated on, after all, everything would reset tomorrow. Upon hearing Wu Meier's inquiry, Zeng Qingfeng rubbed his fingers together and replied, Have you forgotten? I possess the ability to foresee. Very well. This time, Wu Meier did not argue, for thus far, she had found no evidence of deception in Zeng Qingfeng's words. She dispelled the barrier and, with a flick of her wrist, two maids slumped over, lifeless. Eunuch Chow, terrified, continued to bow and plead for his life, fearing that Wu Meier would eliminate him as well. Wu Meier spoke sternly, Eunuch Chow, I shall grant you a reprieve this time. Will you redeem yourself with loyal service? I am willing. At this moment, Eunuch Chow sought only to survive, daring not to utter a single word of dissent. Excellent, Wu Meier declared, producing a dark, glossy pill and tossing it before Eunuch Chow. Consume this pill, and you shall receive an antidote every 3 days. As long as you serve me faithfully, you will be safe. Should you harbor any treachery, Your Majesty, rest assured, I was previously coerced, and from now on, I shall remain loyal solely to you. That is satisfactory. Have someone dispose of the bodies, and upon your exit, do not reveal any signs of our dealings. If there is any movement from the Prime Minister, you must inform me at once. I obey. Thank you for sparing my life, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Eunuch Chao hurriedly exited, soon arranging for several eunuchs to drag the two maids' bodies away. At this point, Zeng Qingfeng grinned broadly and inquired, "So, Meier, will you consummate our union now, or shall we wait until nightfall?" After 3 months of relentless effort, he was finally on the verge of sleeping with Wu Meier, and Zeng Qingfeng felt a thrill of excitement. After their encounter, he would bear no responsibilities, and upon waking, he could seek out new thrills once more. Contemplating this, he felt a surge of exhilaration, while Wu Meier's cheeks flushed, and she awkwardly remarked, "Isn't this rather hasty?" "What? Are you having second thoughts? Did you not promise that the emperor never speaks in jest? That the empress of the Tang dynasty dares to love and hate without reservation? Was that all a ruse?" "Wait, who deceived you?" Wu Meier, provoked, retorted defiantly, "Come, follow me to the royal study." "Very well." Zeng Qingfeng exhibited no intention of restraint. Even if faced with death, he would resurrect and start anew, for he feared nothing. To his astonishment, upon Wu Meier's arrival in the palace, she truly began to loosen her garments. Zeng Qingfeng did not hold back, and soon the two found themselves engaged in profound discussions about life's significant matters. Time swiftly passed, and the dawn of the next day arrived. Upon awakening, Zeng Qingfeng instinctively stretched his limbs, preparing to rise from the dilapidated temple to change into a fresh set of clothes. For countless millennia, he had grown accustomed to the tattered attire he donned each morning. However, he soon found himself in a state of bewilderment. His body was impeccably clean. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he remained in Wu Meier's bedchamber, though she was absent, likely having gone to court. Reflecting on the wild events of the previous night, Zeng Qingfeng was momentarily dazed. Why was he not waking up in the dilapidated temple today? Ding. System loading successful. The long-forgotten system notification jolted him with a mix of surprise and trepidation. Had the system truly loaded successfully? Previously, it had stalled at 99, followed by an error message, leading to his monotonous cycle of existence. Even attempts at self-harm had proven futile, as he would awaken in the temple the following day. Yet now, he had not awakened in the temple, and the system indicated a successful loading. I have emerged from the cycle of reincarnation. Zeng Qingfeng's emotions were complex, leaving him uncertain whether to feel elated or despondent. System, he mentally called out, and a screen materialized before him. Character, Zeng Qingfeng. Strength, first level of enlightenment. Techniques, tiger subduing fist, mountain opening palm, raging wave sword technique. Purple Xian Heart Sutra. Skills, culinary arts, master. Calligraphy, master. Music theory, master. Chess, master. Observing the techniques and skills displayed, he understood that over millennia, he had gradually acquired them from various practitioners. It could be said that apart from the 3 individuals at the enlightenment level in Chang'an, he had learned the techniques of all other practitioners through various means. He had even extracted the heart method and skills from the Western region princess through severe coercion, resulting in a dense array of skills and techniques. His gaze then fell upon the task interface, and upon opening it, he discovered not the anticipated available for acceptance, but rather completed. Upon careful examination, he was greeted by a series of completed descriptions. Main quest, establishment in Chang'an completed. Reward, level 1, body refining pills 10. Main quest, infiltration of the imperial city completed. Reward, level 1, calligraphy skill 1, yellow grade upper class C wave heart sutra. Main quest, gaining the Empress's favor completed. Reward, in one breath, he clicked to claim rewards for all completed tasks. His strength surged from the first level of enlightenment directly to the 9th level. However, upon claiming another level 1, completed task, he found he could not continue to elevate his strength. Replaced instead by the system's notification. Ding, data error, level increase failed. Rewards converted to lottery chances. Chapter 004, activating hidden tasks after reaching the 9th level of enlightenment. Zeng Qingfeng felt a pang of frustration at his inability to progress further. Nevertheless, the various rewards were immensely beneficial, with an impressive collection of elixirs. His curiosity was piqued by the lottery opportunities, prompting him to gaze at the system interface, where he indeed found a lottery feature. With a mere thought, a colossal spinning wheel appeared before him, displaying 1 for lottery chances. Lottery. The wheel commenced its rapid spin, accelerating before gradually slowing to a halt. Ding, congratulations. You have drawn an exceptional root bone, elevating your cultivation aptitude from inferior to superior. As the system notification concluded, Zeng Qingfeng felt a profound transformation within his being. Firstly, his skin became remarkably fair and luminous, devoid of any blemishes, eliciting envy and jealousy from any woman who beheld him. Furthermore, his sensitivity to the surrounding spiritual energy surged exponentially, with the essence of heaven and earth naturally converging towards him. This was the stark difference between high and low cultivation aptitude. No wonder those with superior aptitude could enhance their strength in a shorter time. Their power was ever on the rise. Even in periods of non-cultivation, this enhancement granted him an almost rebirth-like effect. Already possessing a handsome visage, he now radiated an irresistible charisma with every movement. After donning his garments, he gazed into the bronze mirror and couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, this damned charm of mine. I might just fall in love with myself." After a millennium, he had finally emerged from the cycle of reincarnation, no longer trapped in the repetition of each day. Wait. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Zeng Qingfeng's expression shifted. He had only just been intimate with Wu Meier. If this had been in the past, regardless of whether through force or deceit, she would have been none the wiser the next day. But this time was different. As he pondered his next course of action, Wu Meier entered the chamber. Perhaps rejuvenated from the previous night, her complexion glowed with vitality, and her gaze upon Zeng Qingfeng shifted from surprise to a flirtatious glimmer. "Husband? It seems that after our wedding, not only do women become more enchanting, but men can also exude greater charm." Ahem. Zeng Qingfeng felt a touch of embarrassment. Previously, he had been aware he was caught in a cycle of reincarnation, enabling him to act without shame or consequence. However, this was no longer the case. Whether through force or deception, he and Wu Meier had already shared countless nights together. Yet this time, there was no return to the cycle. Cursed system. Could it not have allowed him to awaken in the temple? Zeng Qingfeng was somewhat disheartened, but Wu Meier had already nestled into his embrace, her tone softening. "Husband, I have discovered the whereabouts of the hunchback Zhang. I shall personally pay him a visit shortly, hoping he may serve our imperial family. Although I was once the empress, during the quiet of the night, I often felt profoundly lonely and helpless. But now, with you by my side, I suddenly feel a sense of security. You will assist me diligently, won't you?" The fragrance of Wu Meier enveloped him, and the warmth of her body stirred a dryness in his throat. "Ahem, of course, you are my wife, and I shall certainly support you wholeheartedly." His words, though somewhat perfunctory, were born from uncertainty about how to proceed. However, as soon as he spoke, the system notification echoed in his mind. Ding, successfully activated hidden task. Assist the Empress. Task description. Assist Empress Wu Meier 100 times. Each completion yields generous rewards and lottery opportunities. Completing all grants a grand prize. Current progress, 0-100. Upon hearing the system's notification, he was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wry smile. Was there truly no choice in the matter? He had intended to seek an excuse to escape. Yet now he could not only not flee, but he was also compelled to assist Wu Meier wholeheartedly. Wu Meier gazed up at Zeng Qingfeng, her eyes sparkling with affection, growing increasingly enamored with her convenient husband. "Husband, you are truly wonderful. Of course, you are my wife. Who else could I treat well?" Zeng Qingfeng sighed internally, though his lips feigned sincerity. The Empress remained oblivious to his inner thoughts, feeling increasingly content with her choice. Her heart swelling with sweetness as her affection for Zeng Qingfeng deepened. "Husband, you are truly remarkable. Rest assured, I will take responsibility for you moving forward, as long as my wife is satisfied." After Wu Meier dressed, she turned to Zeng Qingfeng and softly inquired, "Husband, with the Tang dynasty facing internal and external troubles, do you have any strategies?" "I cannot claim to possess a strategy," he began. "But as the saying goes, to repel external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs. We must eradicate corrupt officials to unify the Tang dynasty, thereby fortifying ourselves against foreign enemies." "What you say aligns perfectly with my thoughts, but from which angle should we commence?" Wu Meier furrowed her brow. She had contemplated purging officials, yet was uncertain which officials were corrupt and feared the repercussions of a collective uprising among them. Zeng Qingfeng pondered for a moment before responding. These are not insurmountable issues. I am well aware of which officials are corrupt. We shall pursue them one by one. As long as each case involves a manageable number of officials, we can dismantle them systematically. His approach was straightforward. He had meticulously documented the misdeeds of every official over the years. Having spent centuries in idleness, he had subjected every official to severe interrogation, coercing them into revealing their secrets. He knew precisely which cases could incriminate them without implicating others. Thus, by methodically investigating, he could ensure the apprehension of those who deserved to be captured. Currently, the most powerful force in the court was the Prime Minister, who was even related to the Grand Marshal of the North. Moreover, the Prime Minister's estate harbored a formidable ancestor at the Enlightenment level, and their disloyalty was glaringly apparent. Throughout the countless cycles of reincarnation, he had discovered that the Prime Minister had nurtured a cadre of assassins and secretly possessed imperial robes and seals. Among other things, initially, he had felt detached from this matter, but after tormenting the Prime Minister for a time, he lost interest and, of course, he had not known about the Enlightenment-level expert in the Prime Minister's estate at first, leading to several fatal encounters. Only after discovering how to avoid the Enlightenment-level expert was he able to capture the Prime Minister alive each time and subject him to severe interrogation. Besides the Prime Minister, he had not spared many officials and wealthy merchants in the Tang dynasty. For centuries, his sole amusement had been extracting secrets from these individuals. If pursued to the end, he estimated that nearly all officials and merchants would face annihilation of their clans. Wu Meier concurred with Zeng Qingfeng's assessment, but found the practical execution daunting. Husband, what specific actions should we take? I shall first enumerate the charges against them. You are to apprehend and interrogate the individuals according to my list. Should they attempt to implicate others in different cases, you must suppress that information. Let us begin by targeting the more significant positions of authority and replace them with reliable individuals. However, if we arrest a group of people, there will inevitably be a need for replacements. Who can we trust? Rest assured, my lady, I will provide you with a list of substitutes. Some of them may not even be officials, but rather ordinary citizens of Chang'an, whom you will need to find a way to elevate. After speaking, Zeng Qingfeng approached a nearby desk and began to write swiftly. Watching him write with such fervor, Wu Meier felt a sudden realization that this husband of hers was indeed a blessing sent from the heavens. Previously overwhelmed by pressure, she had not expected to encounter a husband so capable. That moment, Zeng Qingfeng's earnest demeanor while writing only enhanced his charm, causing her to unconsciously gaze at him with infatuation. Madam, it is done. One list contains the names of officials along with their charges, and the other is a list of potential replacements. Please review it, my lady. Ah? Oh, yes. Wu Meier snapped back to reality and hurriedly took the list from Zeng Qingfeng. However, upon glancing at it, she exclaimed in astonishment, Husband, I did not realize your penmanship was so exquisite. This calligraphy would put many masters to shame. Zeng Qingfeng's calligraphy was indeed remarkable. Even if he spent a millennium mastering a single craft, he would still achieve a masterful standard. Yet, when he received the system's task, his chess skills had advanced from master level to grandmaster level, making him aware that master level was not the pinnacle of achievement. Receiving Wu Meier's praise, he refrained from pride, humbly replying, My skills are nothing to boast about. There is still much room for improvement. While this was the truth, to Wu Meier, it only made her appreciate her husband more. Handsome, talented, and remarkably modest. The more she discovered Zeng Qingfeng's virtues, the more her affection grew. Reflecting on the moments of their encounter the previous day, she found it amusing. This fellow had deliberately sought her out for food and drink to capture her attention, seemingly intent on winning her over from the very beginning. Husband, you are truly humble. The quality of your writing already reaches the level of a literary saint. You flatter me, my lady. I suggest you focus on the content instead. Zeng Qingfeng sought to divert the conversation. It was only then that Wu Meier began to scrutinize the list seriously, but after only a brief glance, her expression darkened. This is outrageous. Husband, are these charges truly accurate? She no longer harbored any doubts about Zeng Qingfeng. Yet the allegations against these officials left her incredulous. How could they, while drawing the court's salary, engage in corruption, oppress the populace, and even form factions for personal gain? They truly deserved the harshest penalties. Zeng Qingfeng sighed. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. My lady, the court is rife with parasites. The entire Tang dynasty is riddled with afflictions. You will assist me, will you not? Wu Meier gazed at the man before her. Her eyes shimmering with affection, her heart sweetened as if she had found a steadfast pillar of support. Thinking of the system's hidden task, Zeng Qingfeng declared with righteous fervor, "Of course, I shall assist you. You are my wife. How could I possibly refrain from helping you? Husband, you truly are a blessing sent from heaven." Once Wu Meier left the room, Zeng Qingfeng's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that his millennia of repetition would suddenly cease, binding him to Wu Meier through the system's hidden task. Having resolved to assist her while simultaneously fulfilling the hidden task, he was determined to commit himself fully. First, he needed to pay a visit to the Dao Insight Realm Master within the Imperial Palace. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient for him to intervene in matters within the palace in the future. Based on his previous knowledge of this master, Zeng Qingfeng understood that this old fellow was not particularly invested in Wu Meier. Offering only basic security, she could not command him at all. However, Zeng Qingfeng was confident in his ability to persuade him. After breaking through to the Dao Insight realm, he had engaged with this old master and thus had some understanding of him. As he exited the sleeping quarters, two palace maids waiting outside immediately knelt and greeted him. "We pay our respects to the emperor. Rise. I wish to take a stroll within the palace." Zeng Qingfeng waved his hand, dismissing the two maids, and proceeded towards the inner palace. One brave maid gathered her courage to inquire, "Your Majesty, would you like us to show you the way?" "No need. I am quite familiar with the palace," Zeng Qingfeng replied. Continuing on without looking back, during his millennia of repetition, he had spent at least 500 years within the palace, becoming intimately acquainted with its layout and the number of guards, maids, and eunuchs in every building. As he walked, soldiers stood guard along the way, but Zeng Qingfeng skillfully evaded them to avoid any trouble, swiftly arriving at a secluded pavilion in the inner palace. There were no guards here, and it was home to Ouyang Xiao, the foremost master of the Tang royal city. Ouyang Xiao had lived for hundreds of years, having served under 3 emperors. He had secluded himself within the royal city due to the royal family's favor. Unless the Tang dynasty faced an existential crisis, he would not make an appearance. Upon reaching the pavilion, Zeng Qingfeng instantly felt a powerful aura lock onto him. He remained unperturbed and began to demonstrate a series of martial arts moves. Before he could finish a single set, a figure appeared before him, Ouyang Xiao. At first glance, Ouyang Xiao appeared to be in his 60s, slender with a goat-like beard. Upon seeing Zeng Qingfeng, he halted in his tracks. His gaze sharp as he inquired, "How do you know the Gale Fist?" "That is my unique technique." "Greetings, old Master Ouyang. I am Zeng Qingfeng, the husband of Wu Meier, here to pay my respects today." Zeng Qingfeng cupped his hands in a respectful greeting, his tone neither servile nor arrogant. Ouyang Xiao furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Zeng Qingfeng with a hint of confusion in his voice. "When did that girl Meier find a husband?" "I was unaware." "Last night," Zeng Qingfeng replied honestly, not feeling like a mere gigolo. Ouyang Xiao sensed that Zeng Qingfeng was not deceiving him, and that such matters were not worth fabricating, so he asked directly, "Ah, so you are the emperor. What brings you to seek me out?" "I do not presume to issue commands, however. Given the internal and external troubles plaguing the Tang dynasty, I hope that old Master Ouyang will fully support Meier." "Humph." Ouyang Xiao scoffed. "Years ago, I received the late emperor's favor and have remained in the Tang royal city for hundreds of years, resolving several royal crises along the way. My debts to the royal family have long been repaid. Ensuring the survival of the last ember of the royal lineage is already my utmost duty. I have no intention of leading campaigns for the Tang dynasty." Zeng Qingfeng was well aware of the old man's temperament and responded calmly, "Old Master Ouyang, have you not always desired a Xianbing spirit pill?" "How do you know?" Ouyang Xiao asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. The Xianbing spirit pill could aid him in breaking through his current realm. He had been stuck at the 6th tier of the Dao Insight realm for far too long. However, he had never gathered enough materials, and even when he did, finding a suitable alchemist was challenging. A smirk appeared on Zeng Qingfeng's face as he spoke slowly. The materials for the Xianbing spirit pill include a Millennium Snow Lotus, 8-pointed Xianbing grass, Xianbing flower, ice spirit fruit, cold ice grass, ice thorn grass, winter sting grass, ice cap grass, starry blue, and cold ice arrowgrass. As far as I know, you currently lack starry blue and cold ice arrowgrass. Even if you were to gather them, you would still require a 5th-tier alchemist, correct? You? How do you know? Ouyang Xiao was both astonished and apprehensive, an overwhelming aura unconsciously radiating from him. How could this emperor seem to possess an innate understanding of his thoughts? Zeng Qingfeng had anticipated this reaction and raised his hand to reassure him, "Do not be alarmed. I can help you procure the starry blue and cold ice arrowgrass. Just give me one day." As for the alchemist, he raised his hand, conjuring a swirling mass of purple alchemical fire. Upon seeing the purple flame, Ouyang Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. A 7th-tier alchemist. Alchemist levels vary in color. 1st tier is white. 2nd tier is white-green. 3rd tier is green. 4th tier is blue-green. 5th tier is blue. 6th tier is blue-purple. 7th tier is purple. 8th tier is red-purple. 9th tier is red. And divine tier is golden. At that moment, Zeng Qingfeng's alchemical fire was purple, signifying he was indeed a 7th-tier alchemist. The Xianbing spirit pill was merely a 5th-tier concoction, making it a trivial matter for him. As for his alchemical skills, he had spent hundreds of years honing them. The reason he could not advance further was that he could not find higher-tier materials in all of Chang'an. Ouyang Xiao, visibly excited, asked, "You can truly find the starry blue and cold ice arrowgrass?" "Rest assured. I would not boast without confidence. If I acquire the materials and concoct the Xianbing spirit pill for you." Zeng Qingfeng was indeed confident. He knew where to find those 2 herbs in Chang'an. Ouyang Xiao retracted his imposing aura and clasped his hands before Zeng Qingfeng, stating, "If you can truly procure the materials and concoct the Xianbing spirit pill, then I shall heed your orders for 10 years. For a master of the Dao Insight realm?" This was a significant commitment. After all, which alchemist could command a Dao Insight realm master for 10 years without it being a remarkable bargain? He was willing to make such a promise because he believed that Zeng Qingfeng and Wu Meier would not ask him to do anything unreasonable. Zeng Qingfeng snapped his fingers and declared, "Then it is settled. I shall go seek out the materials." "Wait." Ouyang Xiao called out to Zeng Qingfeng, somewhat perplexed, and inquired, "Your Majesty, there is yet another matter that eludes my understanding. How did you come to master the Gale Fist?" "An unexpected acquisition," Zeng Qingfeng replied casually. Knowing he could not disclose to this old fellow that he had spent a decade engaged in combat with him after achieving enlightenment, thereby surreptitiously honing his skills. Watching the retreating figure of Ouyang Xiao, he finally uttered, "This emperor is truly inscrutable. Perhaps the great Tang dynasty is destined for a resurgence." Upon returning to his quarters, Zeng Qingfeng found a eunuch waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing him, the eunuch promptly presented a tray, saying, "Your Majesty has returned? The Empress Dowager has commanded me to deliver 2 sets of fresh garments and an identity token to you. Henceforth, you shall navigate the palace without obstruction. The lady is thoughtful." Zeng Qingfeng accepted the clothing and token, feeling a warmth in his heart. This benefactor, the Empress Dowager, was quite considerate, a quality he had not previously noticed. Perhaps it was due to their past interactions being limited to a single day, which had precluded him from recognizing her attentiveness. Upon entering his chamber and finding Wu Meier absent, he thought to stow the items within his system pouch and then proceeded to exit the room. Heading towards the palace gates, with the identity token in hand, he found his journey considerably more convenient and soon arrived at the palace entrance. Gazing upon the familiar sights of Chang'an City, along with the faces of both familiar and unfamiliar individuals, Zeng Qingfeng felt a surge of nostalgia. As he took a few steps, he noticed a pair of soldiers emerging from the palace, one of whom hurriedly affixed a notice to a nearby bulletin board. Approaching to inspect, he discovered it was a decree from the Empress, proclaiming her imminent marriage, with the Emperor named as Zeng Qingfeng. A crowd of curious onlookers gathered, intrigued by the identity of this Zeng Qingfeng, for there were no prominent families by that surname in Chang'an. Zeng Qingfeng could only rub his nose in disbelief. He had not anticipated Wu Meier would be so formal. With the issuance of this decree, he would undoubtedly gain notoriety throughout the Tang dynasty, which posed questions about his future endeavors in courtship. Clearing his throat, he made his way to the largest apothecary in town, seeking one particular herb, stellar blue. The Fortune Apothecary was situated at a crossroads, boasting 2 stories and a small courtyard at the rear. The proprietor, Ding Yi, was not only affluent but also reputed to have considerable connections with numerous officials within the court. Upon entering the shop, a sprightly young man promptly approached him, exclaiming, "Esteemed guest, are you here to purchase or sell herbs?" "I seek your master, Ding Yi," Zeng Qingfeng stated directly, leaving the young man momentarily taken aback. Noticing the opulence of Zeng Qingfeng's attire and his striking appearance, the young man cautiously queried, "Sir, do you know the master? May I inquire your name?" "Zeng Qingfeng. Inform your master that I possess something he desires." The young man, struck with uncertainty, could only lead him to a side room to sit and sip tea while he went to notify the master. Before long, a stout, middle-aged man with a distinctive mustache entered briskly. Upon seeing Zeng Qingfeng, he couldn't help but frown slightly. He did not recognize this individual. However, noting Zeng Qingfeng's appearance and attire, he politely clasped his fists and said, "You must be young Master Zeng? I just heard from my nephew that you possess something I seek. Do you know what that is?" "Indeed." Zeng Qingfeng set down his teacup but remained seated, stating, "Master Ding, you are in search of a 6th-tier alchemist to concoct a revitalizing pill for you. Are you not?" Ding Yi's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily waved for the young man to leave before addressing Zeng Qingfeng. "This matter is highly confidential. How did you come to know of it? I not only know your need for the revitalizing pill, but I also understand it stems from your numerous wives depleting your vitality. Is that correct?" "You?" Ding Yi's complexion paled, and a hint of hostility flickered in his gaze. "Have you been investigating me?" "Not necessary. In all of Chang'an, there are few matters of which I am unaware." After saying this, Zeng Qingfeng chose not to elaborate further, redirecting the conversation. "So, will you engage an alchemist to prepare your revitalizing pill?" "Certainly. However, what are your terms, young Master Zeng?" Ding Yi, ever the businessman, quickly grasped that Zeng Qingfeng had ulterior motives. Zeng Qingfeng, discarding any pretense, rose and declared, "I desire the stellar blue that you possess." You even know I have stellar blue?" Ding Yi was genuinely astonished, though not a particularly high-tier herb. It was exceedingly rare. He had acquired it by chance years ago, and had kept it meticulously hidden, even from his own wife. Zeng Qingfeng smiled slightly, reiterating, "Did I not mention? There are few matters in Chang'an that I do not know." Having spent considerable time refining alchemical skills with Ding Yi, he was well acquainted with the man's circumstances. Ding Yi's expression fluctuated. He now perceived Zeng Qingfeng as quite formidable. In his presence, he felt as though he were stripped bare, devoid of secrets. Taking a deep breath, he finally asked, "I can agree to your terms. When will the alchemist arrive?" Zeng Qingfeng flashed a radiant smile, responding, "The alchemist is both far and near." Chapter 007. You shall soon know. Ding Yi's astonishment deepened as he scrutinized Zeng Qingfeng for a moment before inquiring, "Do you mean to say you are a 6th-tier alchemist?" Zeng Qingfeng shook his head, and before Ding Yi could respond, he interjected, "To be precise, I am a 7th-tier alchemist." "What? 7th tier?" Ding Yi could scarcely believe it, but in the next instant, Zeng Qingfeng unleashed purple alchemical flames. "Truly, you are a 7th-tier alchemist, young Master Zeng. You appear to be around 20 years of age." This revelation shattered his preconceptions. A 20-year-old 7th-tier alchemist. If word of this spread, all major factions would seek to recruit him. Many 5th-tier alchemists were well into their years, and only the most powerful factions possessed alchemists of the 5th tier or higher. To encounter a 7th-tier alchemist at such a youthful age was unfathomable. Ding Yi understood the immense advantages of befriending someone of such caliber, especially as he was engaged in the herbal and medicinal business. While the Ding residents did have alchemists, the highest among them was merely 5th tier, rendering them incapable of reliably concocting the revitalizing pill. He possessed only 2 batches of materials and was hesitant to risk them on an untested alchemist. "Young Master Zeng, it turns out you are indeed a 7th-tier alchemist. I sincerely apologize for my previous rudeness." At this juncture, Ding Yi's demeanor underwent a significant transformation. Regardless of Zeng Qingfeng's identity as a 7th-tier alchemist or his omniscient capabilities, he was now treated as an esteemed guest. Zeng Qingfeng waved dismissively, stating, "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Do you not have 2 sets of materials for the revitalizing pill? Prepare me an alchemical furnace and a quiet room, and I shall commence the concoction immediately. Master Zeng, please follow me to the rear courtyard." Ding Yi, overjoyed, paid no mind to how Zeng Qingfeng had come to know about the materials, hastily leading him to the courtyard. Before long, Zeng Qingfeng found himself in a serene room. Having closed the door behind him, the revitalizing pill was a formulation with which he was intimately familiar. He had concocted it no fewer than 1,000 times using the 2 sets of materials Ding Yi possessed. From an initial success rate of a mere 10%, he had honed it to a perfect success rate, even elevating the quality from ordinary to superior, and ultimately achieving multiple instances of Dan Yun, the essence of the pill. Generally, pills were categorized by quality into inferior, middle, and superior grades. Beyond this, there existed a category that transcended superior quality, known as perfect grade pills. Perfect grade pills not only possess negligible side effects and enhanced potency, but also radiate a faint luminescence. Consequently, perfect grade pills are immune to counterfeiting and command prices exceeding tenfold that of superior grade pills. However, achieving Dan Yun was no simple feat. Not every 7th-tier alchemist could conjure it merely by crafting 1st-tier pills. Attaining perfect grade pills necessitated profound comprehension of alchemical techniques, flame control, and even the properties of the herbs, often requiring a harmonious confluence of timing, location, and circumstances. Each of these elements is indispensable. Zeng Qingfeng regarded the alchemical furnace in his possession with great familiarity. He had spent the most time practicing alchemy in Ding Yi's apothecary, thus this furnace had become his most utilized tool. However, for crafting 7th-tier pills, the quality of this furnace was somewhat inadequate. Were it not for his daily repetitions, he would have found it impossible to succeed in a single batch of pills. His alchemical skill had plateaued at 7th tier, partly due to the limitations of this furnace. Fortunately, the task at hand was merely to concoct a 6th-tier pill, and he was already well versed in the process. After a brief period of meditation, he focused his gaze, and with a flick of his wrist, the purple flames burst forth, the furnace levitating before him as the flames licked at its surface. With one hand directing the flames and the other swiftly adding the various herbs, failure was not an option for someone of his caliber. However, whether he could produce Dan Yun remained uncertain. Outside, Ding Yi paced anxiously. Though aware of Zeng Qingfeng's prowess as a 7th-tier alchemist, he still worried about the limited materials for the revitalizing pill. It was only when a fragrant aroma wafted from the room that a glimmer of excitement appeared on his face. After a brief interval, the doors swung open. Ding Yi, feeling somewhat anxious, gazed at the emerging Zeng Qingfeng and inquired, "Master Zeng, you have come out so soon. Could it be that the refinement has failed?" "Of course not." Zeng Qingfeng waved his hand, revealing 5 crystalline, translucent Buyuan Dan in his palm. Ding Yi's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the elixirs, his pupils involuntarily contracting. Top-grade Buyuan Dan. To produce 5 from a single furnace. "Master Zeng, your alchemical prowess truly opens my eyes." Upon finishing his exclamation, he eagerly reached for the pills, yet Zeng Qingfeng grasped them firmly, retracting his hand. "Master Ding, have you perhaps forgotten something?" "Ahem, my apologies, I was too excited." Ding Yi hastily produced a small jade box from his storage ring. At a glance, Zeng Qingfeng recognized it as the container for the starry blue herb, and with a mere thought, he stored it within his system pouch. He handed the elixirs to Ding Yi. He couldn't help but chuckle at the latter's cautious demeanor, musing to himself, "How can one be so elated over this? I have successfully refined 2 furnaces, each yielding over 10 pills, with one being of perfect quality. Naturally, he couldn't part with a perfect-grade elixir, but Ding Yi felt immensely satisfied with 5 top-grade Buyuan Dan. After carefully securing the Buyuan Dan in a small jade vial, Ding Yi promptly swallowed one. Almost instantly, his complexion flushed, and his vital energy surged back rapidly. "Master Zeng, do stay for a meal," he urged. "There is no need. You should hasten back to attend to your wives," Zeng Qingfeng replied, his gaze subtly drifting towards a certain area of Ding Yi's person, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Ding Yi's face burned with embarrassment, and he could only bow slightly to avert further humiliation. The efficacy of the elixir was remarkably immediate. His nearly depleted vitality not only restored rapidly, but also made him feel invigorated enough to engage in battle for days on end. However, allowing a 7th-tier alchemist like Zeng Qingfeng to simply depart would render his extensive experience in the marketplace futile. "Master Zeng, should you require anything, do not hesitate to speak. I assure you that I will not refuse any request within my ability." I only wish to know how to find you in the future. I shall visit whenever I have the opportunity. How about this? Why not give me that pill furnace from earlier? Zeng Qingfeng proposed without hesitation. In the past, he had repeatedly stated that material possessions were of little significance to him. Yet now, although he possessed proficient alchemical skills, he lacked sufficient medicinal materials and a suitable furnace. Dingy paused momentarily, but quickly nodded, saying, "Since Master Zeng desires it, please take it. However, where should I go to seek you in the future?" Zeng Qingfeng returned to his room to collect the furnace, re-emerging with a nonchalant demeanor. "Just remember my name, Zeng Qingfeng. You shall soon discover my true identity." With that, he strode towards the front door, leaving Ding Yi in a state of bewilderment. Indeed, how could such a master alchemist remain obscure? Oh dear, I must return to find my 10 or so concubines. Chapter 008. Do you not feel undervalued? After leaving the apothecary, Zeng Qingfeng made his way to another destination. In the northwest of Chang'an City, the area was secluded, home to many ordinary citizens. Beneath a large tree in a small square, several elderly men were engaged in a game of chess. Zeng Qingfeng approached them, casting a casual glance at the board before beginning to offer pointers. This action, of course, drew discontent from the elderly gentleman, who scolded him for his audacity. The saying goes that a true gentleman observes chess in silence. This fellow clearly lacked discernment. Zeng Qingfeng merely chuckled and addressed an elder with white whiskers. "How about we play a game? If I lose, I shall wager 1,000 taels of gold. If you lose, I shall take one item from you. What say you?" The elder, unimpressed by Zeng Qingfeng and confident in his own skills, readily accepted the wager, declaring, "Very well, I shall take you up on that. I am eager to see what qualifies you to instruct us." He had no doubts regarding Zeng Qingfeng's ability to produce 1,000 taels of gold, given his opulent attire. "Let us begin." Zeng Qingfeng thought it amusing. The elder, named Chang Rongsheng, was quite adept at chess. For 20 years, he had played daily against this old man. Initially, he had been utterly outmatched. But over time, the tides had turned, and eventually, Chang Rongsheng found himself at a loss. It could be said that Zeng Qingfeng's chess skills were largely honed by this elder. Additionally, the elder's identity was intriguing and might prove useful later. His purpose in seeking out Chang Rongsheng today was to acquire an item from him, the ice arrow grass. The chess match commenced swiftly, with Zeng Qingfeng confidently stating, "Elder Chang, you may go first." "Humph. You are quite confident." Chang Rongsheng, slightly irritated, noted that he had always allowed others to take the first move, even conceding several pieces to some. Yet, Zeng Qingfeng's request to let him go first struck him as somewhat presumptuous. "Oh, come now. Elder Chang, do not be shy. If necessary, I can even concede you 3 pieces." "How outrageous!" Chang Rongsheng exclaimed, his whiskers bristling with indignation. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Very well, I shall take the first move." With that, he swiftly placed a piece on the board. Zeng Qingfeng, undeterred, followed suit, and soon they were engaged in a back-and-forth exchange. The onlookers had initially anticipated when Zeng Qingfeng would falter, but as the game progressed, astonishment spread across their faces. Chang Rongsheng's pace began to slow, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Observers soon realized that Zeng Qingfeng was not merely boasting. He possessed genuine skill. As Chang Rongsheng's expression grew increasingly grave, he pondered each move for an extended period, while Zeng Qingfeng remained unfazed, responding to each of his moves without hesitation. After 2 incense sticks had burned, Chang Rongsheng hoarsely admitted, "I have lost." The spectators, not possessing the same level of skill as the 2 players, expressed their confusion. "Old Chang, you have not finished yet. How can you declare defeat? Indeed, continue playing. This fellow may not necessarily win. Is there still a chance?" Chang Rongsheng's face flushed, and after a moment's pause, he stood and addressed Zeng Qingfeng. "Your chess skills are truly unparalleled. I have long been proud and believed myself invincible, yet encountering you today is indeed a stroke of fortune." "Elder Chang, you flatter me. I merely had the good fortune today." Zeng Qingfeng replied humbly, then continued, "Elder Chang, shall we play a best of 3? Given your displayed prowess, the outcome would be the same even after 10 matches." Chang Rongsheng replied, a hint of bitterness in his tone, then added, "Having conceded, I shall not renege. What is it that you desire from me? Well said. Zeng Qingfeng's lips moved slightly, conveying a message to Chang Rongsheng. Upon hearing it, Chang Rongsheng's expression shifted, quickly morphing into a rueful smile. I did not expect you to be not only a master of chess, but also possess profound abilities, knowing of the ice arrow grass in my possession. Very well, please, accompany me to my home for a brief visit. He turned and led the way out of the crowd, and when the onlookers saw them departing, their attention shifted back to the unfinished game. To their level of understanding, they could not discern where Chang Rongsheng had faltered, nor comprehend why he had conceded so swiftly. Chang Rongsheng guided Zeng Qingfeng to the entrance of a somewhat dilapidated small tiled house, then turned to say, "You are so young, yet not only are you extraordinarily skilled, but your chess prowess is also second to none, truly a dragon among men. What baffles me most is how you know of the ice arrow grass I possess. May I inquire as to your identity?" "There is no need for alarm, Elder Chang. I am Zeng Qingfeng, currently known as the consort of the Empress." "What? The Empress's consort?" Chang Rongsheng's expression changed dramatically, followed by a rueful smile. "With such a consort, how could the great Tang nation not prosper? Please wait here. I shall fetch the ice arrow grass for you." He entered the house and soon reappeared with a long box, handing it to Zeng Qingfeng, who promptly stored it in his system pouch. "Your Highness, this is the item you requested. I had initially invited you to my home to continue our match, but given your esteemed status, I dare not impose." "What are you saying? Elder Chang? Now that I am here, will you not offer me a cup of tea? It is rare to meet someone with whom I can engage in a match. Shall we not enjoy tea while we play a few more games?" Hearing Zeng Qingfeng's words and seeing his earnest expression, Chang Rongsheng excitedly replied, "If your Highness does not mind, I would be delighted to welcome you." "What is there to mind? I know you possess a jar of treasured old wine. Shall you not bring it out for me to savor?" Zeng Qingfeng laughed heartily, prompting another rueful smile from Chang Rongsheng. "Your Highness, you truly possess foresight. It seems I have no secrets before you. Please, step inside. I shall retrieve my treasured wine." "Very well, Elder Chang. You are too kind. There are no outsiders here. Do not refer to yourself as a commoner. Simply call me young Master Zeng." "If that is your wish, young Master Zeng, please come in. I shall return shortly." Zeng Qingfeng waved him off and entered the house himself. He was quite familiar with Chang Rongsheng's abode, having visited almost daily in his quest to hone his chess skills. Daily repetition had ingrained in him a habit, regardless of how well he got along with a person. Once he decided to change his target, he would employ certain special methods to extract any secrets. This approach also led him to discover many individuals skilled in the art of disguise. After coercion, temptation, and severe interrogation, even the most trivial childhood secrets, such as having wet the bed a few times, would be confessed. Not long after, Chang Rongsheng entered the room, cradling a soil-scented wine jar. Upon seeing Zeng Qingfeng seated at the wooden table, pouring himself a cup of tea, Chang Rongsheng felt that this emperor truly bore no airs. He placed the wine on the table, then with a sharp pop, uncorked it, exclaiming, "Your Majesty graces us with your presence today. I am truly honored. The only offering I have is this jar of aged wine, so let us revel in a toast together." "Well said." Zeng Qingfeng nodded slightly as Chang Rongsheng filled 2 wine bowls. He inhaled the fragrant aroma but did not rush to drink. Instead, he casually remarked, "Old Chang, do you not feel that your talents are being underappreciated here?" Chapter 009. Completing a task. Upon hearing Zeng Qingfeng's inquiry, Chang Rongsheng's hand trembled while holding the wine jar, leaving him momentarily stunned. After a long pause, he set the jar down and, with a bitter smile, clasped his hands in respect towards Zeng Qingfeng, saying, "Your Majesty, it appears that I harbor no secrets from you." "Old Chang, you need not worry. I harbor no ill intentions towards you, and my identity as the husband of the Empress compels me to assist her, and thus I sincerely invite you to join the court and serve the great Tang state." "What say you?" Zeng Qingfeng had come to understand Chang Rongsheng quite well over the years of honing his chess skills, during which they had shared many conversations. Furthermore, through coercion and temptation, he had uncovered numerous secrets. Realizing that Chang Rongsheng was no ordinary individual, trained in the deep mountains since childhood, not only had he achieved the realm of a venerable master, but he also possessed knowledge of military strategy and the grand affairs of the world. If he could be persuaded to join, he would undoubtedly excel as a general. However, Chang Rongxing had once candidly confessed that in his youth he had aspired to recommend himself and make grand contributions. Yet, during that time, the court was rife with corruption, the emperor was inept, eunuchs meddled in governance, and external threats loomed. He had been repeatedly turned away, never even having the chance to meet the emperor. Later, when the previous emperor of the Tang state was assassinated, he lost faith in the dynasty and spent his days idling among the common folk, playing chess to pass the time. Although he later learned that the Empress Wu Meier had a vision to restore the great Tang state, he had little faith in this young girl. Yet today, encountering Zeng Qingfeng, the mysterious and formidable husband of Wu Meier, rekindled his confidence in both the Tang state and the empress. Previously, had Zeng Qingfeng not transmitted his voice, Chang Rongxing would have regarded him as an ordinary person devoid of cultivation. Now, with Zeng Qingfeng extending an olive branch, he felt a flicker of interest, though some reservations lingered. Your Majesty, while I do not understand how you are aware of my circumstances, I am both advanced in years and merely a commoner with no roots in the court. Even if you and the Empress were to bestow me with great responsibility, it would be difficult to command respect. You need not be concerned about such matters. Zeng Qingfeng chuckled, neither outright rejecting nor affirming, yet indicating his agreement. Chang Rongxing's apprehension was entirely reasonable, and Zeng Qingfeng understood his unspoken hesitation, whether his entry into the court would lead to a mere nominal position or a significant role. Old Chang, I am well aware of your capabilities, and I have no doubts about your character or your loyalty to the Tang state. Currently, the Tang state faces both internal and external challenges, making it imperative to enlist talents such as yourself. Should you choose to serve the Tang state, I can arrange for my wife to appoint you as a general. General? Chang Rongxing's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated Zeng Qingfeng's boldness or trust in him. To be granted command of the military, perhaps even the title of general, left him astounded. Did the emperor not fear rebellion or inadequacy? Zeng Qingfeng remained unfazed, for he had previously heard Chang Rongxing lament about his wasted talents. Longing to fight for the Tang state and repay his mentor's nurturing, he nodded, raising his wine bowl to Chang Rongxing and declared, As men, shall we settle this with a simple agreement, if you accept? Drink this cup, and then accompany me back to the palace. I accept. Chang Rongxing raised his wine bowl, feeling his once extinguished ambitions rekindled. He boldly proclaimed, Your Majesty, from this day forth, my life belongs to the Tang state. And to you and the Empress. Splendid. Cheers. Zeng Qingfeng downed the wine in one gulp, then, with a satisfied smirk, added, Since we are in high spirits today, I shall indulge in a few more games with you. Your Majesty, should you not return to the palace to report? Is there a need to rush? Bring forth the chessboard, and do not dawdle. Zeng Qingfeng waved his hand, clearing a space on the table beside the wine jar and bowls. Chang Rongxing was profoundly moved, feeling that the emperor's style of conduct resonated deeply with him. Were it not for the vast age and status difference between them, he would insist on a brotherly bond. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. I shall fetch it at once. He quickly returned with the chessboard, and the two men momentarily dismissed their identities and the passage of time, immersing themselves in the game. Time flew by, and as afternoon approached, Chang Rongxing finally spoke up, I have lost again. Your Majesty's chess skills could only be rivaled by my mentor. I hope to introduce my mentor to you one day. Let us proceed to the palace. I cannot keep you from your duties any longer. Meeting your mentor would be a delight. We can spar again when time permits. Dio, tidy up a bit, and let us depart. Your Majesty, I have no preparations to make. You need only lead the way. At that moment, Chang Rongxing felt an overwhelming desire to rush to the front lines and fight valiantly to repay Zeng Qingfeng's kindness. The two quickly exited the dwelling, and before leaving, Chang Rongxing cast a lingering glance at the home he had inhabited for decades, then followed Zeng Qingfeng toward the palace without looking back. In the palace, Wu Meier paced anxiously, and a eunuch hurriedly approached. Before he could speak, she scolded, Have you not yet located the emperor? What are you all doing? Empress, please do not be angry. The emperor has returned. The eunuch, somewhat trembling, quickly relayed the news Wu Meier longed to hear. Indeed, her expression brightened, and she immediately inquired, Is that true? Quickly summon the emperor back to the inner palace. He has been gone too long without a word. No, I shall go to fetch him myself. Lead the way. Yes. The young eunuch hurriedly guided her, but after a few steps, they encountered Zeng Qingfeng approaching, accompanied by an elderly man with white hair. My dear, have you eaten? Zeng Qingfeng greeted Wu Meier with a beaming smile. Wu Meier's face lit up with joy, but the next moment, her expression hardened. Humph. You actually remembered to return. I thought you had run away. And you worry about whether I've eaten? Even if I starve, you wouldn't care. With her strength, she could easily survive without food for 10 days or half a month. Zeng Qingfeng, fully aware that this was merely a woman's way of expressing displeasure, cheerfully stepped beside Wu Meier and, in front of the young eunuch and Chang Rongsheng, wrapped an arm around her waist, saying, What are you saying, my dear? You are my entire world. Where could I possibly run off to? Besides, if you were to grow thin from hunger, I would be heartbroken. Such sweet nothings had been exchanged countless times over the years, flowing easily from his lips. Wu Meier's expression shifted from stormy to sunny. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness as she replied, You truly know how to charm, husband. Saying I am your whole world in front of others, are you not embarrassed? By the way, who is this man accompanying you? Chang Rongsheng, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by their display of affection, hurriedly bowed and clasped his hands, saying, I am Chang Rongsheng, a humble commoner, here to pay my respects to the Empress. No need for formalities. Wu Meier waved her hand and then turned to Zeng Qingfeng. Her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. Zeng Qingfeng leaned in closer, quickly briefing her about Chang Rongsheng. Upon hearing this, Wu Meier widened her eyes, gazing at her husband in astonishment. You wish to appoint him as a general directly? Is that not too hasty? She felt it was quite a risk, given her lack of knowledge about Chang Rongsheng. Zeng Qingfeng winked and replied, My dear, do you trust your husband? I do. Perhaps it was that women in love could be quite naive. Or perhaps Wu Meier simply had unwavering faith in Zeng Qingfeng. She nodded and then turned to Chang Rongsheng, stating, Since my husband holds you in such high regard, I hereby appoint you as the Grand Marshal of the North. The announcement will be made in court tomorrow. Thank you, Empress, for your great kindness. Chang Rongsheng immediately knelt to express his gratitude, while Zeng Qingfeng heard a notification from the system, Ding. Successfully completed the hidden task of assisting the Empress. Progress. 100. Reward being distributed. Chapter 010. The first task reward unexpectedly. He had completed a task. Zeng Qingfeng felt a surge of excitement, unable to check his rewards just yet. He smiled at Wu Meier, saying, My dear, please make arrangements for old Chang. I shall return to my chambers and await you. Very well. Husband. Wu Meier nodded in agreement. Since becoming Zeng Qingfeng's wife, she chose to trust him unconditionally. After bidding farewell to Chang Rongsheng with a clasped fist, Zeng Qingfeng turned back toward the inner palace. He poured himself a cup of tea to calm his nerves and then glanced at the system information. Ding, congratulations. You have acquired the heavenly grade superior technique, sword control technique, max level, lottery chances 2. Upon seeing the system reward, Zeng Qingfeng chose to learn it immediately. Soon, his mind was flooded with information about the technique, and the system's guidance made him feel as if he had mastered the sword control technique over decades of practice. Swordsmanship. Not only can one command a flying sword to traverse the skies, but one can also direct it to pursue enemies over great distances. The higher the cultivation, the greater the number of flying swords one can control. This is an extraordinarily impressive skill, far surpassing many techniques he had previously acquired. He felt a surge of excitement and, taking advantage of Wu Meier's absence, immediately accessed the lottery interface. With 2 chances to draw, he wasted no time and swiftly made his selections, soon receiving his rewards. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the divine level cultivation method, Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. Ding, congratulations on attaining the master level formation technique. Upon seeing these 2 rewards, Zeng Qingfeng quickly accepted the formation technique. Previously, his formation skill was merely at the 8th rank, but this lottery had instantly elevated it to master level. The ranks of formation skills range from 1 to 9, with master level and divine level beyond that. The formation level of the imperial city in Chang'an was merely at the 8th rank, the strongest formation in the city, and it was precisely due to the absence of higher-level formations that his skills had stagnated. He never expected this lottery to propel him directly to master level. Although he had yet to reach divine level, it certainly placed him among the elite in the realm. Nevertheless, formation skills were merely auxiliary. he was far more eager to learn the heavenly level cultivation method, Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. However, when he attempted to study it, he heard the system's alert, ding, gender mismatch, unable to learn. This cultivation method is only suitable for female practitioners. Seeing this notification, Zeng Qingfeng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He never anticipated that his first divine-level cultivation method would come with a gender restriction. He felt an urge to berate the system, which had already caused him to repeat a millennium in a single day. And now his first divine-level heart technique was also subject to gender limitations. Just then, Wu Meier walked in with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. "Husband, have I been obedient today?" "Of course. My lady, have you arranged everything regarding Lao Chong?" Zeng Qingfeng collected his thoughts, observing the rumored aloof empress now nestled beside him like a little girl. This was a side of Wu Meier he had never seen during their long confinement. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of sentiment. Perhaps having a convenient wife was not such a bad thing. Wu Meier, now leaning against him like a delicate bird, nodded slightly and said, "Everything is arranged. I will announce the imperial edict at court tomorrow, but although General Mu from the north is advanced in age, he is related to the chancellor by marriage, and he may not readily relinquish military power. You need not worry about that." "My lady," Zeng Qingfeng smiled, confident in his approach, "I have already devised a countermeasure." "Oh, husband, what is your clever plan?" Wu Meier's excitement was palpable. Military power was the most coveted asset of the royal family, and any individual wielding it could easily threaten imperial authority. She had been deeply concerned, but now her husband not only recommended a candidate for the general, but also devised a method to deal with General Mu. Zeng Qingfeng assisted her in sitting down before slowly articulating, "My lady, there exists a handwritten letter from the chancellor in General Mu's residence, urging him to collaborate in a rebellion. Although General Mu has not acquiesced, he has hidden this letter, intending to use it as leverage against the chancellor. This, my lady, is our breakthrough point." Upon hearing this, Wu Meier's first reaction was not joy, but astonishment. "Husband, how do you know this? If it were true, it should be quite secretive, no?" Zeng Qingfeng felt a bit awkward. He certainly couldn't reveal that he had spent an entire year visiting General Mu's residence daily, coercing and enticing his wives and children for information. He could only continue with his previous excuse, "My lady, have you forgotten? Your husband has the ability to foresee." "Ah, right." Wu Meier surprisingly took him at his word, perhaps due to his consistent displays of foresight. "Husband, does your divination carry significant side effects?" "Naturally, but for the sake of assisting you, my lady, sacrificing some of my lifespan is but a trifling matter." Zeng Qingfeng understood well how to touch a woman's heart. As soon as he uttered those words, Wu Meier was deeply moved. Her voice trembled slightly as she said, "Husband, please refrain from such divination in the future. We can find other ways. I do not wish for you to sacrifice your lifespan for me. Rest assured." "My lady, I will be more cautious in the future." Zeng Qingfeng deftly navigated her concerns, endearing himself to her further. Truly a win-win situation. Although a plan was in place, Wu Meier soon furrowed her brow again. "Husband, while the general's residence has the chancellor's private letter regarding the rebellion, how shall we obtain it to ensure we catch them red-handed and simultaneously prevent them from claiming we forged it?" Such matters were not difficult for Zeng Qingfeng. With confidence, he replied, "My lady, we shall send someone to infiltrate the general's residence and set a fire. Then, we will arrange a troop of soldiers to feign passing by, ostensibly helping to extinguish the flames, allowing us to conveniently search for the letter. Indeed, your strategy is remarkable." Wu Meier praised him, impressed by a method she could not have conceived in such a short time. Having such an omnipotent husband made her feel remarkably at ease. Even as a revered empress, the presence of a reliable man beside her was undeniably comforting. Yet, she frowned once more, saying, "I can arrange for soldiers, but I am unclear about the letter's exact location. And it must be well hidden. Moreover, the general's residence is guarded by numerous skilled protectors. Who shall I send to set the fire?" After a moment's contemplation, Zeng Qingfeng suggested, "How about we ask old Master Ouyang? With his capabilities, it would be effortless for him to act without detection. As for the letter's hiding place, I will inform you. Ensure that the soldiers dispatched for the search are trustworthy." "Husband, old Master Ouyang is our palace's strongest asset. He will not act unless it is a matter of life and death for me or the Tang Kingdom. He may not agree to handle such a trivial task, Wu Meier replied. Feeling somewhat helpless, as Empress, she held the highest status in the Tang Kingdom, but in the presence of Ouyang Xiu, he could indeed disregard her commands. Zeng Qingfeng, however, smiled confidently and said, "My lady, you need only command him. And I assure you, old Master Ouyang will not refuse." Chapter 011. Uncertain assurance. Wu Meier was taken aback, unsure where her husband derived such confidence. She had long experienced Ouyang Xiu's arrogance. Previously, when she had sought his assistance to assassinate the Chancellor, he had coldly rejected her request. Go ask him to undertake such a minor task now seemed almost naive. She would be fortunate not to face his ire. Zeng Qingfeng chuckled and said, "If my lady doubts it, you may command him yourself. I will sketch a simple map of the general's residence, marking the location of the private letter and how to access it. You need only direct him to find a suitable place to start the fire." Upon finishing, he approached a nearby desk, swiftly taking up pen and paper, while Wu Meier remained in a daze. Could old Master Ouyang truly assist her? Where did her husband find such confidence? However, although their acquaintance had been brief, he had never uttered a falsehood. This husband of hers was indeed enigmatic. "My lady, it is done. Once old Master Ouyang has reviewed it, you may pass it to someone you trust, and when the time comes to extinguish the fire, attempt to uncover the private letter in front of the general's household." "I understand, husband. I shall seek out old Master Ouyang now. Would you like to accompany me? Going together would be fine." Zeng Qingfeng recalled his prior arrangement with Ouyang Xiu, and thus did not decline. Wu Meier's excitement bubbled over as she exclaimed, "Husband, this will be our first stroll together." "My lady, you need not be so enthusiastic. I can accompany you for a walk every day henceforth." Observing Wu Meier's elated countenance, Zeng Qingfeng felt a stirring in his heart. During his millennia of confinement, he had courted numerous beauties throughout Chang'an, each merely a fleeting dalliance, never genuinely falling for anyone. However, this empress, whom he could only conquer through force, had piqued his interest once again after a long absence. 3 months prior, out of sheer boredom, he had resumed his pursuits, devising various strategies. Yet, he had only managed to garner Wu Meier's affection without consummation. This time, through a combination of coaxing and deceit, he had finally succeeded, only for the system to activate and reset his progress. Initially, he felt somewhat disadvantaged by being bound to Wu Meier, fearing he had lost his freedom. But now, witnessing the joy on the Empress's face simply from the prospect of strolling together, his heart was touched. For the people of Chang'an, it was merely another day, but for him, it had indeed been a full millennium. Though each day repeated, the sum of those days accumulated to a genuine span of 10,000 years. He had thought he would never easily love again, especially not the women he had seduced. Yet, unexpectedly, he now felt a spark of affection for Wu Meier. The two walked hand in hand toward the palace, passing numerous palace maids, eunuchs, and soldiers who all bowed respectfully, their curiosity piqued by the sudden appearance of this emperor. Zeng Qingfeng was already quite handsome, and with the system enhancing his abilities and physique, he appeared even more dashing and refined, his appearance and stature impeccable. The confidence he exuded, coupled with an air of nobility, completely dispelled any notion of him being a kept man. Anyone who beheld them would surely see them as a match made in heaven. Before long, they arrived at the loft where old Master Ouyang resided. As Wu Meier gazed upon the loft before her, a wave of sentiment washed over her. Following the unexpected demise of her father, she had sought an audience with Ouyang Xiu multiple times, hoping to enlist his unwavering support, yet each attempt had been met with refusal. Ouyang Xiu had even gone so far as to declare that once the time was ripe, he would depart from the Tang dynasty, advising her not to disturb him during his idle hours. However, just as the two of them arrived at the loft, Ouyang Xiu emerged swiftly from within, greeting them with a courteous clasp of his fists. "I pay my respects to the Empress and the Emperor." Ouyang lay easy. "There is no need for such formality," Wu Meier replied, taken aback by his unexpected politeness. Beside her, Zeng Qingfeng chuckled heartily, approaching Ouyang Xiu with a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Ouyang, we are all on the same side. There is no need for such excessive courtesy. We have matters to discuss, so why not invite us inside for a more detailed conversation?" After speaking, Zeng Qingfeng swiftly communicated telepathically. I have procured the starry blue and ice arrow grass. I shall return tomorrow morning to concoct the Xianbing spirit pill for you. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xiao felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated Zeng Qingfeng's efficiency, managing to acquire the two medicinal herbs so swiftly. Previously, he had tasked Wu Meier with locating them, but despite her efforts, they remained elusive. It was astonishing that Zeng Qingfeng had succeeded in just a day and was even prepared to personally assist him with alchemy the following morning. Given the nature of their exchange, Ouyang Xiao had no doubt about Zeng Qingfeng's honesty. Being astute himself, he recognized that Zeng Qingfeng's last remark had been meant to keep Wu Meier in the dark, prompting him to respond with courtesy. Emperor, please refrain from addressing me as elder. If you do not mind, let us refer to each other as brothers. Then, Ouyang Laoj, shall you not invite us in to sit and speak? Zeng Qingfeng smiled, clearly pleased with Ouyang Xiao's demeanor. He preferred to keep Wu Meier unaware of his alchemical abilities and the nature of their dealings. Emperor, Empress, please, do come inside. You've called us brothers, so there's no need for such formal titles. Zeng Qingfeng feigned displeasure, causing Ouyang Xiao to feel a bit embarrassed as he quickly amended his words. Then, Zeng brother and Di-Mei, please, come in. From now on, do not hesitate to command me. Although I am but an old relic, I can still be of service to you. At that moment, Wu Meier was utterly bewildered. When had Ouyang Xiao become so courteous? Was this truly the same Ouyang Xiao she had known? He referred to Zeng Qingfeng as Zeng brother while calling her Di-Mei, clearly showing deference to Zeng Qingfeng. Curiosity piqued within her. How many more secrets did this insufferable husband conceal from her? Seeing Wu Meier lost in thought, Zeng Qingfeng took her hand and said, My lady, what occupies your mind? Ouyang Laoj is calling us. Ah yes, right of course. Her mind was a jumble, overwhelmed by the myriad of mysteries that made her yearn to drag Zeng Qingfeng back to the palace for a thorough inquiry. If her husband remained silent, she would punish him by denying him access to her bed. Once inside, Ouyang Xiao poured tea for them and politely inquired, Zeng Laodi, please, let us know what matters require our attention. Very well. Zeng Qingfeng wasted no time in articulating the purpose of their visit. After listening intently, Ouyang Xiao, upon realizing that it was merely a matter of setting fire to the marshal's residence, thumped his chest confidently. Rest assured, my brother and Di-Mei, I shall see this matter through successfully. Just tell me when you wish to proceed. At this juncture, Wu Meier finally regained her composure. After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, in that case, let us postpone the appointment of Chang Rongxing as marshal for a couple of days. We shall wait until I have adjudicated Mu Yuan's case before proceeding. If feasible, we might as well clear out the chancellor as well. What do you think, my husband? Before Zeng Qingfeng could respond, Ouyang Xiao interjected, Zeng Laodi, you may not be aware, but there exists a seventh-tier master of the Enlightenment realm within the chancellor's residence. If any rebellious correspondence from him were to surface, it could very well incite him to revolt. As I too am merely a seventh-tier master, I possess little confidence in confronting the adept from the chancellor's estate. Wu Meier was genuinely intent on uprooting the chancellor entirely, yet Zeng Qingfeng shook his head, stating, a mere letter will not suffice to convict the chancellor, nor is it sufficient to incriminate Mu Yuan. If cornered, both may take preemptive action. For now, the military authority still lies with Mu Yuan. He paused briefly before continuing, currently, many in the court are affiliated with the chancellor. Even those who claim neutrality have intricate ties to both Mu Yuan and the chancellor. The primary purpose of this letter is not to convict them, but to ensure that when we strip Mu Yuan of his military power, he and the chancellor will not dare to refuse. My husband's foresight is indeed commendable. I was too hasty. Wu Meier acknowledged her misstep, understanding that dismantling the chancellor's influence was not an undertaking to be rushed. The most optimistic outcome would entail not only capturing the chancellor and Mu Yuan on solid evidence, but also apprehending all officials connected to them, which would inevitably paralyze the entire administration. Zeng Qingfeng offered Wu Meier an encouraging glance, gently assuring her, My lady, do not fret. I shall assist you. Let us tackle each issue individually, placing our trusted allies in key positions before we deal with the chancellor, which will simplify matters considerably. Ouyang Xiao wholeheartedly concurred. Zeng Laodi is correct. The chancellor has wielded power for many years, and his influence is extensive. we must proceed with caution, in addition to replacing a multitude of officials. Confronting the adept within the Chancellor's estate poses a significant challenge. The adept within the Chancellor's estate is of little concern. Zeng Qingfeng's assertion piqued the curiosity of both Wu Meier and Ouyang Xiu, who looked at him expectantly. Without waiting for their inquiries, he continued, "There is another master of the Enlightenment realm in Chang'an who can be persuaded to join us. I shall pay him a visit tomorrow. Perhaps he will be inclined to cooperate and join forces with Ouyang Xiu against the adept in the Chancellor's estate." Upon hearing this, Wu Meier recalled Zeng Qingfeng mentioning that there were at least 3 masters of the Enlightenment realm in Chang'an. However, she had not anticipated Ouyang Xiu's subsequent question. "Zeng Laodi, are you referring to that hunchback from Shijia?" "Indeed." Zeng Qingfeng's affirmative response elicited a wry smile from Ouyang Xiu. "Zeng Laodi, this individual harbors no fondness for the royal family. Previously, in a fit of rage after losing the woman he loved at the hands of an official, he slaughtered the official's entire family. He even infiltrated the palace with the intention of assassinating the late emperor, a plot I had to thwart. That he does not harbor animosity toward my Di Mei is already a blessing. How could he possibly heed your and my Di Mei's summons to aid in confronting the Chancellor? You may not realize, but I live in fear daily that he might attempt to assassinate my Di Mei." Upon hearing this, Wu Meier felt a surge of gratitude. "So it turns out that Ouyang, my elder brother, has been secretly aiding us to such an extent. Please allow me to pay my respects." As she spoke, she intended to bow to Ouyang Xiu, her previous resentment towards him fading away in light of the protection he had provided since the time of the late emperor. Ouyang Xiu quickly interjected, "Di Mei, do not be so formal. I have received great kindness from your grandfather. It is my duty to ensure your safety." Observing the newfound courtesy between the two, Zeng Qingfeng interjected, "All right, since we are all on the same side, let us dispense with such formalities. Let us discuss the plans for tomorrow." He successfully redirected the conversation, alleviating the awkwardness between them as they focused on the details of the following day's agenda. By the time they concluded their discussion, the bond between the 3 had deepened significantly. Wu Meier felt less constrained than before, fully aware that Ouyang Xiu's lack of pretense was a testament to her husband's influence. After bidding farewell to Ouyang Xiu, Wu Meier could no longer contain her curiosity as they walked a short distance from the loft. "My husband, how many more secrets do you keep from me? If you possess the ability to calculate and know things that others do not, that would be one matter. But Ouyang Xiu's demeanor toward you seems excessively cordial." Zeng Qingfeng had already prepared a plausible explanation, responding with calm assurance, "My master had a peer-to-peer relationship with Ouyang Xiu's master, which grants me certain privileges in addressing him as an equal." "Is that so?" This was not implausible, as the lifespan of cultivators often correlated with their strength, and many ancient masters took on disciples only in their twilight years. Thus, Wu Meier found some credibility in his words. Yet, she still sensed something amiss and redirected the conversation. "Are you implying that you and Ouyang Xiu have known each other for some time?" "Not quite. My lady should have heard from the palace eunuchs that I had taken a stroll through the harem. In truth, I was merely visiting Ouyang Xiu to establish a connection. My husband, it seems you truly are my fortunate star. Having you by my side is a blessing." Wu Meier's doubts dissipated entirely, especially since the eunuch who had previously delivered garments and tokens to Zeng Qingfeng had indeed reported his outing. Presumably, he had gone to meet Ouyang Xiu then. Knowing that her husband had made such an acquaintance only bolstered her trust in him. Zeng Qingfeng spoke up, "My lady, you flatter me. It is but my duty to assist you within my capabilities. My husband, you are truly wonderful tonight. I shall reward you handsomely." "That may not be appropriate. Considering you only just the following day." Zeng Qingfeng rose early, yet Wu Meier had already departed for court, prompting him to shake his head as he began to dress. Having resolved to assist Wu Meier, he could not afford to indulge in idleness. After donning his attire, he made his way to the harem, arriving shortly at Ouyang Xiu's loft. Sensing Zeng Qingfeng's approach, Ouyang Xiu concluded his meditation and stepped outside to greet him. "Zeng, my dear brother, why have you arrived so early?" "Brother Ouyang, I have come to assist you in refining elixirs. Please bring forth the medicinal materials. I shall begin the process immediately. After Meier concludes her court duties, we can discuss our subsequent plans of action." "Zeng, although you are a 7th-tier alchemist, I only possess a single batch of materials, Ouyang Xiu expressed his concern, worried that Zeng Qingfeng might take offense. After all, he was offering to help him refine elixirs, and he felt a bit embarrassed about the possibility of failure. However, gathering the materials for the Xinbing spirit pill was exceedingly challenging, prompting him to issue a gentle reminder. Zeng Qingfeng smiled calmly, exuding confidence as he replied, "Do not fret, Brother Ouyang. While I cannot guarantee the perfection of the Xinbing spirit pill, I assure you that I can successfully refine a batch of high-quality ones." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xiu was elated and promptly presented the herbs to Zeng Qingfeng, saying, "In that case, I shall trouble you, dear brother. From now on, matters concerning you and my sister-in-law will be my own concern. I shall offer my assistance in any way I can." Even before the elixirs had been successfully refined, he made this assurance, implying that Zeng Qingfeng should proceed without worry, even if the endeavor met with failure. Zeng Qingfeng nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, and entered a nearby chamber. Ouyang Xiu paced anxiously. Although he had mentally prepared himself for potential failure, he still harbored hope for Zeng Qingfeng's success. After a brief interval, Zeng Qingfeng emerged from the room. Chapter 013. The pressure from officials upon seeing Zeng Qingfeng. Ouyang Xiu's heart sank. The quick return suggested a likely failure in the refinement process. After all, this pertained to a fifth-tier elixir, and success could not be achieved so swiftly. He had already prepared himself for this outcome and refrained from blaming Zeng Qingfeng, instead choosing to speak first. "Dear Brother Zeng, if it has not succeeded, we can simply gather more materials next time." "Who said it failed?" Zeng Qingfeng beamed, revealing a handful of luminous elixirs in his palm. Ouyang Xiu's spirit soared as he sensed their energy, exclaiming, "These are indeed Xinbing spirit pills, 12 of them, all of perfect quality. Did you truly refine these in the span of a single incense stick?" "Of course. Had I not wasted some time organizing the materials, the refinement would have taken even less time," Zeng Qingfeng replied, leaving Ouyang Xiu astonished. He had previously learned that fifth-tier elixirs not only required extensive time to refine, but also carried a significant risk of failure. The higher the tier, the greater the likelihood of mishap. He had mentally braced himself for failure, and even if success was achieved, he would have been content with merely a low-grade Xinbing spirit pill. To his amazement, Zeng Qingfeng had not only succeeded on the first attempt, but had produced perfect quality pills in astonishing quantity. With such success rate and quality, Zeng Qingfeng undoubtedly eclipsed all alchemists of the same tier. Moreover, he was still quite young, indicating boundless potential for the future. Unbeknownst to him, Zeng Qingfeng's abilities had already surpassed his own, or he would surely have questioned the efficacy of his own cultivation over the past several centuries. Zeng Qingfeng remained humble, recognizing that these accomplishments were merely the norm for him. As a seventh-tier alchemist, he was aware that there were still 8th, 9th, Master, and Divine tiers above him. His journey was far from complete, and he felt no inclination to flaunt his achievements. Yet, he was oblivious to the fact that even Master-tier alchemists could not guarantee the production of perfect 5th-tier elixirs. "Brother Ouyang, please store the elixirs for now. We shall consume them for cultivation upon our return from the marshal's residence." "Understood. Dear Brother Zeng, I shall proceed to the court now and see if my sister-in-law requires any assistance." Ouyang Xiu felt a compelling urge to do something for Zeng Qingfeng and Wu Meier, as he found it impossible to express his gratitude otherwise. Zeng Qingfeng did not dissuade him, recognizing that loyalty was scarce in the court, and few dared to confront the chancellor directly. Thus, the pressure on Wu Meier was palpable. "Then I shall trouble Brother Ouyang to assist my wife as best you can. It is my duty. I will watch over you both. I shall take my leave now." Ouyang Xiu concluded with a respectful gesture before vanishing in an instant. He remained unaware that Zeng Qingfeng's strength had already surpassed his own. Otherwise, he would not have dared to propose safeguarding their couple's well-being. "This Brother Ouyang truly has a hasty temperament." Zeng Qingfeng chuckled softly before turning towards the imperial quarters. He certainly would not return to slumber. There were many tasks he needed to undertake to support Wu Meier. That moment, within the Grand Hall, Wu Meier's expression was somewhat grim. The Chancellor, Lu Shangrong, was pressing her relentlessly, displaying not a trace of respect. "Empress, regarding the allocation of provisions and military funds to the border, it would be prudent to issue a decree promptly. Without sufficient supplies, how can the soldiers withstand foreign threats? I require more time to consider this matter." Wu Meier replied, Her annoyance evident. Liu Shangrong referred to the military supplies allocated to Marshal Mu's forces in the north just 6 months prior, during which a substantial amount had already been dispatched. The armies to the east, west, and south had not requested such extensive provisions either. Furthermore, the national treasury was depleted, and she could not afford to supply the border with such resources. Agreeing would necessitate deductions from the supplies meant for the Imperial Guard, inevitably destabilizing their morale. If she refused, the Chancellor would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to escalate the pressure, leading the officials to continue their demands. As expected, Liu Shangrong, sensing her hesitation, stepped forward and insisted, "Empress, in matters of warfare, provisions must precede action. You may deliberate, but the enemy will not grant us the luxury of time. It is imperative to issue your command swiftly." Behind him, a throng of civil and military officials advanced, collectively urging, "We implore you, Your Majesty, to issue a decree post-haste." This was tantamount to a coup, inciting Wu Meier's ire. However, she could not simply execute all the officials. Just as she found herself in a bind, a resonant voice pierced the air, causing the officials to turn pale. "The Empress has requested time for consideration. Are you incapable of comprehending her words? Or do you intend to defy her command?" In the next moment, a figure materialized before the officials. Some among them possessed cultivation, particularly the military officers, who were taken aback by the imposing elder before them. The Chancellor's face turned ashen. He recognized Ouyang Xiu and quickly bowed. "Ouyang Gongfeng, I did not anticipate your presence here." Ouyang Xiu had served 3 generations of emperors, and his stature was undoubtedly formidable. However, he had also heard that Ouyang Xiu had long harbored intentions to leave Chang'an and would typically not heed Wu Meier's summons. Why had he suddenly appeared here? A sense of foreboding crept into the Chancellor's mind. Ouyang Xiu's unexpected arrival disrupted his prior plans. Indeed, Ouyang Xiu snorted coldly, "I have recently encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation, so I sought to venture out for some activity. Last night, I spoke with Meier and requested some tasks to keep my hands busy." Upon hearing this, Liu Shangrong and the other officials' expressions shifted dramatically. Was this esteemed elder, a master of the Dao realm, preparing to step into the fray and formally assist the Empress? Unsure of Ouyang Xiu's intentions, Liu Shangrong turned to Wu Meier and inquired, "Your Majesty, what is your stance on this?" Wu Meier, standing before the towering Ouyang Xiu, felt her confidence swell. "Did I not just say that I would consider the border affairs for a few days? If Marshal Mu cannot endure, it merely signifies his incompetence." "As you command." Liu Shangrong, upon hearing her words, could only retreat with a dark expression, the attempted coup thwarted by Ouyang Xiu's intervention. He and the other officials could only grit their teeth in silence. However, even in silence, Ouyang Xiu's mere presence demanded respect, preventing anyone from harboring ulterior motives. Seeing that there were no further matters to address, Wu Meier swiftly announced the adjournment of court. Once the officials had departed, leaving only the waiting Chang Rongxing, Wu Meier approached Ouyang Xiu and said, "Thank you, Brother Ouyang, for your assistance. Had you not arrived in time, I truly would not have known how to proceed." Had she acquiesced to the Chancellor's demands, the treasury would have suffered severe depletion, necessitating the diversion of funds from the Imperial Guard. Over time, this would undoubtedly lead to unrest within the military ranks. Should she impose higher taxes on the populace to replenish the treasury, it would incite discontent among the citizenry, resulting in societal turmoil. If rebellion were to arise at such a precarious moment, who among the Imperial Guard would still dedicate their loyalty to the Emperor? Thus, the Chancellor's schemes were exceedingly nefarious. He sought to drain the treasury, undermining Wu Meier's hold on both the military and the populace. Ouyang Xiu waved his hand dismissively. "We are all on the same side. Sister-in-law, there is no need for formality. Now, let us discuss the plans from yesterday." Chapter 014. The Dao Realm Master Zhang Zeng Qingfeng did not return to his quarters, but instead left the palace. It would be exceedingly difficult to bring the Marshal and the Chancellor to justice. If mishandled, the Chancellor might even rebel prematurely. He could not engage in a battle without assurance of victory. So he sought to meet a crucial figure, Zhang Tuobei. This 8th-tier master of the Dao realm bore a profound disdain for the court of the Tang dynasty, if it were anyone else. Persuading this eccentric old man would be nearly impossible. However, Zeng Qingfeng had maintained a relationship with him for decades and understood his temperament all too well. Although he could contend with the experts from the chancellor's residence, he preferred to keep his strength concealed unless absolutely necessary. He aimed to serve as the Tang dynasty's strongest and final trump card. Thus, unless he could recruit other formidable experts, he would not reveal his own prowess. Over the millennia, he had come to realize that the Tang dynasty was far less robust than it had been a millennium ago, with surrounding empires eyeing them covetously, boasting strong armies and numerous masters among their ranks. The endeavor to assist Wu Meier is indeed a formidable and enduring undertaking. One cannot proceed without retaining a few aces up one's sleeve. After departing from the imperial palace, he did not hastily venture to Shijier in search of Zhang Tuabe. Instead, he made his way to a wine cellar, where he skillfully persuaded the proprietor to part with several jars of the exquisite Marinzue. This exceptional wine is highly sought after, often unattainable for the average person. And the innkeeper is well aware of the principles of scarcity marketing, making it exceedingly difficult for most to procure even a single JA or IT. Was only after Zeng Qingfeng divulged several secrets of the innkeeper and revealed his identity as the emperor that he successfully acquired a few jars. Gaining knowledge of others' secrets granted him considerable leverage. Upon arriving at Shijie, Zeng Qingfeng entered a general store, where the owner was none other than his target, Zhang Tuabe. Zhang Tuabe was tall and imposing, yet his back bore a noticeable hunch, causing him to walk with a slight stoop. However, only Zeng Qingfeng understood that this hunch was a fade. Concealed beneath it was the ashes of his beloved. Indeed, upon first learning this, Zeng Qingfeng was taken aback, though he felt a deeper admiration for the man's unwavering devotion. While his love may be deemed somewhat distorted, the profound longing to have his beloved by his side at all times is a rarity among men. As Zeng Qingfeng entered, the seemingly murky gaze of Zhang Tuabe instantly brightened. Although he did not sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Zeng Qingfeng, he could discern that the latter possessed considerable strength. At that moment, the store was nearly empty, and Zhang Tuabe silently observed Zeng Qingfeng without uttering a word. Zeng Qingfeng offered a slight smile and, cupping his fists in greeting, said, "Master Zhang Tanshi, a pleasure to meet you. How do you know my name?" Zhang Tanshi exclaimed, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Zeng Qingfeng paid no heed to his wary gaze and provocatively continued to challenge his limits. "Carrying your beloved's ashes every day, does that not tire you? Being called hunchback without offering an explanation? Who exactly are you?" This time, Zhang Tanshi's eyes glinted with malice. If Zeng Qingfeng did not clarify his intentions, Zhang Tanshi would not hesitate to silence him. Unperturbed by Zhang Tanshi's murderous intent, Zeng Qingfeng remained composed. Having battled him countless times during the first stage of the Enlightenment realm, he had evolved from being utterly defenseless to being able to counterattack, ultimately even turning the tables. Now, having reached the pinnacle of the Enlightenment realm, he regarded Zhang Tanshi's threats with indifference. Seeing Zeng Qingfeng's calm demeanor, Zhang Tanshi closed the shop door with a swift motion and fixed his gaze upon Zeng Qingfeng, asking, "You are no ordinary person. Are you here to kill me?" "Certainly not." Zeng Qingfeng refrained from disclosing his purpose, instead opting to unveil Zhang Tanshi's secrets. "Years ago, your beloved was murdered, and you annihilated the corrupt officials responsible. Since then, you have carried her ashes for over a century. Such unwavering devotion would make most men blush with shame." "You seem to know quite a lot about me," Zhang Tanshi retorted, his aura swelling as he loomed over Zeng Qingfeng. Typically, when an ordinary person or someone of lesser strength fell under his imposing presence, they would become sluggish and falter in speech. Yet, Zeng Qingfeng remained unfazed. Speaking with calm assurance, "Let me be forthright. I have come today hoping you will lend your service to the Tang Empire and the Empress." "A farce, given your knowledge of my past. How could I possibly serve the Tang Empire?" Though surprised that Zeng Qingfeng remained unaffected by his aura, Zhang Tanshi could not forget that it was the officials of the Tang Empire who had caused his beloved's demise. He had no intention of serving a country responsible for her death. Were it not for Wu Meier's diligent efforts to govern effectively since ascending to power, he would have stormed the palace without hesitation. Zeng Qingfeng raised his hand, signaling for Zhang Tanshi to withhold his rejection. "Do not be hasty. First, it was not the imperial family that was responsible for your beloved's death, but rather the officials of the Tang Empire. Second, the Empress harbors a deep disdain for corrupt officials and wishes to rectify the bureaucracy. However, She is isolated and lacks the means to uproot the entrenched corruption. What does that have to do with me? Zhang Tanshi scoffed, stating, I remain in Chang'an simply to witness the downfall of the Tang Empire. Such words may deceive others, but I know you once harbored grand ambitions in your youth. Zeng Qingfeng stepped closer to Zhang Tanshi, continuing just as the latter was about to explode with rage. I am aware that you wish to establish a sect, but have yet to find a suitable location. With your abilities, the opportunity to ascend to immortality is not beyond reach. It is said that immortals possess many divine methods. Perhaps they could even revive your beloved. Immortals are not omnipotent. While I possess some talent, I am also self-aware. No one among humanity has attained immortality in a millennium. What merit do I possess to achieve such a feat? Moreover, my beloved has been deceased for many years. Her soul has likely already been reincarnated. Zeng Qingfeng chuckled, exuding his own aura as he spoke. If you lack confidence in yourself, then what makes you believe I have a chance of becoming an immortal? Peak enlightenment? Zhang Tanshi's expression shifted to one of terror. It was not merely Zeng Qingfeng's superior strength that shocked him, but also the realization of his age. Although a cultivator's age is often concealed by their appearance, many ancient beings maintain a youthful visage. Their approximate age can be sensed among cultivators, akin to measuring bone age. He was certain that Zeng Qingfeng could not be older than 30. A peak enlightenment cultivator under 30. What a remarkable phenomenon. Rumor had it that the Empress Wu Meier broke through to the first stage of the Emperor realm before 30, earning her the reputation of a once-in-a-millennium genius. Yet, he knew that Wu Meier's advantages stemmed not only from her talent, but also from the immense resources bequeathed to her by the former emperor and a pivotal moment of enlightenment from her master before his passing. The combination of these factors had fostered such a so-called genius. However, Zeng Qingfeng's stable aura and solid foundation revealed to him that he was undoubtedly no match, a prodigy. It turns out that such extraordinary talents do exist among humanity. Had he known that Zeng Qingfeng's aptitude was merely average, relying on exploiting loopholes and centuries of accumulation to barely break through to the first stage of the Enlightenment realm, ultimately advancing to the pinnacle through system tasks, he would not have been so astonished. Yet, he remained unaware of this reality. With Zeng Qingfeng's displayed talent and strength, if anyone were to become an immortal in the future, it would indeed be him. Yet, this was merely a possibility. Throughout the millennia, humanity had never lacked for gifted individuals, yet none had managed to reach that final step, highlighting the arduous nature of entering the immortal realm. Many prodigies lamented in their final moments, questioning the existence of immortal realms, celestial beings, and the very essence of immortality. Zeng Qingfeng smiled knowingly, aware that Zhang Tanshi's greatest regrets were twofold: the tragic death of his beloved and his inability to establish a sect to leave a legacy. Sensing Zhang Tanshi's wavering resolve, he seized the opportunity to stoke the flames further. Wu Meier is my wife. As long as you wholeheartedly assist her, I will do everything in my power to reunite you with your beloved. Even if your talent is extraordinary enough to become an immortal, by the time you achieve that, I may very well have passed away. Zhang Tanshi's tone revealed a distinct shift towards acquiescence. Zeng Qingfeng chuckled, replying, If I become an immortal, even the dead can be revived. What does it matter if you pass away? Even if I cannot bring you both back to life, arranging for you to experience a few lifetimes of reunion should not pose a challenge. Should it? Zhang Tanshi found himself at a loss for words, sensing something amiss. Zeng Qingfeng proactively articulated the unspoken thoughts. Of course, neither of us has ever attained immortality, nor have we encountered an immortal. It remains uncertain whether one can truly revive the deceased. However, since I have made you this promise, it carries a glimmer of hope. For the sake of your beloved, is it not worth taking a gamble? Yet, I harbor no fondness for the Tang Empire. Wait. Did you just say, Wu Meier is your wife? The Empress Wu Meier. You are the emperor? His mind buzzed as he finally pieced it all together. Zeng Qingfeng nodded, raising his hand to reveal 2 jars of fine wine on the table. I know you enjoy Maranzue. I specially procured a few jars as a token of our meeting. There is no rush to agree. Whenever you come to a decision, feel free to seek me out. He turned to leave, but after just a few paces, Zhang Tanshi called out, Wait! You even know that I enjoy Maranzue. It seems you have me at a disadvantage. I agree. Zeng Qingfeng turned back, catching a glimpse of the bittersweet smile on his face, and teasingly remarked, "You acquiesce so easily. Are you not concerned about being at our beck and call for the rest of your days?" "Ha." Zhang Tanshi shook his head with a wry smile, then looked up earnestly and declared, "Given the prowess and talent you have displayed, the assistance I can offer is likely something you could resolve on your own. To have me as your aide seems merely a desire to avoid direct involvement. Ultimately, as your strength increases, the Tang Empire will be unable to retain you, and my own abilities will be of little use. Therefore, I am only of value to you now. If I hesitate any longer, I may lose even the chance to follow in your wake. Just as you have said, while I still possess some utility, what harm is there in cultivating a good relationship with you in exchange for a future opportunity to reunite with my beloved?" His words rang true, and the ability to grasp so much in such a short time reflected his meticulous nature. Zeng Qingfeng appreciated such individuals. Once a person with deep feelings was won over, it would spare him many troubles. "Splendid. I shall accompany you for a few drinks, and then we can briefly discuss what assistance you require." Upon finishing his words, he produced a jar of Marinzue, deftly uncapped it, and raised the jar towards Zhang Tanji in a gesture of camaraderie. Zhang Tanji too opened a jar of wine, and the two clinked their vessels before tilting their heads back to indulge heartily. "Ah, what exquisite wine!" A look of rapture washed over Zhang Tanji's face, only to be followed by a hint of melancholia. In days gone by, Susu mentioned that her father had a particular fondness for Marinzue, suggesting I offer 2 jars as a bride price. Enough of that. It's been so long. There's no need to dwell on the past. Should there ever come a day when you two reunite, I shall gladly gift you 100 jars of Marinzue as a token of my support." Zeng Qingfeng jested, then took another hearty swig. Having consumed a significant portion of the wine, neither of the two was in danger of inebriation, yet they tacitly chose not to employ their powers to counteract the alcohol's effects. As the jar neared its end, both their faces bore a rosy hue, and their gazes became somewhat unfocused. It was then that Zhang Tanji mustered the courage to inquire, "Might I ask, Your Majesty, your current age?" "Age?" Zeng Qingfeng chuckled, bemused. He pondered and found himself uncertain of his own age. Throughout the eons of reincarnation, the knowledge he had acquired remained intact, yet his physical age had never progressed. He had realized this upon becoming a practitioner, yet the reason behind it had eluded him. With a shrug, he replied, "I suppose I would be considered 23. Despite his mental preparation, upon hearing Zeng Qingfeng's words, Zhang Tanji felt as though 2 centuries of his life had been squandered on a mere dog. "Your Majesty, you truly are a prodigy. With you in the Tang dynasty, a prosperous future is assured. You flatter me. Regardless of an individual's prowess, it is of little consequence in the future, when we are without outsiders. Do not refer to me as Your Majesty. Simply call me Brother Zeng. I shall rely on your formidable assistance. Brother Zhang, to devote myself fully to my cultivation. Rest assured, Your Majesty. You may focus entirely on your training, and should any troubles arise, do not hesitate to dispatch my sister-in-law, if I cannot resolve them. You may intervene at your leisure." Zhang Tanji had faith in Zeng Qingfeng's talents, and he fervently hoped that he could indeed take that pivotal step, for it would grant him the opportunity to reunite with his beloved. Though the chances were slim, he would willingly wager his life for the woman he cherished, for what was one more gamble of his remaining days. "Then it is settled. Indeed, it is settled." The two reached a consensus, and the tension between them dissipated. As their conversation progressed, Zhang Tanji discovered that Zeng Qingfeng's manner of discourse and topics were immensely to his liking. They conversed as if they were not strangers, but rather long-lost friends. An hour later, Zhang Tanji opened the door to the establishment, and Zeng Qingfeng emerged from within. By this point, they had grown familiar with one another, their bond flourishing. "Brother Zeng, do not stand on ceremony with me in the future. Even if it proves impossible for my wife and I to reunite, I remain willing to assist you." His words were sincere. After an hour's conversation with Zeng Qingfeng, he felt as though he had found a kindred spirit. After years of solitude, he never anticipated that he could engage so harmoniously with a young man in his 20s. Little did he know, Zeng Qingfeng was well aware that he and Zhang Tanji had been acquainted for decades. Initially, he had not been Zhang Tanji's match. It was only through countless failures that he had discovered the quickest way to forge a connection. though he later attained the ability to best Zhang Tongji. The old fellow was obstinate and proud, refusing to yield under any form of coercion, let alone divulge secrets. Thus, Zeng Qingfeng understood that Zhang Tongji's nature was such that if one treated him well, he would reciprocate even more, yet if one treated him poorly, he would repay with interest. The only approach that would work was a gentle one, never a harsh one. He patted Zhang Tongji's shoulder in a friendly manner, saying, "Brother Zhang, let us be off to the palace to meet my wife and elder Ouyang." Chapter 16. Enlightenment of the 9th grade. Upon returning to the imperial palace with Zhang Tongji, Zeng Qingfeng learned that Wu Meier was in the study discussing matters with Ouyang Xiu and Chang Rongsheng. The two hastened to the study, and soon they found themselves in the presence of the others. Wu Meier did not recognize Zhang Tongji, but Ouyang Xiu certainly did. Upon seeing Zhang Tongji, he was astounded, never expecting Zeng Qingfeng to succeed in inviting him. What surprised him even more was that Zhang Tongji was no longer hunched over. Following Zeng Qingfeng's advice, Zhang Tongji had placed his beloved's ashes within a storage ring. Since he would no longer be hunched, he was determined to assist Zeng Qingfeng and Wu Meier wholeheartedly. Upon realizing that Zhang Tongji was the third master of the Tao Enlightenment realm in Chang'an, Wu Meier was filled with excitement, her gaze towards Zeng Qingfeng becoming even more tender. This husband of hers was truly formidable. With the assistance of two masters of the Tao Enlightenment realm, they would fear no adversaries in the future. To express her camaraderie, she addressed Zhang Tongji as an equal. With Brother Zhang's addition, we can finally take action against the Prime Minister. Tomorrow, we shall implement our plan. Should the Prime Minister remain passive, the moment he stirs, Brother Zhang and Elder Ouyang can seize the opportunity to apprehend him. I stand ready to act at any moment, Zhang Tongji replied confidently. Believing he could hold off the Prime Minister's Tao Enlightenment Master single-handedly, especially with Ouyang Xiu's assistance. The group quickly deliberated the details of their actions before parting ways. Once everyone had left, Wu Meier leaped into Zeng Qingfeng's embrace, her voice tinged with emotion. "Husband, I never imagined you could rally two masters of the Tao Enlightenment realm. You truly are my lucky star. You flatter me. My wife, aiding you is my duty." No sooner had Zeng Qingfeng finished speaking than he heard the system prompt in his mind. Ding, task completed. Assist the Empress. Current progress, 2-100. Rewards being distributed. Having gathered two masters had only increased his progress by 1. Leaving Zeng Qingfeng somewhat speechless, he hoped that tomorrow's plan would unfold smoothly, granting him another opportunity for a reward. As he contemplated this, he suddenly recalled the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra he had drawn. Turning to Wu Meier and saying, "By the way, my dear, I once stumbled upon a cultivation manual. Since it is only suitable for women, I have kept it. Perhaps I should gift it to you today for your trial." With that, he retrieved the manual from his system inventory. Wu Meier initially harbored little expectation for the manual, believing her husband's gift could not surpass her ancestral teachings. However, as this was her husband's first gift, she accepted it and took a glance. Soon, her beautiful eyes widened, and her tone became animated. A heavenly grade cultivation manual. No, this is a divine grade manual. A divine grade manual could elevate anyone with even a shred of cultivation talent to the imperial realm. Given that she considered her own aptitude to be fair, her progress had stagnated since reaching the imperial realm. Now, with the divine grade manual in her possession, how could she contain her excitement? Zeng Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Regardless of its grade, my dear, what matters is that you can utilize it." Though his words carried a hint of envy, as he had yet to acquire a divine grade manual himself, the next moment, the system prompt echoed in his mind once more. Ding, task completed. Assist the Empress. Current progress, 3-100. Rewards being distributed. To his surprise, gifting a cultivation manual to Wu Meier counted as completing a task, which brought some balance to Zeng Qingfeng's feelings. Before he could check the rewards from the two tasks, he felt Wu Meier's hand slip into his collar. "Husband, you are truly wonderful." "Ahem, my dear, it is still daylight, and we are in the study." The following day, after rising, Zeng Qingfeng found that Wu Meier had once again left the palace. Concerned that the task might change, he hastily donned his clothing and ventured outside. Upon reaching the Great Hall, he discovered that the court had yet to adjourn. Using his divine sense, he sensed soldiers presenting evidence before the Prime Minister, Liu Shangrong, whose expression was grim. "Your Majesty, This is undoubtedly a frame-up. I am devoted to the Tang dynasty. How could I harbor any rebellious intentions? This letter, even if found in Marshal Mu's estate, could not possibly have been penned by me. Wu Meier, feeling confident, no longer retreated as she had in the past. Lu Shangrong, the commander Wang, led a group of soldiers to extinguish the fire and discovered it in front of the marshal's estate. Can this be fabricated? Regardless of the authorship of this letter, until the truth is uncovered, both you and the marshal shall cooperate with the investigation. Your Majesty, you are attempting to harm a loyal subject. Lu Shangrong abandoned all pretense, and without hesitation, he produced a communication talisman from his storage ring and swiftly dispatched a message. Just moments later, a thunderous voice reverberated throughout the palace. Foolish monarch, do you dare lay hands on my Lu family's people? In an instant, a figure materialized in the Great Hall, causing the civil and military officials to instinctively recoil in terror. It was the patriarch of the Lu family, rumored to be a nearly 1,000-year-old supernatural being. The patriarch had been instrumental in maintaining peace in Chang'an for many years. It was said that Lu Peng single-handedly eradicated several demonic factions, earning both strength and prestige that left many in awe. However, there were whispers that the Lu patriarch had ascended a century ago, and for nearly 100 years, he had seemingly vanished from sight. The appearance of the Lu patriarch today gave many officials, already inclined towards the prime minister, a sense of reassurance, and they unconsciously gravitated towards the prime minister's side. Except for a few neutral officials, most aligned themselves with Lu Shangrong. Wu Meier feigned panic, while inwardly she scoffed, "Prime Minister, what is your intent?" "What is my intent?" Lu Shangrong felt that today was an unparalleled opportunity. Now that matters had reached this point, he no longer wished to disguise himself. He approached Wu Meier step by step, articulating each word with precision. "Your Majesty, since your ascension, the common folk have suffered greatly, the borders are fraught with conflict, and the great Tang nation is engulfed in turmoil. If you are unable to fulfill the duties of an emperor, then allow me to take your place. You presume to have me at your mercy." Wu Meier's expression darkened, and a figure materialized beside her. It was Ouyang Xiao. Lu Shangrong's ancestor, Lu Peng, glanced at Ouyang Xiao with a cold scoff. "Ouyang, I never expected you to still be alive. You have repaid your debts to the Tang royal family. It would be wise for you to refrain from meddling in today's affairs." "You old fool. How could I bear to leave early? As long as I am here, no one shall lay a finger on Meier." "Is that so? With your mere 7th stage of enlightenment?" Lu Peng scoffed derisively, his tone dripping with contempt. At that moment, another figure appeared beside Wu Meier, and a voice resounded throughout the hall. "What if I were to join?" The newly arrived individual was none other than Zhang Tongji, an 8th stage enlightened master. Upon witnessing the two adept fighters, many officials shifted their feet, seeking distance from the chancellor. They were nothing but opportunists. Lu Shangrong and Lu Peng exchanged silent sneers, and without further ado, Lu Peng's aura surged, causing the countenances of all present to shift. 9th stage of enlightenment. Zhang Tongji gravely addressed Wu Meier. "Your Majesty, the situation is dire. This old man has reached the 9th stage. Though his energy is unstable, as if he has just broken through, the disparity between each realm beyond the imperial stage is vast. Even if we join forces, we can only barely hold him off. Not to mention those opportunists." Chapter 017. How many experts are there under normal circumstances? A 9th stage enlightened master could easily overpower two 8th stage counterparts, unless the latter possessed unique combat enhancements, such as advanced techniques or weaponry. However, although Zhang Tongji and Ouyang Xiao wielded heavenly tier techniques, Lu Peng's mental and martial arts were no less formidable. If it were merely a battle among the three, it would suffice. But Chancellor Lu Shangrong himself was an imperial stage master, capable of holding his own against Wu Meier. At this juncture, the officials' positions became crucial, for among the military officials were also two imperial stage masters. The assembly hesitated to act, their attention fixated on these officials. Clearly, they aimed to reveal their loyalties. The officials swiftly began to align themselves, with a significant portion rallying behind the chancellor. The remainder consisted of loyalists to the royal family and neutral parties, while the two military officials of imperial strength appeared hesitant. Observing this, Lu Peng coldly remarked, "The emperor is feeble and incompetent. You would do well to support my Lu family's interests, Should we ascend to the throne? We shall not treat you unjustly." Upon finishing, he bellowed, "Li Bin, come forth, no need to hide." At this proclamation, the expressions of all present shifted once more. Glancing around anxiously, a hearty laugh echoed throughout the hall, causing Zhang Tangji and Ouyang Xiu's faces to darken. "Brother Lu, what a fortunate coincidence. Who would have thought I would encounter such a thrilling affair today?" As the words fell, a middle-aged man appeared beside Lu Peng. Zhang Tangji, recognizing the man, solemnly communicated with Wu Meier and Ouyang Xiu. "This is not good. Another 8th stage enlightened master has arrived. I should hold them off while you two escape. Brothers, if the situation turns dire, do not worry about me. Just remember to take my husband." Wu Meier resolutely refused to retreat. As the Empress, if she could not safeguard the legacy of her late predecessor, it would be better to perish alongside the great Tang. The only concern was for her yet-to-be-wedded husband. While the three were engaged in hushed conversation, the two imperial stage military officials had already taken their positions behind the chancellor. The remaining officials' expressions fluctuated. The circumstances had become painfully clear. Wu Meier's side was at a disadvantage. Just as the remaining officials contemplated aligning with the chancellor, a deep voice reverberated through the hall. "Lu Peng, today I have finally caught you. 500 years ago, you slaughtered my entire family. Today, I shall seek vengeance." Upon hearing this, the attendees were momentarily stunned. Another enlightened master. Were 9th stage enlightened masters now as common as cabbages? Moreover, it was evident this individual bore an inexorable grudge against Lu Peng. The continuous shifts in circumstances rendered many officials hesitant to act rashly, cursing inwardly. Could they not emerge all at once? Did they not realize how troublesome and embarrassing it was to wander about? Meanwhile, Wu Meier, Zhang Tangji, and Ouyang Xiu felt a flicker of excitement. Though they could not discern the speaker's identity, an enemy of their enemy was indeed a friend. The arrival of a 9th stage ally had turned the tide of their recent misfortune, a testament to the great Tang's enduring fortune. Before anyone could react, a dark figure sped toward Lu Peng with blinding speed, leaving only a blur in its wake. As Lu Peng hastily defended himself. He was taken aback. "Liuguang Palm, how could you?" Bang! After just one exchange, Lu Peng was sent flying, crashing through the wall of the hall. Before he could hit the ground, the shadow swiftly pursued, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen and sending him crashing into the earth. He was utterly defenseless. The assailant was none other than Zeng Qingfeng, who had been observing from the shadows. In his earlier days as a 1st stage enlightened master, he had battled Zhang Tangji, Ouyang Xiu, and Lu Peng for over a decade. He had long since mastered their techniques and, from the outset, had been outmatched, but now he was effortlessly dominating them. Had he faced any other enlightened master, he might not have achieved such ease, particularly the recently arrived Li Bin. However, among the three in Chang'an, he could anticipate their every move and exploit their weaknesses. Thus, Zeng Qingfeng could easily handle them. He had previously been able to defeat them despite their levels, and now at the pinnacle of enlightenment, battling Lu Peng felt akin to a child's play. Were it not for the system restricting his further advancement, he could have effortlessly dispatched Lu Peng without even needing to approach him. This spectacle left all witnesses agape, including Zhang Tangji and Ouyang Xiu, who could hardly fathom that a 9th stage master would exhibit no capacity for resistance. As the attacker finally revealed himself, clad in black, with his face obscured, leaving only his eyes visible, Wu Meier, Zhang Tangji, and Ouyang Xiu regarded those familiar eyes with a sense of recognition, though they could not ascertain immediately. Exchanging glances, Zhang Tangji and Ouyang Xiu grasped the identity of the cloaked figure. The Emperor. They had not anticipated the Emperor's formidable power. Though he too was a peak enlightened master, he dealt with Lu Peng with such ease. With the Emperor's strength, he could contend with the Chancellor's entire faction, opting for discretion in revealing his identity, as he had his own plans. The two felt a profound sense of disparity and pressure. Should Zeng Qingfeng eliminate another enlightened master, there would be little left for them to accomplish. Let us act. Having comprehended the current situation, the two no longer hesitated, lunging toward Lu Peng's ally. The more formidable Zeng Qingfeng appeared, the more they wished to lend their support. Wait, a misunderstanding. I am not allied with Lu Peng. Li Bin, the 8th stage enlightened master, hastily clarified, unwilling to engage further. Seeking to fleet it was a fool's errand to confront an opponent who had just so easily dispatched Liu Peng. Had he known the Tang harbored so many enlightened masters, he would never have dared to come. Yet as he attempted to escape, Zeng Qingfeng blocked his path with a swift movement. Liu Guang Palm. This was Liu Peng's signature technique. Yet in Zeng Qingfeng's hands, it manifested even greater potency. Ouyang Xiao and Zhang Tanji followed suit, unleashing their own attacks, and the 8th stage Masterly Bin was pitifully obliterated by the 3. Zeng Qingfeng exchanged a knowing glance with the 2. Then proclaimed, "Now that my vendetta is avenged, I have no further ties. Let us depart." With that, he vanished without a trace, leaving Wu Meier lost in contemplation. Was it truly you? At this moment, the Chancellor's 2 pillars of support had crumbled, and the officials found themselves in a most awkward predicament, especially the 2 Imperial Stage military leaders behind the Chancellor, with the 9th and 8th Stage Masters dispatched in an instant. Would the 2 Imperial figures survive? Resistance or flight would both be laughable. In a flash of inspiration, they simultaneously turned their attention toward the Chancellor. This was their sole opportunity to atone for their transgressions. The Chancellor, utterly flabbergasted, had never anticipated an ambush from behind. By the time he reacted, it was too late to defend himself. He was struck by 2 palms, and the next moment, he violently spat blood. Collapsing to the ground, the 2 Imperial Stage military officials, seizing the moment, pressed the fallen Chancellor to the earth and promptly knelt, declaring, "We report to your Majesty, the Chancellor Liu Shangrong has attempted treason and has been apprehended by us. We await your orders for his punishment." Chapter 018. A desire for an heir. Though the 2 imperial officials had found a means to redeem themselves, the assembly of civil officials lamented in their hearts. They had not anticipated that Chancellor Liu Shangrong's treasonous plot would be so effortlessly thwarted. Earlier, as they had aligned themselves, ultimately choosing the Chancellor's side, Wu Meier had observed it all, and it was only natural for her to hold them accountable later. Left with no choice, they could only kneel, pleading for mercy. They clung to the hope that the law would not punish the masses. For the great Tang could not afford to let the court become paralyzed. Wu Meier surveyed the officials groveling on the ground, memorizing the faces of those who had once wavered, and maintaining an appearance of magnanimity. She declared, "Chancellor Liu Shangrong held dominion over all. You cannot bear the full blame. Those who were misled by him shall have their positions collectively demoted by 2 ranks, and their salaries halved as a form of punishment." Upon hearing the moderate punishment, the officials collectively exhaled in relief and promptly knelt, uttering, "Thank you for your graciousness." After Zeng Qingfeng had vanquished 2 formidable opponents, he did not linger for long and swiftly returned to his quarters. In his haste, he had yet to partake in the lottery. After all, he had completed 2 tasks assisting the Empress the previous day. However, when he glanced at the task interface, he was taken aback. It now displayed, "Ding. Task completed. Assist the Empress. Current progress. For 100, rewards have been issued." When had he accomplished the 3rd task? Curiosity piqued, yet the process mattered little. He was solely concerned with the outcome. He immediately turned his attention to his inventory. Within it lay an exquisite alchemy furnace, and upon inspection, he received the following information. 4 symbols alchemy furnace. Heaven tier superior, capable of refining master-level elixirs, increases success rate of any elixir by 15, and enhances the chance of perfect-grade elixirs by 20. Seeing this reward, Zeng Qingfeng was elated. He had not anticipated that the first item would please him so greatly. Although he had acquired a decent alchemy furnace from Ding Yi, it could only refine up to 7th-tier elixirs, requiring meticulous care that hardly suited his status. Now, with the 4 symbols alchemy furnace, the process of refining elixirs would be far more effortless. He then examined the other items. Lucky Charms X5, upon use, can enhance luck for the duration of an incense stick, stackable. To his surprise, such items existed. They could be utilized in perilous situations or when relying on chance. Next, he looked at the 3rd item, Random Skill Level 1. Would you like to use it? There was no hesitation. He promptly selected use. The next moment, the system chimed, "Ding, Medicine Skill Level 1. He checked his skill interface, finding his medicine skill had ascended from master level to grandmaster level. The enhancement of his secondary skills was of little concern to him. He focused on the final item, Lottery Ticket X3. This should be awarded for each hidden task completed. He inwardly cursed the system for its stinginess before opening the lottery interface. 3 consecutive draws. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained the divine artifact Xinyuan Sword. Ding, congratulations, you have acquired the divine level technique, Heavenly Demon Disintegration. Ding, congratulations, you have received the divine level technique, Heart of Tao, Seed of Demon. The acquisition of 3 divine items alleviated Zeng Qingfeng's previous frustration regarding the scant number of draws. He eagerly examined the introductions of the 3 items. Xinyuan Sword, divine artifact, can change size. Possesses a spirit, automatically attacks and pursues enemies from 1,000 miles away once bound to a master. Heavenly Demon Disintegration, divine level top-tier technique from the demon realm, consisting of 9 layers, greatly enhances both primordial spirit and physical strength, allowing for rebirth even after severed limbs. Upon reaching the highest layer, revival is possible with merely a wisp of residual soul or a drop of essence blood. Heart of Tao, Seed of Demon, divine level premier puppet technique from the demon realm, once planted with a seed of demon essence. The target cannot defy your will, with their life and death entirely under your control. Usable only against those weaker than oneself, and the target cannot resist with divine awareness. Upon witnessing these 3 treasures, Zeng Qingfeng's spirit soared. He promptly refined the Xinyuan Sword and began to learn the 2 techniques. Although the system did not bestow him with enlightenment for the techniques, his enhanced aptitude allowed the Heavenly Demon Disintegration technique to immediately advance to the 3rd layer. While Heart of Tao, Seed of Demon rose to intermediate level, he could now sense a significant enhancement in both his physical and mental faculties. Even if a few fingers were severed, they would rapidly regenerate. Moreover, unless inflicted with a fatal wound, his blood would not easily flow. This technique was indeed extraordinary. He could control his blood to such an extent, he could envelop his divine awareness within each drop of essence blood, enabling a plethora of possibilities. For instance, deliberately leaving a drop of essence blood covered with divine awareness on another person could transform it into a rudimentary talisman. Once he reached the 5th layer, the talismans crafted from his essence blood could entirely manifest a duplicate of himself, with power approximating 10% of his own. However, the limitation was that he could not exceed 3. Otherwise, he could create thousands of clones. Although his mental strength was formidable, dispersing it too widely would hinder his cultivation. Yet, as this technique belonged to the demon race, it should not be carelessly revealed unless absolutely necessary. Especially the Heart of Tao, Seed of Demon, this technique must remain concealed from those so-called righteous individuals outside. Regardless, being a divine-level technique, one served for self-preservation while the other for control over others, he was thoroughly pleased with this lottery draw. Just as he prepared to continue his cultivation, aspiring to elevate the Heavenly Demon Disintegration to the 5th layer, Wu Meier entered the room. "Husband, my lady, you have returned. Was everything smooth?" Zeng Qingfeng could only rise from the bed. Feigning ignorance, Wu Meier gazed into his eyes and spoke. The situation today was quite complex. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of a mysterious expert, the throne might have changed hands. "Oh, my lady, please elaborate. What transpired? Has that mysterious expert been identified?" Zeng Qingfeng blinked innocently. Wu Meier scrutinized him closely, and after a lengthy silence, she said, "Husband, do you truly not know?" "What do I know?" Zeng Qingfeng feigned ignorance again. But Wu Meier, slightly exasperated, retorted, "Husband, please stop pretending. I should have anticipated Zhang Tangji and Ouying Xiu's stance towards you. That black-clad expert today was you, was it not? Though you altered your voice, your physique could not deceive anyone." Cough. Cough. Zeng Qingfeng attempted to mask his identity further, yet Wu Meier raised her hand, saying, "No need for explanations, husband. If you prefer not to speak, then do not. I shall not press you. You must be weary from today's events. I have instructed others to prepare some spirit porridge. Later, I wish to share a few cups with you." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled enticingly, causing Zeng Qingfeng to shiver involuntarily. This woman was undeniably astute. Having already guessed, Zeng Qingfeng had no intention of hiding the truth. However, as his lady seemed disinterested, he refrained from clarification, which could be construed as tacit acceptance. "My lady, what are your plans moving forward?" Once the meal was served, the two sat across from each other, and Zeng Qingfeng began to inquire whether Wu Meier intended to rectify the court's affairs and reclaim authority. Yet her forthcoming words caused him to spit out his drink. "Husband, I wish for a son." Chapter 19. The Three Princesses of Persia. Early the next morning, Zeng Qingfeng awoke to find Wu Meier absent, as usual. The previous night had been so wild that he could scarcely recall how they returned to the palace. Feeling utterly drained, he could only chuckle bitterly. He had not expected Wu Meier to take the initiative so fiercely, leaving even a seasoned pinnacle of enlightenment like himself feeling overwhelmed. After donning his attire, he habitually checked the system interface, discovering a new task available for acceptance. Main quest: intercept Princess Tyrese of the Western regions. Quest description: Princess Tyrese of Persia has colluded with officials of the Tang dynasty, stealing vast amounts of intelligence and cultural treasures. Capture Tyrese and return her to the palace for the Empress's judgment. Quest reward: lottery draws X2. This task appeared exceedingly simple for Zeng Qingfeng, while the rewards were rather generous. Each lottery draw yielded valuable items, yet the number of draws could only be increased through task completion. He surmised that a system error had caused him to be reborn after countless years. Otherwise, had he just crossed over, even if he had infiltrated the palace and met Wu Meier, his strength would have been insufficient. Tyrese was protected by a formidable expert of imperial realm strength. If he lacked power, he would have no choice but to avoid that expert while attempting to apprehend Tyrese. Having reincarnated for millennia, his strength had far surpassed the difficulties of earlier tasks, which could be considered a form of compensation from the system for his prolonged cycle. The previous completion of several main quests had served as the finest reward. Since the task was straightforward and the reward satisfactory, he immediately rose to head outside. With his prowess, as long as Tyrese remained in Chang'an, he would soon locate her. Wu Meier would manage the affairs of the Chancellor, and she would undoubtedly be quite busy in the coming days. Armed with the list provided by Zeng Qingfeng, Wu Meier would efficiently address the officials' matters. Although this restructuring might leave the court a bit shaken, it would undoubtedly rejuvenate it, yielding many loyal ministers. Upon leaving the palace, he observed soldiers bustling about outside, some conducting raids, while others apprehended officials. Many claimed to be demoted, but those closely associated with the Chancellor were directly dismissed or even captured. In recent days, numerous officials and merchants had been living in trepidation. Fully aware that with the Chancellor's downfall, many factions within the imperial city would be realigned, Zeng Qingfeng paid no heed to the soldiers scurrying about. As he passed by the Chancellor's residence, he curiously peered from the crowd. Many were engaged in animated discussions. The Chancellor has wielded considerable power for years. The various rare treasures confiscated from his residence have filled over 100 carts. Truly wealth rivaling a nation. Hey, my daughter serves as a palace maid in the imperial city. She had mentioned before that the royal family is rather short of funds. The treasury has long been depleted, and it appears the Chancellor has hoarded all the wealth. Have you heard? The Chancellor's ancestor, a master of the Enlightenment realm, along with a peer of similar strength, attempted a coup and was swiftly annihilated. It seems the royal family harbors formidable hidden power. Indeed, once this news spreads, the neighboring empires will likely temper their ambitions, and we may enjoy a period of peace. Peace? Don't get your hopes up. I've heard that surrounding nations are eyeing our Tang dynasty with covetous intent. Although there are experts within the imperial city now, our vulnerabilities have been exposed. Should they strike again, they will surely come prepared. I hope that the royal city still has some hidden cards to play, and perhaps some concealed masters yet to reveal themselves. Upon hearing this, Zeng Qingfeng lost interest in listening further. It was quite normal for the Prime Minister's residence to be raided, and it could also alleviate the strain on the national treasury. The officials implicated were hardly spotless, and their downfall would significantly enrich the state coffers. He was solely focused on completing his system task, enhancing his own strength while also assisting Wu Meier. The power of the Enlightenment realm was formidable. Even at the first tier, one's spiritual awareness could encompass a radius of approximately 1,000 zhang. Zeng Qingfeng's spiritual awareness extended even further, reaching 5,000 zhang. As long as he had a general idea of Talise's location, he could swiftly locate her. At the entrance of the Honglu Temple, Talise and her attendants were bidding farewell to Lord He. Thoroughly satisfied with the hospitality they had received over the past few days, several special envoys, I must return to my duties, so I shall not see you off any further. No need to see me off. Lord He, should you have the opportunity to visit Persia, I will ensure you are well entertained as a token of my gratitude for your kindness during these days." Talisi clasped her fists in farewell and prepared to leave with her attendants. Zeng Qingfeng quickly approached to intercept them, and upon seeing Talisi, he couldn't help but reminisce about past experiences training this woman. With a cheerful smile, he said, "Princess Talisi, do not be in such a hurry to depart. Our Empress has asked me to invite you to the palace for another visit." "What, Princess? I do not comprehend what you speak of. Who are you?" Talisi's expression was clearly one of alarm. Zeng Qingfeng, still smiling, responded, "Do not pretend. You are the third princess of the King of Persia. I presume your visit to our Tang dynasty has been quite fruitful. Come with me to the palace and share what you have gained." "Do not speak nonsense. I am not a princess, nor do I know anything about what you claim I have gained." After saying this, she signaled to the man behind her, a bald giant adorned with large earrings, who stepped forward and struck at Zeng Qingfeng with a palm. Zeng Qingfeng remained motionless, his smile unwavering, and only when the giant's hand was nearly upon his chest did he spring into action. With a resounding thud, his fist struck first, sending the giant flying, utterly defenseless. "Elder Wuxi!" Talisi exclaimed in shock, realizing that even a peak master of the imperial realm like Elder Wuxi was no match for Zeng Qingfeng. It was evident that Zeng Qingfeng was indeed of the Enlightenment realm. Under normal circumstances, encountering such a young and powerful man would have prompted her to employ her charm to entice him, hoping to recruit a talent for Persia. However, it was clear that Zeng Qingfeng was here to cause trouble. Although she felt a tinge of panic, she still wished to test her charms. "Sir, there is no need for such rudeness. Look what you've done to our elder Wuxi. I care not for your Wuxi or your screws. Cease your charms and come with me quietly," Zeng Qingfeng declared, swiftly restraining Talisi and her two subordinates, rendering them temporarily powerless. Lord He, visibly alarmed, inquired, "May I ask who you are?" Despite having to attend court that morning, he had not recognized Zeng Qingfeng, who had concealed his form and voice during his previous appearance. "I am Zeng Qingfeng, the husband of the Empress. Lord He, reflect carefully on whether you have been used by the Persian princess these past 2 days, and be prepared to confess at court tomorrow." Zeng Qingfeng had no qualms about invoking his wife's title. He then gestured to Talisi, "Princess, come with me. If you do not behave, do not say I lack compassion. Humph! If I must go, then I shall. Since you know I am the Princess of Persia, do you truly believe you dare lay hands on me?" Upon seeing Elder Wuxi rising, Talisi followed Zeng Qingfeng towards the palace. Lord He, watching their retreating figures, was drenched in sweat. Over the past few days, Talisi had indeed posed numerous inquiries, and he initially thought the Persians were merely curious about the customs of the Tang dynasty. Alas! If the Persian princess truly harbored suspicions of espionage, he could be implicated for negligence and leaking state secrets. Such matters could be grave or trivial, depending on the Empress's mood. His mind raced as he swiftly made a decision. Chapter 20. The assassination of Nanzhao. Zeng Qingfeng returned to the palace with Talisi and her entourage, where Wu Meier had already concluded her court session. Upon seeing Talisi and her companions, Wu Meier recalled Zeng Qingfeng's earlier remark about Talisi being a Persian princess. Amidst resolving the Prime Minister's affairs, she had nearly forgotten about this matter. The more she observed Zeng Qingfeng, the more she appreciated him. Such a meticulous and capable husband truly alleviated much of her burden. "My husband, you have worked hard. It is only fitting that I assist my wife. I have subdued them. You may interrogate them thoroughly to uncover the truth," Zeng Qingfeng replied. Having received the prompt indicating the task's completion, he transmitted a few instructions to Wu Meier before heading towards their chambers. He trusted that his wife would handle the matter of the spies adeptly. As for national affairs, he felt ill-equipped, preferring to manage the underlying issues on her behalf. Upon entering their chambers, Zeng Qingfeng immediately checked the lottery interface, and indeed, he had gained 2 lottery tickets. Without hesitation, he drew from the pool. The rewards materialized swiftly. Ding! "Congratulations, you have obtained the blood-sucking sword, divine grade." Blood-sucking sword automatically siphons blood upon striking an enemy, infused with magical energy. Requires formidable spiritual strength to wield. Insufficient spiritual strength may lead to backlash from the sword. When combined with magical abilities, its power increases by 20. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Lifespan Fruit X10. Lifespan Fruit. can be refined into an elixir of immortality. Each fruit consumed adds 20 years to lifespan, with diminishing returns for subsequent fruits, half for the second, again half for the third, and no further increase after the fourth. Upon seeing these two items, Zeng Qingfeng felt somewhat speechless. The lifespan fruit was one thing, but to have drawn a demonic sword as well, coupled with the two magical abilities he had previously acquired, it seemed the system was steering him towards the dark path. Nevertheless, the potential to enhance his attack power by 20 with demonic abilities could prove useful against formidable foes. The notion of being drawn into darkness did not concern him. Throughout countless cycles of reincarnation, he had committed acts devoid of morality or principle, rendering notions of right and wrong meaningless in his eyes. He operated on instinct, unconcerned with the propriety of his methods. Noticing that it was still early, he initially intended to use the four elements alchemy furnace to refine the elixir of immortality. But sensing Wu Meier's impending arrival through his spiritual awareness, he had to abandon that plan. After a brief wait at the table, Wu Meier entered their chambers. Upon seeing Zeng Qingfeng sipping tea at the table, she swiftly approached and settled beside him, resting her head against his chest, saying, "My husband," with the prime minister now captured and a multitude of implicated officials facing confiscation, the wealth discovered in these corrupt officials' homes will sustain our Tang dynasty for a decade. It is truly astounding how these corrupt officials amass their fortunes. I owe you much gratitude these past few days. I had felt overwhelmed. There is no need for such formalities, my wife. Zeng Qingfeng reassured her. Noticing the peculiar look in Wu Meier's eyes, he quickly cleared his throat and said, "Ahem. Why do you look at me so? I have been somewhat fatigued these past couple of days. Let us retire early tonight." Wu Meier giggled. "Why are you so anxious, my husband? I understand you've had a trying few days, so I shall grant you reprieve tonight. This." She paused before continuing, "My husband, I wish to say that for both your sake and that of the Tang dynasty, I wish to bear a child. I have already arranged the wedding. We shall officially wed in 3 days. Let the wedding be simple. As for children," Zeng Qingfeng's mind drifted at the mention of children. Throughout his millennia of reincarnation, his greatest feeling had been loneliness, and he had often contemplated finding a woman to marry and raise a multitude of children once he emerged from the cycle. He had experienced the beauty of many women, so he had considered that, should he be freed from reincarnation, he might even marry a more ordinary woman. Yet, upon emerging from the cycle, he found himself in this deepening relationship with Wu Meier. Rather than the system's hidden tasks binding him to her, it was more accurate to say he had long harbored thoughts of family. Now, suddenly hearing Wu Meier express her desire to bear him a child, he felt as if he were still lost in the cycle, failing to awaken. "Why, husband? My husband?" Wu Meier called out, unable to contain herself when he did not respond. "My apologies. I was lost in thought. It is nothing. If you are not prepared, I shall simply refine the child away." Wu Meier's gaze dimmed slightly, yet her face maintained a semblance of indifference. Zeng Qingfeng understood his wife's intentions well. As a practitioner, she could control the timing of childbirth. If she wished to avoid conception, she could simply refine the seed after each union. Over the past few days, Wu Meier had been pressing him, seemingly without intent to refine. From her somewhat reluctant expression, Zeng Qingfeng grasped that she indeed desired a child. He quickly embraced Wu Meier, saying, "What are you saying? I was merely overwhelmed with excitement and did not know how to respond. Am I truly to become a father? Do you genuinely wish for a child, my husband?" Wu Meier, fearing that Zeng Qingfeng was merely feigning happiness, could not help but ask again. Zeng Qingfeng met her gaze with utmost seriousness and nodded. "Of course I wish for one. However, my wife, as the Empress, will carrying a child hinder your duties? Rest assured, my husband. I have you by my side." Wu Meier replied shyly, burying her head in Zeng Qingfeng's chest. Zeng Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, but soon a surge of ambition welled up within him, and he declared with great authority, "Indeed, my lady, rest assured in your childbirth. As long as I am in the Great Tang, no harm shall befall you. I believe in you." The next day arrived, and after Zeng Qingfeng rose from his slumber, Wu Meier set out for court once more. Feeling a pang of concern for his wife, he resolved to suggest that she attend court a bit later upon her return. Stepping out of his chamber, he observed numerous palace maids and eunuchs busily preparing the surroundings, with vibrant red lanterns and silks adorning many prominent areas. The atmosphere was suffused with festivity, and as the palace staff caught sight of him, they immediately bowed respectfully, exclaiming, Long live the emperor. Zeng Qingfeng merely nodded slightly, about to speak, when he heard the system notification. Ding. Main quest, Assassins from Nanzhao. Quest description. The Kingdom of Nanzhao has dispatched a peak Taoist master to assassinate the Empress Wu Meier. Prepare to repel this formidable foe and protect the Empress for 12 hours. Quest reward, maximum level for array techniques, 1 lottery chance. Upon hearing this system task, Zeng Qingfeng nearly burst into laughter. Although the adversary possessed strength comparable to his own, they were on the territory of the Great Tang. And with prior knowledge of his impending actions, he was confident in his ability to deal with this enemy. Had it not been for being trapped for millennia, which elevated his strength to the peak of the Taoist realm, he would have struggled to protect the Empress even for 2 hours, let alone 12. For the sake of prudence, he decided to make additional preparations and contemplated as he walked towards the rear garden. The palace harbored numerous secrets, and assisting Wu Meier required more than merely dealing with corrupt officials and treacherous ministers. He needed to enhance the palace's array level. Currently, it stood at the 8th tier, capable of withstanding the attacks of an average Taoist master for about an hour. However, if faced with a group of Taoist masters or an adversary of superior strength, this array would prove inadequate. Although his proficiency in array techniques had not yet reached its zenith, he aimed to elevate it to the 9th tier. Chapter 021. The 4 array offerings despite the royal city's array level being only at the 8th tier. Zeng Qingfeng had dedicated over a century to studying array techniques and had thoroughly analyzed the protective array of the royal city. His expertise had reached the 9th tier. Previously, due to time constraints, he had not had the opportunity to set it up. Today, with ample time and readily available materials, he would still require 2 to 3 days to complete the arrangement. Although this time frame was not excessively long, the main quest would not wait for him. Thus, he decided to enlist several assistants. The palace was vast, and within the harem lay a cluster of palaces housing various offerings. These offerings were not necessarily individuals of high strength like Ouyang Xiu. They could also possess other skills, such as alchemists, weaponsmiths, and array masters. What he sought now were a few array masters among the palace offerings. The most powerful among them was a 7th-tier array master. While his array arrangement skills were lacking, he was still capable of maintaining the royal city's array to a certain degree. In Zeng Qingfeng's view, these individuals were largely of the type that lived off their positions, and he had previously held them in contempt. However, today he needed their assistance to set up the array, and with their help, he was confident he could elevate the royal city's array to the 9th tier within a day. Arriving before a small building, he found several elderly individuals leisurely engaged in a game of chess. As Zeng Qingfeng approached, they remained oblivious to his presence. Ahem. Zeng Qingfeng cleared his throat a few times, prompting the elders to pause their game and look his way. Who are you? Do you not know this is where the offerings reside? One elderly man with graying hair scrutinized Zeng Qingfeng, unable to suppress his remark upon noticing the unfamiliar face. The other 3 elders regarded him with a hint of disdain. Their expressions somewhat haughty. Zeng Qingfeng smiled slightly and, unfazed, addressed the 4 elders. Pandefa, 5th-tier array master, has served as an offering in the Great Tang for 30 years, embezzling countless materials worth approximately 400,000 low-grade spirit stones. Wu Mingqi, 7th-tier array master, has served for 90 years without any improvement in strength, yet he is quite adept at corruption, having embezzled over 10 million low-grade spirit stones. With each name he uttered, one of the offerings turned pale. Before he could finish, all 4 elders erupted, rising to their feet and pointing at him in outrage. Where do you come from, you wild brat? Do not speak such baseless slander. Indeed, we have meticulously accounted for all materials we use. How could we possibly embezzle? If you were sent by the Empress, she would not tolerate us. We could simply leave. Brothers, let us go seek the Empress for justice. Let us go. The 4 of them spoke, genuinely intending to make their way to the main hall. Zeng Qingfeng reached out to stop them, his smile unwavering. What now? Are you embarrassed and furious because I've hit the nail on the head? It just so happens that court is still in session, and the Empress is investigating official corruption. If you truly wish to confront her, I shall accompany you. Who, exactly, are you? The highest ranking among them. Wu Mingqi regained his composure, noticing Zeng Qingfeng's distinguished demeanor and his calmness in facing their ire. Most critically, what he had said was undeniably accurate. Without sufficient intelligence capabilities, how could he have uncovered so much? He had lost track of the materials he had embezzled or the bribes he had accepted over the years, but upon reflection, they aligned closely with Zeng Qingfeng's claims. Terrifying. This man had come prepared. Zeng Qingfeng regarded the four with an air of indifference and stated matter-of-factly, "Wu Meier is my wife. We shall be wed in 3 days, no, 2 days hence." "You are the emperor?" The four were taken aback, realizing that the emperor's status was nearly equivalent to that of the empress. Furthermore, what he had just said was evidently true, as he possessed ample evidence. Should they pursue the matter with the empress? It would be tantamount to courting disaster. Even if Zeng Qingfeng were to slander them, the empress would undoubtedly side with her husband, especially since he spoke the truth. "Emperor, spare us. I was foolish before." Wu Mingqi, having lived many years, immediately knelt, conceding if Zeng Qingfeng had come to demand accountability, he would not have approached them directly. He could simply issue a command for them to be apprehended. The other three, witnessing their leader's capitulation, promptly knelt and begged for mercy. Zeng Qingfeng nodded in satisfaction, stating, "I can overlook your past misdeeds for now. Today, I need some materials to reinforce the array. You shall assist me diligently. If you perform well, I shall forgive your previous transgressions. However, from now on, do not let me catch you engaging in similar behavior again, or I will not be able to save you." The four, relieved, quickly bowed their heads in agreement. "Rest assured, Emperor. We will certainly obey your commands." Zeng Qingfeng waved his hand, sweeping the chessboard aside, and swiftly wrote down a list of materials using paper and ink from his storage ring. Once finished, he handed it to Wu Mingqi, saying, "Some of these materials are in the national treasury, while others are in your possession. I hope you will not attempt any tricks." The four glanced at the list, and their faces darkened. Many of the materials Zeng Qingfeng had recorded were indeed in their possession, but the precious items required for the 9th-tier array would cause them some discomfort to part with. Nonetheless, when faced with the prospect of being held accountable, they could only begrudgingly express their gratitude. "Thank you, Emperor. Rest assured, we shall prepare everything promptly." Years of hoarding had been nearly swept clean by Zeng Qingfeng's list. Yet, they dared not voice their grievances and could only accept their fate, considering it a means of redeeming themselves. Zeng Qingfeng leisurely took a seat at a stone table while the four began collecting the materials. In the span of 2 incense sticks, they returned with several storage rings for him to inspect. After a brief examination, Zeng Qingfeng nodded in approval, stating, "Not bad. Now, let us proceed to examine the array. And I shall instruct you on how to assist me." The entire Royal City's array had a core area, pivotal for controlling the operation of the entire array. This area was typically heavily guarded. But the 4 array offerings were qualified for entry. Once the soldiers recognized Zeng Qingfeng's identity, they dared not impede him, allowing them to access the core location of the array without hindrance. In the main hall, Wu Meier announced the end of court, having appointed numerous officials that day. With the wedding date approaching, she felt somewhat fatigued. Once everyone had departed, she stood and promptly returned to her chambers. Noticing Zeng Qingfeng's absence, she commanded someone to inquire about the emperor's whereabouts. Since Zeng Qingfeng had not concealed his location, it quickly became known that he had gone to meet with the offerings. Remembering how her husband had previously subdued Ouying Xiu and persuaded Zhang Tanshi, she began to speculate, "This husband of mine has been secretly assisting me all along." She intended to seek out Zeng Qingfeng, but reconsidered, fearing she might disrupt his plans, and thus decided to send everyone away. Sitting on her bed, she suddenly recalled the cultivation method Zeng Qingfeng had gifted her. She had been too busy the past couple of days to practice. Why not take this opportunity to cultivate a bit while my husband is not yet back? With this thought, she promptly sat cross-legged on the bed and began to circulate the cultivation method. After completing just 1 cycle, the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards her chamber with incredible intensity. Chapter 022. The Emperor is quite mysterious. Wu Meier felt the shift in her surroundings. Momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that this divine cultivation technique would be so powerful. Merely circulating it for 1 cycle caused the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to converge towards her. The cultivation gained from just 1 cycle surpassed what she had achieved in over 10 days of practice. Remarkable. As a renowned empress, her duties had often kept her too occupied to dedicate much time to cultivating. and her strength had only barely reached the first tier of the Emperor realm due to various circumstances. But now, with the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, her cultivation speed was so rapid that a single night of practice could yield results equivalent to more than a month's worth of effort. She possessed exceptional talent from the outset. With merely a day of cultivation, her abilities could ascend by a tier. Upon realizing the formidable prowess of the divine-level martial arts, she felt an invigorating jolt of spirit and resumed her training. In the Fenyuan County of the Great Tang Kingdom, within a quaint manor, several figures clad in black knelt before an elderly man, whose skin was darkened, frame thin, and somewhat stooped. In his hand, he wielded a serpent-shaped cane. Intricately carved and menacing, exuding an aura that sent shivers down the spine. The old man spoke in a low, grave tone. I never anticipated that El Shangrong would fail in his coup. This worthless fool's only utility was to unearth the true strength of the Great Tang Imperial Palace. 3 late-stage Enlightenment Realm Masters are indeed a formidable challenge for an ordinary person. He paused momentarily before continuing. Fortunately, our leader has bestowed upon me a top-grade 7th-tier Fury Pill. Should I encounter those 3 late-stage masters, I could elevate my strength to the Nirvana realm. Once I eliminate the Empress, the Great Tang will be left without a successor, and we can seize the opportunity to strike, potentially doubling our territory. One of the kneeling, black-clad figures flattered, National Master. If we succeed in assassinating the Empress Wu Meier, the entirety of the Great Tang will belong to our Nanzhao Kingdom, won't it? What do you know? The National Master scoffed, then explained to the others. Surrounding the Great Tang are over a dozen nations, several of which are quite powerful, all eyeing the Great Tang hungrily. Upon the Empress's death, we will not be the only ones to attack. They will surely not lag behind at that moment. The entire Great Tang will be divided. If we manage to expand our territory by half, it would be a remarkable feat. To consume it all is but a pipe dream. Truly, the National Master possesses profound foresight. You are indeed the spiritual leader of our Nanzhao Kingdom. The black-clad figures continued their flattery, eliciting a satisfied smile from the National Master, though he humbly remarked, "These are merely my duties. The Great Tang Imperial Palace's array is only of the 8th tier. It poses no significant hindrance to me. Let us depart immediately and execute our plan. Tonight, at the hour of the rat, you will set fire to the palace to draw the attention of the Imperial experts, while I take the opportunity to locate and eliminate Wu Meier. Should I succeed, I will signal our retreat." Understood. Within the palace, Zeng Qingfeng clapped his hands, exclaiming, "At last, it is done. I never anticipated the results to surpass our expectations." The 4, Wu Mingqi and his companions, gazed at him with adoration as they observed the recently perfected array. Sincerely stating, this array integrates both offense and defense. Once activated, even a Nirvana Realm Master would require over an hour to breach it. Those trapped within the formation will find their abilities suppressed by a tier. Your Majesty, you have truly opened our eyes. I never imagined your mastery of formations to be so profound. Witnessing your enhancement of the array today has significantly elevated our own understanding. Your Majesty, when you have the time, please guide us. We pledge our loyalty to you and the Empress. Your Majesty, to set aside past grievances and still instruct us in array techniques, we shall devote ourselves to serving the Great Tang, even at the cost of our lives. Hearing their flattery, Zeng Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Enough with the pleasantries. I have another task for you." "Your Majesty, please command us." The 4 responded eagerly, fearing that once the array was enhanced, they would have nothing left to do. Zeng Qingfeng gazed towards the distant sky, his tone turning serious. "You shall remain here on standby. Upon receiving my signal, activate the array immediately. I suspect that tonight, a formidable foe will infiltrate and wreak havoc. Regardless of who they are, they shall not leave alive." Understood. The 4 grew solemn at these words, as Zeng Qingfeng had become a godlike figure in their minds. If the Emperor spoke of assassins, then there were indeed assassins. They must remain alert and cooperate closely with him. "Your Majesty, will the assassins arrive tonight?" "Not necessarily, but I suspect they will strike tonight." Zeng Qingfeng was aware that a mission had been issued by the system, and the assassins would be arriving soon. Had it not been for his 1,000-year confinement, with both his strength and array mastery significantly improved, He would have had to earn Wu Meier's trust to keep her hidden for 12 hours. Evading detection for 12 hours under the scrutiny of a late-stage Enlightenment Realm Master was no small feat, however. He felt no trepidation now. The array had exceeded his expectations, offering both offense and defense while suppressing the enemy's strength. He would not choose to hide. If they dared to come seeking death, let it be known that the imperial city of the Great Tang was not a place one could enter or exit at will. His senses had already detected Wu Meier returning to her quarters. Although her chambers were shielded by inscriptions and formations that blocked spiritual awareness, the continuous influx of spiritual energy indicated her ongoing cultivation. Noticing that night had fallen, he issued a few final reminders before departing. Zeng Qingfeng did not rush back to the chambers, but instead sought out Zhang Tangji and Ouyang Xiu. Upon learning of the impending assassination, both immediately assured him they would be vigilant regarding every movement within the palace. Once the array was activated, not a single enemy would be allowed to escape. Your Majesty, how about we stand guard outside your and the Empress's chambers? This way, we can apprehend the assassins at the first opportunity. No need for that. If they catch wind of our plans, they will surely suspect a leak. Once you see the array activate, hurry to the chambers. My wife is likely still cultivating. I won't return just yet, but will wait outside for her. After Zeng Qingfeng finished speaking, he proceeded towards the chambers. Once he had moved out of earshot, Ouyang Xiu quietly remarked to Zhang Tangji, "Old Zhang, don't you find the emperor mysterious? It seems he knows everything." Hearing this, Zhang Tangji sighed. Indeed, he seems to be all-knowing. He possesses an intimidating aura. Thank goodness he's not our enemy. Otherwise, we would never know how we met our end. If Zeng Qingfeng merely knew their secrets, that would be one thing. Today, they had all witnessed his enhancement of the array. How could two late-stage Enlightenment Realm Masters possibly be unaware? If Zeng Qingfeng spoke of assassins, then there would surely be assassins. Perhaps the Emperor truly can deduce all events. As long as we have clear consciences, why should we fear him knowing our thoughts? Indeed, I now wish to assist the Emperor as much as I can while I still have value. Should the day come when he no longer needs me, I trust he will not disregard my loyalty. Zhang Tangji, recalling his beloved, felt a pang of emotion. Zeng Qingfeng had promised to help him revive his loved one when he gained sufficient power. He firmly believed the Emperor would not deceive him. Chapter 023. The black-clad assassin. Upon returning to the chambers, the surrounding spiritual energy continued to surge inward, indicating that Wu Meier was still deep in cultivation. Zeng Qingfeng retrieved the remaining materials and arranged an upgraded soundproof and protective barrier around the chambers. As long as the structure remained intact, those inside would remain oblivious to the happenings outside. Realizing it was getting late, he instructed the palace maids and eunuchs to place a table and chairs in the small courtyard outside the chambers and set out food and wine for himself. To ensure the assassins felt at ease, Zeng Qingfeng sent away the maids and eunuchs, leaving only a few soldiers stationed at a distance. As the hour of the rat approached, Wu Meier's cultivation showed no signs of abating. Zeng Qingfeng, having consumed a considerable amount of the previously purchased beautiful drunk, had already drained 2 jars, yet the effects of the alcohol were mitigated by his cultivation. With his current strength, even without refining it, he would be largely unaffected. However, due to the imminent threat of assassins, he resolved to maintain a clear mind. Just then, a panicked eunuch cried out from a distance, "Fire! Assassins!" The shouts echoed from multiple directions simultaneously. Zeng Qingfeng maintained his spiritual awareness over a 5,000-meter radius, identifying several locations of the disturbances. Without making any move, he merely smiled slightly and murmured, "A diversion? How interesting. It seems the main event is about to commence." With that, he took out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth and slowly rose to his feet. In the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared atop a nearby building, charging towards Wu Meier's quarters. "Is it not a pleasure to receive guests from afar? I have prepared food and drink. Would you care to share a couple of cups?" Zeng Qingfeng swiftly interposed himself before the black-clad figure, his face adorned with a warm smile, yet his heart remained vigilant. This individual had managed to approach so closely, indicating that their stealth skills and power were not inferior to his own. "Who are you? Who has the time to drink with you? Go to hell," the black-clad figure retorted, unleashing a streak of light from his hand, aimed directly at Zeng Qingfeng's face. The lethal strike erased the smile from Zeng Qingfeng's face as he summoned the blood-drinking sword to counter. He refrained from using the Xinyuan sword, as his current divine-level martial arts only allowed him to utilize the heavenly demon disintegration technique, where the combination of demonic arts and the sword would enhance his strength by 20%. The adversary before him also stood at the pinnacle of the enlightenment realm, compelling him to exert his utmost effort. The clang of the blood-drinking sword meeting the streak of light reverberated through the air, prompting the black-clad figure to exclaim in shock, "Pinnacle of the enlightenment realm, a divine weapon." Heh, realizing this now is too late, Zeng Qingfeng declared, producing a sphere and tossing it into the air, where it erupted in a dazzling display of light. At the core of the array, Wu Mingqi and his companions felt a chill run down their spines upon seeing the signal. The Emperor has signaled. Activate the array. The four sprang into action, and the array sprang to life in an instant. A semicircular barrier enveloped the entire imperial palace, suffocating those within, especially the cultivators who felt their strength suppressed by a tear, rendering their movements sluggish. Even the operation of their techniques was hindered, as they sensed the surrounding spiritual energy had developed a sentience, making it nearly impossible to absorb it into their bodies for replenishment. When did the royal city's formation transform into this? A voice of astonishment echoed through the royal city. This was not the first time the formation had been activated, yet it had never previously suppressed power. Not only the masters within the royal city were taken aback, but the black-clad figure before Zeng Qingfeng also changed countenance in an instant. A ninth-grade formation, and executed so flawlessly. This is bad. The intelligence was erroneous. Having uttered these words, he attempted to flee, realizing that the protective forces of the Great Tang's royal city far exceeded prior estimates. He was acutely aware that staying could spell disaster. However, Zeng Qingfeng would not grant him the opportunity to escape. With a mere thought, the blood-drinking sword surged towards the black-clad figure, swordsmanship, gritting his teeth. The black-clad man produced an object resembling a tortoise shell from his bosom and hurled it forth. The tortoise shell expanded with the wind, rapidly transforming into a cerulean round shield that stood before the blood-drinking sword. With a soft thud, the round shield was effortlessly pierced by the blood-drinking sword. Zeng Qingfeng's figure flickered, splitting into four identical clones that encircled the black-clad man. The celestial demon disintegration technique allowed him to conjure clones. Their number and strength directly correlating to his OWN.IT was challenging for ordinary individuals to discern which was the true body. Simultaneously, Zhang Tangji and Ouyang Xiu arrived like flashes of light. "Your Majesty? Are we late?" "Not at all. Hold your ground, I shall engage him first." Zeng Qingfeng's interest peaked. Imprisoned for millennia, his greatest amusement lay in undertaking challenges deemed impossible. From the onset of his mastery in the imperial realm, he had persistently sought to challenge Zhang Tangji, Ouyang Xiu, and Elpeng of the Prime Minister's residence that, of course, before reaching the Enlightenment realm, he had truly gained no advantage. Nonetheless, this had enriched his combat experience significantly. Particularly after attaining the first rank of the Enlightenment realm, he had gradually familiarized himself with the attack patterns and tactics of the three, evolving from having no means of resistance to effortlessly overpowering them. This was no longer merely a matter of strength, but rather an expression of extensive combat experience and profound familiarity with his opponents. Now, confronted with the black-clad assassin, he was eager to see if his years of honing his combat skills could dominate yet another adversary. Sensing the formidable challenge posed by Zeng Qingfeng, and observing Zhang Tangji and Ouyang Xiu poised to join the fray, the black-clad man steeled himself for a confrontation. "Burning Moon Royal Technique," he bellowed. A brilliant inferno erupting from his being as several powerful energies morphed into colossal meteors, hurtling towards Zeng Qingfeng and his four clones. "Be careful, Your Majesty," Ouyang Xiu warned, intent on joining the battle. Zeng Qingfeng and his clones simultaneously called out, "Hold on, I can handle this." With that, they began to distort, for the black-clad man's strength was merely at the pinnacle of the imperial realm, something he regarded with utter disdain. A wave of energy surged forth, effortlessly deflecting the black-clad man's assault. The black-clad assassin lacked the desire to prolong the fight. He swiftly signaled for retreat, hoping to exploit a gap in Zeng Qingfeng's defenses to escape. Yet, despair soon engulfed him as the ninth-grade formation had locked down the space, rendering instantaneous relocation impossible. "I'll fight you to the bitter end," he proclaimed, producing a pill and swallowing it in the next moment. His power surged dramatically. Nirvana Realm, Zeng Qingfeng, Zhang Tanji, and Ouyang Xiu's expressions shifted in alarm, astonished that this foe possessed a means to enhance his cultivation. Such enhancement pills typically came with severe side effects and were seldom used unless absolutely necessary. Ouyang Xiu urged, "Your Majesty, the formation cannot suppress those in the Nirvana Realm. Let us strike him down together." "Do not rush. Allow me to handle this." Zeng Qingfeng remained unperturbed, having recently deemed his opponent too weak to properly gauge his combat prowess. Now, he was determined to seize this opportunity. With his power restored, the black-clad man spoke with a malevolent edge. "Since you forced me to consume the Berserker pill, you shall all perish." As he finished speaking, the surrounding space began to tremble, and the structures below swayed ominously. Ouyang Xiu anxiously interjected, "Those in the Nirvana realm can wield domains. Your Majesty, be cautious. Do not fret. Although the 9th grade formation cannot suppress him, it is nearly equivalent to nullifying his domain." Before his words had fully settled, the four controlling the formation, Wu Mingqi and his companions, had also taken note of the black-clad man's situation. Uniting their efforts, they channeled the formation's power entirely against him. Chapter 024. No witnesses left. The black-clad man was instantly beset by overwhelming pressure, having forcibly augmented his strength, but found his domain swiftly nullified. He sought to escape the palace's formation range to regroup, for without a domain, he could not hope to contend with someone at the pinnacle of the Enlightenment realm. Zeng Qingfeng, however, would not allow him the luxury of escape. Although he wished to challenge himself beyond his limits, he harbored no inclination for self-inflicted suffering. Throughout the cycles of reincarnation, he had long understood the chasm separating different realms. Even wielding divine artifacts could scarcely bridge it. Sensing the dissipating power of the domain, Zeng Qingfeng commanded the blood-drinking sword to strike at the black-clad man, while simultaneously drawing the Xinyuan sword from his grasp. With two divine artifacts in play, the black-clad man's expression shifted dramatically. "How do you possess so many divine artifacts? One righteous and one wicked. How can anyone wield both simultaneously?" Zeng Qingfeng was oblivious to the notion that righteous and wicked artifacts could not be deployed concurrently. He felt no discomfort, even finding it effortless. With the black-clad man's defensive weapons gone, he could only evade as the divine artifacts advanced upon him. Yet, as Zeng Qingfeng manipulated the blood-drinking sword, the Xinyuan sword lunged toward him. His combat prowess had been honed to extraordinary levels. Though he remained at the pinnacle of the Enlightenment realm, the system prohibited him from advancing, making his strength far superior to that of an average practitioner at the same stage. Coupled with the two divine artifacts, he surpassed the black-clad man, who had consumed the Berserker pill in the span of merely 2 exchanges. The black-clad man sensed his utter inadequacy. Zeng Qingfeng's extensive combat experience and the dual divine artifacts rendered him defenseless. With a soft sound, the blood-drinking sword pierced the black-clad man's arm, and in the next instant, his face turned pale. In that fleeting moment, the entirety of blood from his arm was drawn forth by the sword. What a fearsome demonic sword! At this juncture, he yearned to escape the palace, devoid of any desire to continue the fight. But Zeng Qingfeng would not grant him such an opportunity in a flash. He thrust the Xinyuan sword and directed the blood-drinking sword in a simultaneous assault against the black-clad man. Barely managing to withstand 2 more exchanges, the blood-drinking sword struck the black-clad man's back once again. This time, the sound was far louder, having pierced cleanly through him. Zeng Qingfeng suddenly realized, hastily commanding the blood-drinking sword to withdraw from the black-clad man's body. However, in those brief moments, the black-clad man's blood had already been drained by more than half, and he was gradually losing vitality. A wisp of spirit emerged from the black-clad man's brow, his primordial spirit attempting to flee. The blood-drinking sword's power exceeded his imagination, having not only absorbed his blood and life force, but even a substantial portion of his spirit. As the primordial spirit emerged, it appeared visibly weakened. Zeng Qingfeng bellowed, and the Xinyuan sword emitted a golden light, enveloping the spirit. "I'll take you down with me." The black-clad man's spirit let out a defiant roar before opting for self-detonation. Boom! The protective barrier Zeng Qingfeng conjured shattered under the force of the explosion, and he quickly summoned his true energy to shield himself. Meanwhile, the surrounding structures trembled violently. Without the formation's reinforcement, a significant portion would have collapsed. In the distance, Zhang Tangji and Ouyang Xiu gazed at Zeng Qingfeng, who hovered like a war god, both harboring a singular thought. Is this truly the might of the Emperor, capable of contending even against the Nirvana realm? Although the formation restrained the assassin, the Emperor's combat prowess is undeniably formidable. Even 10 experts at the pinnacle of the Enlightenment realm would struggle to match him. Zeng Qingfeng paid no heed to their musings. Having assessed that the surrounding structures remained intact, he landed at the entrance to the palace and remarked, "What a pity. This fellow chose to self-destruct. Otherwise, we could have made use of him." His spiritual sense had already detected the black-clad assassins around him choosing self-detonation. And soon, several explosions echoed around them. Zhang Tangji and Ouyang Xiu, sensing the unfolding events, expressed regret. What a shame. These assassins were so resolute that now there are no witnesses left. Your Majesty, I shall arrange for an investigation into their identities immediately. It is unlikely that ordinary individuals could infiltrate the royal city. There must be an insider. No need to investigate. These assassins hail from the South Zhao Kingdom. The only way they could have entered is with the aid of a traitor among the royal city's defenders. Ouyang, go to the Western Palace and apprehend Commander Huang at once. Zeng Qingfeng had previously detained and subjected to severe interrogation anyone of note within the royal city, once capturing over 30 individuals simultaneously to extract secrets. At that time, in their desperation to survive, they not only confessed but also implicated one another. He had long known that Commander Huang of the Western Palace was a spy from the South Zhao Kingdom. He had refrained from preemptively capturing him to avoid alerting the enemy and to ensure all assassins remained within reach. The expressions on Ouyang Xiu and Zhang Tangji's faces were nothing short of fascinating, filled with awe at Zeng Qingfeng's prowess. Not only had he anticipated the arrival of the assassins and prepared accordingly, but he also knew the identity of the traitor. Both reminded themselves never to deceive the Emperor again, for it seemed there was nothing he did not know. Your Majesty, please wait. I shall fetch Commander Huang at once. Hold on. Zeng Qingfeng called out to Ouyang Xiu, who looked at him in curiosity. He instructed, it would be best to wait until tomorrow when Meier attends the court, then send her the message. Very few in the palace witnessed the recent battle. If Meier inquires, simply say that you dealt with the assassins. Though this was directed solely at Zhang Tangji and Ouyang Xiu, it was audible to all within the palace. What a benevolent emperor! Both individuals found themselves momentarily speechless. Taken aback by the surprising modesty of Zeng Qingfeng, the royal palace boasted numerous experts. Although many had not yet reached the imperial realm, there were certainly a considerable number who recognized his prowess. Previously, some had quietly berated Zeng Qingfeng, attributing his favor with the empress to his handsome appearance, dismissing him as merely a pampered pretty boy. However, following today's events, such notions would no longer persist. The image of Zeng Qingfeng standing in the air like a war god after dispatching the cloaked assailant was indelibly etched in their memories. A moment they would never forget. Since the emperor desired to keep this matter from the empress, none dared to speak out of turn. It would not be long before the entire palace would find that Wu Meier was the last to learn of Zeng Qingfeng's true capabilities. Zeng Qingfeng chose not to disclose his strength to Wu Meier primarily because he felt their acquaintance was too brief and their emotional foundation too fragile. He did not wish to showcase his abilities to earn her admiration, but rather hoped she would genuinely appreciate him as a person. Perhaps this was the greatest aspiration in millennia of reincarnation. Having endured what he must, he yearned simply for a heartfelt romance, marriage, and children. Ouyang Xiu had just departed. The door to the chamber swung open. Wu Meier, noticing the deepening night and Zeng Qingfeng's presence, felt a twinge of embarrassment and remarked, "Husband, the night has fallen. Why have you not returned to your quarters? Were you concerned about interrupting my rest? It's all my fault for being so engrossed in my cultivation. Do not blame yourself, my lady. I was just sharing drinks with Brother Zhang and had no intention of sleeping, hence I did not wish to disturb you," he replied, gesturing towards the remnants of the table and dishes where he had been drinking, only to discover that the table and food had been reduced to chaos due to the earlier explosion. Upon witnessing the scene, Zeng Qingfeng felt a touch of awkwardness as Wu Meier, puzzled, inquired, "What transpired here?" "Oh, I sensed some tremors earlier. What happened?" Her bewildered expression was utterly charming. Zeng Qingfeng, maintaining his composure, calmly replied, "It's nothing. A few petty thieves attempted to infiltrate the palace but have already been dealt with by Brother Zhang and Brother Ouyang." "Right, Brother Zhang." Indeed, merely a few insignificant rogues, all taken care of. "Your Majesty, Empress, please rest. I shall take my leave now," Zhang Tan responded, hastily seeking an excuse to exit, as deception was not his forte. Observing the mess, Wu Meier expressed her concern for Zeng Qingfeng, scanning him for any signs of distress. Seeing him well-dressed and composed, she sighed in relief and said, "I'm glad you are unharmed. I will have someone investigate how the assassin managed to breach our defenses." "No need. I have already assigned Brother Ouyang to handle it," Zeng Qingfeng replied, taking Wu Meier back to their room. Just as he closed the door, a notification from the system chimed. "Ding! Congratulations on exceeding your task. Rewards have been issued." With the sound of the notification fading, he felt his formation skills elevate once more, now capable of arranging celestial-grade formations. However, lacking the necessary materials, he decided to postpone enhancing the palace's formations. As for the lottery, he was in no rush. Upon returning to the chamber, Wu Meier, visibly excited, exclaimed, "Husband, the technique you bestowed upon me is simply extraordinary. After just one day of cultivation, my strength has surged from the first to the second tier of the imperial realm. If I dedicate myself, I am confident I can elevate to the sixth tier within a month." "Then, my lady, focus solely on your cultivation for a month," he suggested. "That's not feasible," Wu Meier replied with a wry smile, shaking her head. "Had I siblings, I would gladly relinquish the throne to concentrate on my cultivation and spend time with you. Alas, the great Tang has no heirs. I must manage state affairs during the day. A kingdom cannot be without a ruler, even for a moment." "You have my admiration, my lady," Zeng Qingfeng said, touched by her sentiments. Her willingness to shoulder the burdens of rulership indicated she did not relish being an empress but felt trapped by circumstances. Henceforth, he would support her diligently, ensuring that the Great Tang would be a realm where no one dared to provoke them, allowing her some respite in due time. With a hand on her stomach, Wu Meier declared joyfully, "It's not a burden at all. Rest assured, husband, in a few months, the Great Tang shall have an heir. Once the child is old enough to understand, I shall pass the throne to them. And then I can devote myself to you." "An heir?" Zeng Qingfeng mused, feeling a rush of emotion. Though only a few days had passed, the thought of becoming a father stirred excitement within him. Even without system tasks, caring for his wife and child remained his ultimate goal in life. "Husband, what shall we name our child?" "I haven't yet contemplated that, my lady. Is it not too soon to ask?" "I don't even know if the child is a boy or a girl," Zeng Qingfeng replied, bemused, yet he felt a tightening in his heart, recognizing the significance of naming their child Wu Meier. Her strength elevated, appeared wonderfully exuberant, her gaze towards Zeng Qingfeng brimming with affection. He had provided her with divine techniques and assisted her greatly during this period. She truly felt at a loss for how to express her gratitude to this fortunate husband. "Husband, thank you for your support these past few days. We are soon to be wed. Let us consummate our union tonight." "My lady, are you not with child?" "Fear not, husband. I am at the imperial realm, and this is merely the beginning. Safeguarding the child will be no issue." "Ah, well, if you insist." The following day, Zeng Qingfeng arose only by noon. He first accessed the lottery interface and selected to draw. "Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the Infinite Beast Mastery Technique, Divine Level." Infinite Beast Mastery Technique. This technique allows the user to tame wild beasts, demon beasts, and divine beasts. Beasts tamed using this technique will exhibit absolute loyalty. With a higher success rate, the lower their strength compared to the user. Seeing it was merely a beast-taming technique, Zeng Qingfeng opted to learn it's memories flooded his mind. His beast-taming proficiency reached its zenith. The Great Tang was home to numerous demon beasts, though their strength was relatively modest, many having been captured or purchased from the demon beast forests near the southern Zhao Kingdom. The palace also housed several flying and guardian demon beasts, roughly equivalent to the levels of the Transcendent and Soul realms and cultivators. Perhaps I could venture to the demon beast forest near the southern Zhao Kingdom someday, and see if I might tame some higher-tier demon beasts. Zeng Qingfeng entertained this thought. Yet with his wedding to Wu Meier imminent, he felt no urgency to depart. Upon opening his door, he encountered several palace maidens and eunuchs who had prepared a meal, waiting outside. "Your Majesty, you are awake. The Empress instructed us to prepare a meal for you. Once you finish dining, we will need to arrange the room," a sprightly young eunuch informed him. Zeng Qingfeng recognized this eunuch, a boy from a poor family sent to the palace, who had lost his name upon becoming a eunuch and was simply called Xiao Shunzi, without any remarkable secrets. Zeng Qingfeng felt little interest in such matters, yet he found comfort in having someone reliable serve him. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "I shall forego the meal. You may proceed with your preparations. I have errands to attend to." It was not uncommon for cultivators to abstain from food. Although he had not been meditating, going without sustenance for 10 days or more posed no issue. Given the significant enhancement of his formation skills and the encounter with the assassin the previous night, he resolved to delve deeper into his studies, aiming to elevate the formations further. At the very least, he wanted to ensure that those at the Nirvana realm could not return once they entered. Upon reaching the core of the formation, Zeng Qingfeng discovered that Wu Mingqi and the others had yet to leave. "Have you not returned home last night?" he inquired, puzzled, as they should have taken their leave after the assailant was vanquished. Wu Mingqi swiftly explained, "Your Majesty, you did not inform us. We were uncertain if there were additional assailants, so we decided to remain vigilant over the formations. It is my oversight for neglecting to inform you that the threat has been neutralized," Zeng Qingfeng admitted. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he had not anticipated the steadfastness of these four. Wu Mingqi quickly reassured him, "Your Majesty, do not speak like that as guardians of the formations. It is our duty to maintain the arrays and ensure the safety of the palace. Previously, our negligence was indeed a fault, but our discussions about the formations you have enhanced have taught us quite a bit. Given your loyalty, I shall provide you with some guidance shortly," Zeng Qingfeng replied with a smile, pulling out the blueprints for the formations and beginning his research. The four men perked up, recalling how they had managed to suppress even Nirvana realm individuals under full exertion the previous night. Although those they faced were merely pseudo-Nirvana experts bolstered by drugs, it only deepened their admiration for Zeng Qingfeng. Their highest level of formation mastery was merely 7th tier. The efficacy of the formations increased with the cultivator's strength. As Zeng Qingfeng aimed to enhance the formations again, they anticipated not only learning but potentially witnessing the creation of a top-tier formation. Zeng Qingfeng spent a full incense stick's worth of time studying before finally exhaling in relief, stating, "Fortunately, many of the materials are accessible. We are only missing a starfall meteorite. I have heard of it from someone before. Please assist me in locating these materials while I search for the meteorite. Once I return, we shall continue enhancing the formations." As Zeng Qingfeng concluded his instructions and prepared to leave the palace, he spotted Xiao Shunzi rushing towards him. "Your Majesty, the Empress is seeking you." Xiao Shunzi was breathless, having run from afar, a testament to his ordinary stamina. "Understood, I shall investigate," Zeng Qingfeng replied before vanishing in an instant. Outside the imperial study, Zeng Qingfeng pushed the door open, finding Wu Meier engrossed in writing at her desk. Upon the arrival of her husband, Wu Meier expressed her excitement, saying, "Husband, you have come. Pray, take a look at the benefits we have prepared for our grand wedding for all our subjects." Zeng Qingfeng leaned closer to glance at the documents and soon nodded, remarking, "A universal amnesty and a 3-year tax reduction. My dear wife, you are quite thoughtful. Yet, might this not place excessive strain on the national treasury?" The so-called universal amnesty entailed the release of all prisoners from confinement, which came with both advantages and disadvantages. Zeng Qingfeng wished to refrain from voicing his opinions. However, the primary source of revenue for the treasury was taxation, and a 3-year tax reduction was no trivial matter. Wu Meier, however, beamed with a charming smile and replied, "Husband, there is no need for concern. The recent confiscation of assets from the officials led by the Prime Minister will ensure our treasury remains sufficiently robust for the next decade. Thus, a 3-year tax reduction poses no significant issue. Moreover, it is heaven's grace to have you by my side, and it is only fitting that I reciprocate to my subjects." "Then let it be as you wish, my lady," Zeng Qingfeng said, for he cared little for state affairs, content to silently support Wu Meier. The couple then discussed the details of their upcoming wedding, and although Zeng Qingfeng had been somewhat distracted, he suddenly perked up at a piece of news Wu Meier relayed. "By the way, husband, Emissaries from Persia have arrived, demanding the release of their third princess, or they threaten immediate hostilities. What are your thoughts? The third princess may be released, as our Tang nation is currently ill-suited for war. However, it will not be so simple for them to take her away. I happen to require certain materials. I shall draft a list for you, which you can present to the Persian emissaries in exchange for her release. Additionally, do assess what else we might be lacking, and we can procure that as well. While the materials for the formation were readily available, they would only yield a modest enhancement in its power. Should Persia provide sufficient materials, he was confident he could elevate the royal city's formation to a celestial grade, rendering it impervious even to terrestrial immortals. During his prior discussions with Wu Mingqi and others, he had contemplated this matter, and now it was imperative to extract some concessions from Persia. Wu Meier promptly nodded in agreement and produced paper and ink, saying, "Husband, I shall heed your counsel. Please list the materials you require." "Very well, this time I shall not be overly courteous to Persia. I shall demand every item on my list, ensuring they are all attainable by them," Zeng Qingfeng declared. Swiftly pinning his demands, Wu Meier gazed at the elegant script he had inscribed, her admiration evident as she remarked, "Husband, your handwriting is truly delightful. When shall you gift me a piece of your calligraphy to frame?" Hearing such a request, Zeng Qingfeng felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Though his calligraphy was commendable, he was aware it had not yet reached the pinnacle of excellence. Nevertheless, since his wife had expressed such a desire, he would not refuse. After a moment of contemplation, he took another sheet of paper and composed a poem. 10 miles of tranquil lake, frost fills the sky, each strand of sorrowful hair reflects fleeting years. Gazing at the moon, alone yet yearning for companionship, I envy not the immortals, but the mandarin ducks. Upon reading the poem, Wu Meier's eyes sparkled with admiration, exclaiming, "Husband, your literary talent is extraordinary. What a sentiment! I envy not the immortals, but the mandarin ducks." "Ahem, my lady, you flatter me. I have completed the list. Please prepare accordingly. By the way, has all progressed smoothly with Marshal Mu?" "Indeed, very smoothly," Wu Meier replied with a smile. "Upon learning of the Prime Minister's arrest and our possession of several masters in the path of enlightenment, Marshal Mu willingly surrendered the military insignia. He is currently escorting the troops to Chang'an, and Chang Rongxing has also set off for his new post. To ensure everything remains secure, I have instructed Brother Zhang to partake in our wedding feast tomorrow before proceeding to assist him in maintaining order among the soldiers. It is well that Brother Zhang is going, but our Tang nation faces foes on all sides. We are still dreadfully lacking in skilled individuals." Zeng Qingfeng understood the precarious situation surrounding the Tang nation. While internal issues were nearing resolution, external threats loomed ominously. Wu Meier sighed, acknowledging, "I am aware. Yet since our founding emperor, who possessed the cultivation of a terrestrial immortal, established the Tang nation, he vanished shortly thereafter. Since then, our royal lineage has diminished with each generation, as many skilled practitioners either sought to establish their own sects or left in pursuit of fortunes. Currently, our Tang nation spans vast territories but is critically short of talented individuals. The surrounding diminutive states have long harbored ambitions. Many nations have refrained from action, not wishing to be the first to provoke us. However, once one makes a move, they will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to attack, leaving us besieged." Zeng Qingfeng was acutely aware of the dire circumstances facing the Tang nation. As he pondered, suddenly a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Random mission activated. Strengthen national power. Mission description. Despite the emergence of several masters in the path of enlightenment, the Tang nation lacks the ability to intimidate neighboring enemies. Find a way to recruit or subjugate cultivators of the imperial realm or above, as well as formidable beasts. Rewards will be granted based on completion, with a deadline of 1 month. Do you accept? Surprised by the unexpected mission, Zeng Qingfeng did not hesitate to accept it, recognizing there were no penalties involved. Even without this mission, he would still need to devise a plan. Thus, he agreed and turned to Wu Meier, assuring her, "My lady, there is no need for concern. In the coming days, we have already showcased some strength, and the neighboring enemies will likely remain subdued for a time. After our wedding tomorrow, I shall venture into the beast forest to see if I can capture some beasts to bolster our strength. Additionally, I am familiar with several major powers near Chang'an. I will devise a strategy to win them over. Hearing that Zeng Qingfeng intended to depart, Wu Meier expressed her concern, saying, "Husband, the beast forest is perilous. It is said to harbor beasts of the 9th rank, and even divine and semi-divine beasts, their strength rivaling that of the nirvana realm. My lady, have I ever undertaken a venture without assurance of success?" Zeng Qingfeng chuckled, his confidence reminiscent of their first encounter, when he had spoken with such self-assuredness, and all his words had come to fruition. Reassured, she leaped into his embrace, exclaiming, "Husband, you are truly remarkable. I always knew you were a blessing for both me and the Tang nation." Ahem. My lady, whether I am a blessing or not is inconsequential. However, might you kindly remove your hand from my trousers in broad daylight? An hour later, Zeng Qingfeng emerged from the imperial study, his steps somewhat unsteady as he adjusted his attire, muttering to himself, "Fortunately, my strength is formidable. Otherwise, such daily exertions would be quite taxing." Just as he finished speaking, a familiar voice inquired, "Your Majesty, what is taxing?" Turning to the source, he saw Ouyang Xiao observing him with a peculiar expression from a short distance away. His face flushed with embarrassment as he silently chastised himself for not having first used his spiritual senses to assess the situation. Ouyang Xiao had evidently been waiting for quite some time, having refrained from interrupting them during their daytime activities. "Oh, it is nothing, Brother Ouyang. When did you arrive? Is there something you need?" Chapter 027. Suelong Tower. Ouyang Xiao regarded Zeng Qingfeng with an odd expression before smiling and saying, "It is nothing of great consequence. I was thinking that since my strength cannot be elevated in the short term, I would visit an old friend, hoping to persuade him to serve the Tang nation." "Brother Ouyang, you are leaving? For how long?" Upon hearing that Ouyang Xiao intended to recruit a powerful ally, Zeng Qingfeng had no objections. The Tang nation indeed suffered from a lamentable lack of skilled individuals. While an average cultivator at the imperial realm could hold their own, it was those above the path of enlightenment that constituted the true foundation of a nation or a faction. However, since Zhang Tan was to assist Chang Rongxing after the wedding and Zeng Qingfeng planned to venture into the beast forest, if Zhang Tan were to leave as well, there would be no one to safeguard Wu Meier's safety. Ouyang Xiao produced a jade box from his robes, stating, "I shall depart tonight. If all goes well, I may still partake in your wedding feast tomorrow evening. This is a small token of my appreciation. Your Majesty, do not take offense. Thank you for your generous gift, Brother Ouyang. Please do not let me delay you. I must leave the palace for a while and shall return in the evening." Zeng Qingfeng discerned the contents of the box to be a rare herb, and he planned to gift him a longevity pill in return, so he did not feel the need for further pleasantries. Yet, leaving for merely a day posed no issue. Having said that, he prepared to take his leave. However, Ouyang Xiao called out to him once more, "Your Majesty, wait a moment. May I accompany you?" "Accompany me?" Zeng Qingfeng hesitated, primarily concerned for Wu Meier's safety. Sensing his apprehension, Ouyang Xiao reassured him, "Your Majesty, fear not. Your sister-in-law possesses imperial realm cultivation, and within the palace, the formation provides additional protection. Assassins would not dare to act recklessly in broad daylight." "That is a valid point." Zeng Qingfeng nodded, contemplating his upcoming endeavors. "Then let us proceed. I shall send a message to my wife before we set off." After instructing a nearby eunuch, he and Ouyang Xiao made their way out of the palace. Ouyang Xiao was filled with excitement, eager to meet his old friend. To persuade him to join the Tang nation, he knew he must eloquently discuss the benefits of aligning with Zeng Qingfeng. After all, his friend was also a master in the path of enlightenment, while on the surface, Zeng Qingfeng appeared to be merely an enlightened path cultivator. To genuinely win over his friend, it would take more than the previous display of strength by slaying a pseudo-nirvana cultivator under the influence of pills. Accompanying Zeng Qingfeng on this journey was a fortuitous opportunity for him to gain insight. Unbeknownst to him, Zeng Qingfeng was secretly amused. Having grown weary of the monotonous routine of millennia, he enjoyed seeking diversions in his daily life. Since Ouyang Xiao wished to accompany him, he decided to delegate his intended tasks to him. However, he feared that after this outing, Ouyang Xiao may never wish to accompany him again. Once they exited the palace, Ouyang Xiao curiously inquired, "Your Majesty, where are we headed, and what shall we do?" "Once we leave the palace, you need not call me Your Majesty. Simply refer to me as brother." "Very well, my dear brother Zeng. Where shall we be heading? To the Cuihong Tower. What? Isn't Cuihong Tower a place of ill repute? Ouyang Xiu hastily lowered his voice and remarked, Your Majesty, you are to be wed tomorrow. Why would you seek out women there? What do you mean? Zeng Qingfeng shot him a glare and then explained, We are indeed seeking women, but it is not I who shall find them, it is you. Is that so? Ouyang Xiu's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking he had misheard. Upon seeing Zeng Qingfeng nod seriously, he could only lament while pointing to his own beard, Dear brother, do not jest like this, just look at me, going to seek women. I would be the laughingstock if this were to get out. Ah, brother Ouyang, you remain vigorous in your years. This time, not only shall we find a woman for you, but the finest as well. Then I shan't go, Ouyang Xiu declared, attempting to make a hasty retreat, but was caught firmly by Zeng Qingfeng. Do not be hasty. This quest for women is merely a ruse. Just follow my lead, and all will unfold as planned. After the passage of 2 incense sticks, Zeng Qingfeng and Ouyang Xiu, in disguise, adorned themselves in garish white garments, wielding folding fans, and approached the entrance of Cuihong Tower with flamboyant strides. Must we truly present ourselves in such a frivolous manner? Ouyang Xiu asked, his voice trembling. Of course, brother. Do you not understand the allure of contrast? Simply heed my instructions. Whether we successfully meet the mastermind behind this will depend on your performance. Brother, were it not to assist you, I would never set foot in such a place. I am a man of virtue. What nonsense! As if I am any less respectable. Zeng Qingfeng retorted, just as a plump, heavily made-up madam emerged. Oh, is this not Brother Ouyang? It has been several months since your last visit. Cough, cough, cough. Ouyang Xiu felt a flush of embarrassment, desperately signaling with his eyes and adopting an indignant tone. Do not speak recklessly. When have I ever come here? Today is my first visit with Brother Zeng. Zeng Qingfeng rolled his eyes at this. Enough of the charade. Brother Ouyang, you are well known as a regular here, particularly with the courtesan Yan Ji, for whom you have long harbored affection. How do you know this, Brother Zeng? Ouyang Xiu felt his face grow warm, taken aback that Zeng Qingfeng was so well informed. He had just claimed to be a paragon of virtue, and now, the madam's unexpected greeting left him no chance to discreetly signal. As Zeng Qingfeng strode into the establishment, he declared, Well then, since we are among acquaintances, let us get straight to the point. This gentleman is quite forthright. If that is the case, I shall summon the ladies forth, the madam replied, preparing to call the courtesans. Zeng Qingfeng quickly gestured, No need to bring forth those common wenches, today. Brother Ouyang wishes to take on the challenge posed by the illustrious Lady Ru Meng. What? Both the madam and Ouyang Xiu's eyes widened in astonishment, fearing they had misheard. Despite the seemingly mundane name of Cuihong Tower, it was governed by a mysterious force. Numerous emperors had attempted to dismantle it before Wu Meier's reign, yet all had ultimately failed. It was said that the powers behind Cuihong Tower had once negotiated with the late emperor, explicitly stating they would not interfere with the affairs of the Tang Empire, provided their own operations were left undisturbed. The specifics of the negotiations remain unknown, yet both emperors acquiesced, reflecting the formidable strength of Cuihong Tower's backing. In the Tang Empire, no one, regardless of status, dared to act recklessly within its confines. Lady Ru Meng, mentioned by Zeng Qingfeng, was the figurehead of Cuihong Tower in Chang'an, possessing not only immense power but also breathtaking beauty. Moreover, she excelled in all the arts, with extraordinary talent and cultivation, having reached the imperial realm at a remarkably young age. Such a gifted maiden was not one to be trifled with lightly. Perhaps due to her ennui in Chang'an, she had established 4 formidable challenges at Cuihong Tower, claiming that whoever could surpass them would be granted a night of passion. The details of the challenges remained undisclosed, and failure resulted in the loss of an arm. Over the course of a year since the challenges were announced, dozens had attempted, yet all had met with failure, leaving behind a severed arm in their disgrace. The formidable nature of these trials was evident. They were not for the faint of heart. However, Zeng Qingfeng was well acquainted with the challenges and had breezed through them countless times. Indeed, he knew every detail about Lady Ru Meng, even the distinguishing marks upon her skin. Ahem. This time, he had enlisted Ouyang Xiu's aid to observe whether Lady Ru Meng would still deign to accompany an elderly man who had successfully passed the trials. Brother Ouyang. Do not speak. Zeng Qingfeng interrupted him and turned to the madam. Hurry, prepare the challenge. Oh, I shall inform Ru Ming and notify the other guests. Each challenge presented to Lady Ru Ming's 4 trials became a grand event, attracting many who, despite their reluctance, were drawn to witness which unfortunate soul would dare to face the trials and possibly lose an arm. This had become a marketing strategy for Cuihong Tower, and they reveled in it. Once the madam departed, Ouyang Xiu hastily transmitted a message. Brother, do you wish to doom me? Despite being in the enlightened state, I dare not act recklessly at Cuihong Tower. Previously, 2 peak enlightened state individuals attempted to force their way through the challenges to enjoy Lady Ru Ming's company, only to leave their lives behind. I am aware. Do not worry, brother. Would I truly lead you to your doom? I shall assist you in overcoming these trials. Zeng Qingfeng returned the transmission and then led him to a secluded area to impart his wisdom. The first trial is the Qin Xian. When you enter, she will play a piece. Regardless of whether you find it pleasing, you must declare it lacking and suggest alterations. Upon hearing Zeng Qingfeng's guidance, Ouyang Xiu's eyes widened in astonishment. Brother Zeng, how do you know this so well? Have you forgotten my divinatory skills? Just follow my instructions, and tonight you may find yourself in the arms of a beauty. You will soon regard the courtesans as mere commoners. Do you understand? Of course. Our memories as cultivators are exceptional. Ouyang Xiu felt a stirring within, yet the stakes were high with an arm on the line, prompting him to inquire once more, but what if we are discovered? What if she asks about other matters? I know precisely what questions she might pose. Allow me to elaborate in detail, just remember everything. Zeng Qingfeng had frequented Cuihong Tower countless times and was well versed in the inquiries Lady Ru Ming would likely make. Once he had finished, Ouyang Xiu remained skeptical. However, the madam had already begun to spread the news and notify Lady Ru Ming. The crowd at Cuihong Tower swelled, eager to see which unfortunate soul would attempt the challenges today. Previous challengers had all been skilled in the arts, yet each had met with failure, losing an arm to the trial's brutal demands. Before long, a shout echoed through the crowd, drawing everyone's gaze. Lady Ru Ming has arrived. At this, all eyes turned to the second floor, where a graceful figure, veiled in light gauze, descended. She resembled a goddess, surveying the assembly below before her enchanting voice rang out. Who dares to challenge? Her voice was so ethereal it left many men weak-kneed. Ouyang Xiu felt a surge of ardor and, after receiving a kick from Zeng Qingfeng, quickly rose to declare, I shall challenge. You? Upon seeing this flamboyantly dressed yet elderly gentleman, not only did Lady Ru Ming's brow furrow in visible disbelief, but the surrounding crowd fell into stunned silence. Soon, uproarious laughter erupted as the literary gentleman mocked. Good sir, are you still able? Even if you succeed, you shan't survive the encounter with Ru Ming. Ha ha. Ah, you do not understand. With a beauty like Ru Ming, I would gladly give my all. Do not speak of merely exhausting myself. I would willingly lick her toes. Ouyang Xiu's face darkened, for he was a master of the enlightened state and had once been a regular here. Surely, Lady Yanji knew best of his abilities. Bah, how could a man declare himself incapable? He huffed. What is this? Does Lady Ru Ming wish to withdraw? Surely there is no age limit to the challengers. Of course not. Lady Ru Ming quickly regained her composure, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Since you possess such confidence, we need not ascend to the upper levels for the challenge. I shall assess you publicly for the first 3 trials. Not a problem. Ouyang Xiu's face beamed with joy. A public trial would allow Zeng Qingfeng to easily guide him with subtle transmissions, a boon he eagerly welcomed. Lady Ru Ming nodded and signaled, soon having tables and a guzheng brought forth, whereupon she began to play. Yet Zeng Qingfeng found himself puzzled. In all his previous challenges, she had never performed publicly. Moreover, the melody she played now was unlike any he had heard before. While her previous compositions had been delightful, Zeng Qingfeng had gleaned a comprehensive set of remarks to express admiration from his countless failures, ensuring she would be thoroughly impressed. However, the piece performed today seems to reach a higher echelon, as any flaws within it are virtually imperceptible. When the melody concluded, the audience below was entranced, utterly lost in the experience. Knight Ryue was thoroughly satisfied with their reaction. She gently rose and turned to Ouyang Xiu, saying, Esteemed brother, How did you find that piece? I would appreciate your insights. If it were mere flattery, it would not suffice for her. Zeng Qingfeng was about to discreetly suggest that Ouyang Xiu feign contemplation when he overheard Ouyang Xiu, with a look of disdain, remark, "Although Miss Ruyue, your piece sounds exquisite, its shortcomings are all too evident." Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd cast him glances of disapproval. Should he fail to articulate his reasoning or intentionally belittle her to draw Knight Ryue's ire? They might not wait for her wrath to unleash themselves upon Ouyang Xiu. Zeng Qingfeng hastily communicated, "Ouyang brother, hold on, I miscalculated. This piece is not the one I just advised you on." Upon hearing this, the smug expression on Ouyang Xiu's face evaporated, replaced by a look of dismay. "My dear brother, are you trying to trap me? Did you not say it was all within your expectations?" Before Zeng Qingfeng could clarify, Knight Ryue spoke slowly. "This is a piece I composed yesterday in a moment of inspiration, and it remains unnamed. This esteemed brother claims its flaws are apparent. I wonder what those flaws might be?" Ouyang Xiu was oblivious to any so-called dangers. Yet he swiftly shifted the burden of the dilemma onto the original creator. Pointing at Zeng Qingfeng, he declared, "A piece of this nature, my young brother can provide insights without my involvement." Zeng Qingfeng's face darkened. He had not anticipated Ouyang Xiu's adeptness at deflecting blame, seamlessly shifting the issue onto him. However, Ouyang Xiu truly had nothing to contribute. He stepped forward and stated, "My understanding of musical theory pales in comparison to that of Ouyang elder brother, yet I can discern some inadequacies. Miss Ryue's piece indeed expresses a particular sentiment, does it not?" Upon hearing this, Knight Ryue raised her eyebrows, seemingly intrigued. "Do continue." Zeng Qingfeng could only ponder while fabricating a response based on his prior knowledge of Knight Ryue. Miss Ryue, of noble lineage and breathtaking beauty, is the dream lover of many men and the idol of women. Yet such a life has robbed you of your freedom. Your composition embodies a yearning for that very freedom, and perhaps even a longing for love. At his words, Knight Ryue's body quivered slightly, her previously casual gaze now sparkling with interest. "What is your name, young sir?" Zeng Qingfeng sighed inwardly, realizing he would have to eclipse Ouyang Xiu's moment. Alas, this cursed charm of mine. He could only respond with a calm demeanor, clasping his hands. "My surname is Zeng. You may call me young Master Zeng." Knight Ryue observed Zeng Qingfeng's indifferent tone and felt her fervor wane slightly. She continued to inquire, "Pray tell, young Master Zeng, what deficiencies do you perceive in my composition?" Zeng Qingfeng paused before responding. "Although this piece is pleasing to the ear, it carries an overall sense of oppression. The audience has come here seeking enjoyment, and such melodies clash with the ambience." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in uproar. "We adore Miss Ryue's music. What do you? A mere youth, no? Do you have a better piece?" "Exactly. You look down upon those who cannot find faults and insist on nitpicking. If you have the skill, then play something superior. If you cannot, just concede. It is but an arm's length." Knight Ryue, too, was not entirely pleased with Zeng Qingfeng's critique. She turned to him and proposed, "Young Master Zeng, surely you possess a better composition. Why not perform one? If it truly surpasses mine, I shall consider you worthy." Zeng Qingfeng glanced at Ouyang Xiu, who hurriedly communicated, "Brother, why are you looking at me? My fingers are stiffer than a plank. I cannot play." "Ouyang brother, speak properly. What nonsense is this? Moreover, I did not ask you to play." After finishing his transmission, he raised his voice. "In that case, I shall humbly showcase my skills. Miss Ryue, may I borrow your chin?" "Of course." Knight Ryue stepped aside, and Zeng Qingfeng ascended to take his place before the guzheng. Having been trapped for millennia, he had indeed studied the guzheng, but his skills were not significantly superior to Knight Ryue's. Competing at the same level, it would be challenging to surpass her piece. Yet he possessed another advantage, his memories from his previous life. "I shall perform a piece entitled High Mountains and Flowing Water." This composition was famously renowned in the world before his transmigration, and the more skilled the player, the more enchanting the performance. At Zeng Qingfeng's level, evoking the audience's emotions during the performance was fundamental. There were two versions of the piece, both sharing the same name but differing entirely in style. He was now playing the guzheng version, and soon the audience fell silent under his melody. Many envisioned the majestic scenery of high mountains and flowing water, yet Knight Ryue discerned the sentiment of seeking a kindred spirit. When the performance concluded, the audience remained silent, and Knight Ryue's gaze grew slightly dazed. Young Master Zeng, what a splendid rendition of high mountains and flowing water. It undoubtedly eclipses Miss Ryue's recent piece by countless times. This signaled the successful completion of the first challenge. The crowd was abuzz with excitement. Having triumphed in the first trial, they could continue to enjoy the spectacle. Zeng Qingfeng rose and bowed. I shall take my leave now, allowing Ouyang elder brother to proceed with the challenge. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xiu quickly transmitted, Zeng brother, you should proceed. Zeng Qingfeng discreetly gestured for him to remain silent. After he descended, Knight Ryue regarded Zeng Qingfeng with a knowing look before turning her attention to Ouyang Xiu. In that case, you have successfully passed this challenge. The second trial is chess. I shall present a challenging position, and I hope you will refrain from seeking assistance. Rest assured, Miss Ryue, chess is my forte. Ouyang Xiu confidently assured her. His chess skills were commendable, and Zeng Qingfeng had just mentioned the nature of the challenge. As long as Zeng Qingfeng did not miscalculate this time, he could manage it. Soon, a large cloth depicting a chessboard was unfurled for all to see. The pieces were specially crafted, designed to adhere to the cloth. A challenging position was already set, and Ouyang Xiu sighed in relief upon glancing at it. This position matched what Zeng Qingfeng had described. And this time, he would surely not err. Esteemed brother, you may begin. Knight Ryue gestured invitingly towards Ouyang Xiu, who wasted no time in engaging the challenge. After a stick of incense had burned, Knight Ryue gently sighed and declared, I concede. The second trial is past. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xiu's confidence surged, and he promptly stated, Please, Miss Ryue, commence the third trial. Knight Ryue signaled, and immediately a maid presented Ouyang Xiu with the 4 treasures of the study. Once everything was prepared, Knight Ryue spoke. Now I shall pose a question. Esteemed brother, compose a poem. As long as it pleases me, you will pass. Upon hearing this, Zeng Qingfeng felt relieved. Thankfully, the third challenge had not changed. Traditionally, Knight Ryue would request a love poem, a genre in which Zeng Qingfeng excelled as a literary savant. Earlier, he had taught Ouyang Xiu 3 poems that Knight Ryue had previously favored. Ouyang Xiu was astonished by Zeng Qingfeng's literary talent and believed that any of the 3 poems would surely leave Knight Ryue speechless. However, as soon as Knight Ryue spoke, both men were taken aback. Since esteemed brother wishes to challenge me and share a romantic evening, let us write a poem about the 2 of us. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xiu's expression soured. How could he possibly compose such a piece? Zeng Qingfeng furrowed his brow, uncertain of Knight Ryue's intentions. During his cyclical existence, he had repeatedly inquired. Knight Ryue's tests had always been consistent. Only he had managed to answer them. Why was it that this time, she seemed to deviate from the norm? Ouyang Xiu noticed all eyes were upon him and felt a surge of frustration. Regretting his agreement with Zeng Qingfeng, seeing that Zeng Qingfeng offered no guidance, he cleared his throat and resorted to his previous tactic. This request is far too simple. Let my young brother handle it. Zeng brother? Zeng brother? Zeng Qingfeng snapped back to reality, realizing that all attention had shifted to him. He glanced at Knight Ryue and noticed the unmistakable amusement in her eyes, as if she had suspected him to be the true protagonist all along. Knight Ryue regarded him with a teasing tone. Young Master Zeng, you shall compose a poem for the 2 of us, showcasing your talents. In that case, I shall humbly present my skills. Zeng Qingfeng could only force a smile. He took up the brush, pondered for a moment, then suddenly inspiration struck as he swiftly penned a poem. Before the audience could fully comprehend it, Knight Ryue waved her hand, summoning the poem to her with her spiritual energy. After glancing over it, she could not help but exclaim, What beautiful calligraphy! However, upon discerning the content, she erupted into a fit of giggles, her laughter making her appear enchanting. Ouyang Xiu, witnessing this spectacle, sent a vexed transmission. Your Majesty? What have you written? Oh, it is nothing significant. You might as well return home. If I am not mistaken, she will not allow you to proceed to the 4th trial. Zeng Qingfeng shrugged, prompting Ouyang Xiu to darken in countenance. So, you are jesting with me? Just as we approach the final trial, this happens, do not forget, you are to be wed tomorrow. Rest assured, even if I were to enter, I would not do anything with her. Otherwise, I would have gone in myself from the very beginning. Why would I need you?" As the two conversed, the curiosity of those around them had already reached its peak. They were all eager to discover what Zeng Qingfeng had written. Yi Ming did not keep the crowd waiting for long. Suppressing her amusement, she handed the letter to a nearby maid, instructing her to read it aloud. The two maids took hold of either side and unfolded it, one of them reading aloud, 18 brides, 80 grooms, gray hair meets red makeup, I in the double bed, a pair throughout the night, a pair tree blossoms, pressing down the crabapple. Upon hearing this poem, Ouyang Xiu's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 030. What are you doing? Although the quality of this poem was not particularly high, it was remarkably fitting for the occasion. Many applauded enthusiastically. What a splendid line, a pair tree blossoms, pressing down the crabapple. The final line is simply the finishing touch. Indeed, this young master Zeng is truly talented, and judging by Ru Ming's expression, she seems quite pleased with the poem. I wonder if he can pass the fourth challenge. Could we be witnessing the first person to succeed? Isn't it the pear tree blossoms that is passing the challenge? It is not young Master Zeng. Do you not understand? Have you not noticed how Miss Ru Ming's gaze towards young Master Zeng has changed? The crowd engaged in lively discussions, while Yi Ru Ming paid them no mind. She turned to Zeng Qingfeng and said, "This time, you have indeed passed the challenge. For the fourth challenge, I shall modify the rules. You two must decide who will take the stage if you fail. One arm will be severed, mind you." Hearing this, Ouyang Xiu shuddered and quickly waved his hand, saying, "I am old. I shall leave the opportunity to you, young Master Zeng." After he spoke, he whispered to Zeng Qingfeng, "Young Master Zeng, I will not contest with you, but should you lose an arm, it will be difficult to explain to your siblings later. Think carefully about whether you wish to ascend. Why not go up?" Zeng Qingfeng smiled slightly and replied, "Elder brother, you can find your rouge to keep you company. I shall be back shortly." He stepped forward and declared, "Allow me to take the lead. Please welcome young Master Zeng." After Yi Ru Ming finished speaking, she turned and walked towards a room. Zeng Qingfeng was well acquainted with that room. Had the rules not changed, he would have been familiar with the final challenge as well. It was merely to paint a landscape and compose a poem. It seemed that after the changes, many things could no longer be judged by past experiences. Upon ascending the stairs and entering the room, the door was closed by two maids. Zeng Qingfeng gazed at the familiar surroundings with a grin, opening his folding fan and fanning himself as he said, "Miss Ru Ming, you may present your challenge. What is the rush? I hold young Master Zeng's talents in great esteem, especially your recent performance of High Mountain and Flowing Water, which truly opened my eyes. How about we share a drink? Who knows? I might be so pleased that I could exempt you from the fourth challenge. Perhaps not, to be frank. My purpose for this challenge is not related to you." Miss Ru Ming. Zeng Qingfeng, knowing Yi Ru Ming well, chose to be candid. Why Yi Ru Ming was taken aback, feeling somewhat absurd. The handsome and talented Zeng Qingfeng stood before her. If she were to commit to a man, she would not mind someone like him. Yet, unexpectedly, he showed no interest in her. This left her with a sense of defeat, stirring a hint of resentment within her. "What do you mean, young Master Zeng? Are you merely trying to prove your talents?" "Not at all." Zeng Qingfeng shook his head and said, "This time, I seek a treasure from you, dear lady. While it may be precious to you, it holds little significance. Should I be fortunate enough to pass, I hope you will part with it." "What treasure?" Yi Ru Ming inquired, intrigued as to what she possessed that would captivate Zeng Qingfeng. After pondering, Zeng Qingfeng said, "I desire the starlit meteorite that you possess." "The starlit meteorite?" Yi Ru Ming's expression changed instantly, not due to reluctance to part with it as a challenge condition, but because the matter of its existence was highly confidential. How did Zeng Qingfeng know? "I do indeed have a starlit meteorite, but it was gifted to me by the elders of my clan during my childhood. I have kept it in my storage ring and have never revealed it to anyone." "How did you come to know?" "Well," Zeng Qingfeng contemplated. "Unable to say. I have shared your secrets countless times. It was because I previously encountered a fortune-teller who informed me." "A fortune-teller?" Yi Ru Ming regarded him with suspicion. Yet, it was true that among cultivators, there were many capable individuals who could glimpse the secrets of heaven. It did not seem implausible, however, Engaging a fortune teller was not something achievable merely with wealth. Sometimes, it required a stroke of luck. I shall tentatively believe you. But I am curious. Do you truly have no interest in me? After she spoke, she removed her veil, revealing a face of unparalleled beauty. While many claimed Wu Meier was the most beautiful in the Tang dynasty, those who beheld Yi Ruming's true visage would likely think otherwise. It was not that Yi Ruming was more beautiful than Wu Meier. Each possessed their own unique charm. Wu Meier exuded an aura of nobility, aloofness, and superiority, something most would not dare to aspire to. In contrast, Yi Ruming's character was somewhat playful and quirky, endearing her to others like the younger sister of the Lin family. Yet, this sense of closeness was merely a facade. Zeng Qingfeng had heard her recount tales of those who had provoked her, only to be tormented by her various methods. When Yi Ruming spoke of her past tortures and killings, her expression remained innocently cheerful. Zeng Qingfeng was indeed not disinterested. If the cycle had not ended and everything would reset the next day, he would not mind engaging further with Yi Ruming. But now that everything was restored and his wedding was imminent, he decisively shook his head, saying, I hold you in the highest regard, with no intention of disrespect. Just for that statement, even if you do not pass, I shall not take your arm. Yi Ruming's fondness for Zeng Qingfeng increased significantly. She had not expected that a man could maintain such composure and resolve upon seeing her true self. Little did she know, Zeng Qingfeng had already discussed life's great matters with her countless times. His ability to restrain himself now was due to the resistance he had built. It was akin to a married couple who, despite their deep love during their honeymoon, would eventually experience the sensation of familiarity after years or even decades together. Zeng Qingfeng, being regarded as a paragon of virtue, felt a twinge of shame. During the endless cycles trapped in time, he had indulged with every beauty in Chang'an and even those from nearby sections. Each time he had set his sights on a beauty, he had wooed them with sweet words. Coercion, or even brute force, he had never considered himself a good person, so when he received the rewards from the system, he felt no particular emotion. He did not perceive seizing opportunities or employing unsavory methods to control others as wrong. It could not be said that his values were skewed. Anyone trapped in the same cycle for 10,000 years would find it impossible to remain virtuous. Zeng Qingfeng was already quite impressed with himself for not going mad. Thank you, Miss Ruming. Now, please present your challenge. Zeng Qingfeng wished to conclude matters swiftly, acquire the starlit meteorite, and leave before Ouyang Xiu truly thought something had transpired between him and Yi Ruming. He was quite familiar with her and could easily win her favor. Yi Ruming sighed softly, sensing that Zeng Qingfeng's eagerness for the starlit meteorite indicated his genuine lack of interest in her. The more this was the case, the more she felt a sense of defiance. She refused to believe that she lacked the charm to keep Zeng Qingfeng lingering for a moment longer. Young Master Zeng, since you are in such a hurry, I shall present my challenge. Create a painting for me. After she finished speaking, she took out paper and brushes, placing them on the desk. Upon hearing this request, Zeng Qingfeng felt fortunate. His artistic skills were not to be underestimated. He could paint portraits with ease. Just as the challenge was about to conclude, he was startled as he saw Yi Ruming begin to loosen her clothing, causing the brush he had just picked up to drop to the floor. Hey, Miss Ruming, this is merely for a painting. What are you doing? Chapter 031. Living off soft rice, Yi Ruming shed her outer garments, leaving only a snug undergarment. With a playful smile, she said, Of course, it's for you to paint me. I wish to preserve my most beautiful self forever. Do you find me beautiful? Beautiful. Let us begin. Zeng Qingfeng's expression darkened. Although he had shared countless nights with her, he still felt a rush at her alluring display. Yi Ruming lay slanted on the bed, propping her chin on one hand, her arms and lovely legs fully exposed. Young Master Zeng, let us commence. Seeing Zeng Qingfeng's discomfort, she felt quite satisfied. She had assumed he would be unresponsive. He could not resist the allure of her beauty after all. Zeng Qingfeng could only nod in agreement, saying, Very well, I shall begin. His painting skills were indeed exceptional, and within the time it took to burn a stick of incense, he had completed the artwork. All right, Miss Ruming, please don your clothes and see if you find it satisfactory. Upon hearing this, Yi Ruming immediately stood up. She had not dressed, walking boldly towards Zeng Qingfeng, then glancing at the artwork. Not bad. I did not expect young Master Zeng to possess such exquisite artistry. You truly are a perfect choice for my husband. Cough. Cough, cough. Miss Ru Ming, please do not tease me if I pass. You must honor your previous promise. Humph. Why must you be so dull? As the night unfolded like a dream, Ru Ming, slightly vexed, twisted her body. However, the lightness of her attire made this motion ignite a surge of fervor within Zeng Qingfeng, prompting him to turn away. It wasn't that he aspired to be a paragon of virtue. It was simply that he was on the brink of marrying Wu Meier, and he could not betray her. In the past, he had indulged in reckless behavior during the cycles, devoid of any guilt. Yet, the current situation was different. Time no longer looped, and he clung, at the very least, to a modicum of principle. Observing Zeng Qingfeng's discomfort, Ru Ming became even more emboldened. She produced a fist-sized meteorite from her storage ring, waving it teasingly beside him. When he reached out to grasp it, she suddenly withdrew her hand. Lady Ru Ming, what do you mean by this? Zeng Qingfeng felt a sense of being toyed with, and irritation washed over him. Were it not for the absence of time cycles, he would have been utterly oblivious to the formidable power behind Ru Ming, and he might have resorted to more forceful means. He had previously sought to inquire about her backing, but his knowledge remained scant. He only knew that the Chui Hong building was seemingly linked to an overseas force. This power was indeed substantial. Ru Ming's father held a high position, and she had undergone various training since childhood, having been sent to preside here a year prior. Thus, Ru Ming was also unaware of the intricacies of her own backing, though she had mentioned that her father was akin to an earthly immortal. Just hearing of such strength made Zeng Qingfeng realize that this force was no trifling matter. In Chang'an, there were few powers whose full details remained undiscovered, and no amount of questioning yielded clarity. Primarily, the individuals stationed here were also ignorant of their own faction specifics. At that moment, Ru Ming, with a playful smile, declared, "Fear not. I assure you that I will grant your request. However, I have a small demand. Should you fail to meet it, I shall withhold my promise." Very well, speak your mind. Zeng Qingfeng knew this girl too well. Despite her cheerful demeanor, once she set her mind on something, not even a herd of oxen could sway her. Ru Ming closed her eyes, tilted her head, and stated, "You must kiss me." What? Such a request took him by surprise. Yet, this was indeed in line with her character. Zeng Qingfeng's expression darkened. He had previously hoped that Ouyang Xiu would assist him in overcoming the challenges, precisely to deter Ru Ming's interest in him. During their conversations in the cycles, she had mentioned feeling an inexplicable familiarity upon their first meeting. Initially, Zeng Qingfeng thought her words were mere flattery or attempts to deceive him. But after multiple inquiries, her responses remained consistent. Even when he intentionally lost during their game, she did not demand his arm. Thus, he had come to believe that he possessed some allure for Ru Ming. Now, having conducted himself honorably, he was taken aback to find that she still harbored feelings for him. Alas, the burden of my looks and that infernal charm. Zeng Qingfeng sighed inwardly before leaning down to gently place a kiss on Ru Ming's cheek. After all, it was not their first encounter of this nature. Ru Ming felt her heart race, and upon opening her eyes to behold his handsome visage so close, she suddenly wrapped her arms around Zeng Qingfeng's neck, stood on her toes, and pressed her lips against his. Zeng Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback. During the cycles, his intent had been straightforward, to spend the night with Ru Ming. He had never anticipated needing to play the gentleman, fearing any untoward advances with her. Thus, her boldness was genuinely unprecedented. His mind buzzed. Regardless of current circumstances, being pursued in such a manner by an enchanting beauty rendered him almost incapable of coherent thought. They engaged in a passionate exchange for quite some time, until Zeng Qingfeng realized he was losing control and gently pushed Ru Ming away, saying, "All right, Lady Ru Ming, I must take my leave." "You? At such a moment, you still cling to your principles?" Ru Ming was somewhat exasperated. This man's self-restraint was astonishing. Zeng Qingfeng grasped the meteorite in his hand and secured it in his system pouch, stating, "I apologize, but I already have a beloved. Then I shall kill her and marry you." Kill her? Zeng Qingfeng realized that this woman was serious, and he immediately adopted a stern demeanor. "Do not act recklessly. I love my wife dearly." and we are to be wed tomorrow. If you dare to harm her, I will hold you responsible for the consequences. Then, I shall marry you tomorrow as well, and your wife can be my concubine." Yi Ruming's audacity was striking, and combined with her melodious voice, any man might forget his own surname upon hearing her. Yet, Zeng Qingfeng shook his head, replying, "She will never be a concubine. Moreover, I have no desire for one at this moment. If I were to seek one in the future, my wife's consent would be imperative. Then tell me, who is she? Is she more beautiful than I?" Yi Ruming queried, her pride stung. In her eyes, she was the most beautiful woman in Chang'an. No other woman could possibly surpass her in beauty, and she found it intolerable to concede to anyone else. The more Zeng Qingfeng exhibited gentlemanly behavior and unwavering devotion, the more she yearned to claim him for herself. Zeng Qingfeng could only respond with honesty. "She is Wu Meier." Wu Meier, the Empress of the Tang dynasty. Yi Ruming's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated that Zeng Qingfeng's affections lay with the Empress. Indeed, Wu Meier was unparalleled in both status and beauty within the realm of the Tang dynasty, and only such a woman could be deemed worthy of rivalry. Zeng Qingfeng nodded, wishing to take his leave now that he had obtained what he came for. He clasped his hands in farewell, saying, "I shall take my leave, Lady Ruming. There is no need for you to see me off." "Wait," Yi Ruming interposed, scrutinizing him thoroughly for a moment before speaking. "You do not truly love Wu Meier. Your marriage is merely for the prestige of being second to none. Am I correct? If you were to choose me, I could arrange for Wu Meier to be eliminated tonight, and you could ascend as the emperor of the Tang dynasty." A cold sweat broke out on Zeng Qingfeng's forehead. Did she truly see him as someone to be supported by a woman? And what was this alarming habit of casually mentioning murder? Despite the palace's enhanced protective formations, if she truly decided to act against Wu Meier, it was quite possible she would summon formidable allies. With no experts in the Nirvana realm currently within the palace, Zeng Qingfeng could not allow her to act recklessly. He immediately adopted a serious expression, warning, "Yi Ruming, I warn you once more. I love my wife dearly, and should anything happen to her, I will hold you accountable. I do not care how powerful your backing is. Should you dare to harm her, I swear I will ensure your destruction along with your faction." Such a threat, if uttered by anyone else, would surely have earned a sharp response from Yi Ruming. Yet, coming from Zeng Qingfeng, she gazed at him with adoration, exclaiming, "Master Zeng, how fortunate I am to be your woman. I find myself liking you even more now. I promise not to harm Wu Meier, but I shall openly compete with her for your affections." "That is not what I meant." Zeng Qingfeng was at a loss for words. How could this woman's thought process be so peculiar? It was utterly incomprehensible and impossible to communicate with her. He had initially intended to express his frustration, but recalling the countless nights they had shared, he ultimately suppressed his anger, saying, "Very well, do as you wish. As long as you do not harm my wife. I shall take that as your agreement. I will make you understand that I am far superior to Wu Meier. You should really put your clothes back on. I am leaving," Zeng Qingfeng concluded, hastily exiting the room. As he fled in a rather disheveled manner, Yi Ruming gazed after him, her eyes clouded with intrigue. What a curious man, who remains unfazed by my beauty. In such a dull Chang'an, I finally have some amusement. Downstairs, Zeng Qingfeng glanced around but did not see Ouyang Shou. He then inquired of the brothel keeper, "Where is Ouyang?" "He is in the rouge room. Would you like me to fetch him?" After Zeng Qingfeng descended, he attracted considerable attention, as everyone observed that his arm was unscathed. Yet he had exited so swiftly that it left them questioning whether he had indeed succeeded in the trials. "Never mind. When he comes out, let him return on his own. Tell him I have already departed." With that, Zeng Qingfeng hastily made his exit. Once his figure had vanished, discussions erupted among the crowd. Did Master Zeng succeed in the trials? How could he have come out so quickly? His arm appears intact. Surely he must have succeeded, right? Perhaps Lady Ruming lost interest and merely offered him some benefits before sending him on his way. I think that's likely. Lady Ruming remains my dream lover. Well said. Even if Lady Ruming has been with others, she will always be my dream lover. Humph, you pathetic sycophant. You're no different. Just as the crowd was engaged in lively debate, Yi Ruming, now dressed, gracefully emerged. Noticing the hushed conversations below, she declared, "Master Zeng has completed all challenges. From this day forth, the trials are cancelled. I shall pursue Master Zeng henceforth." What? The crowd was left in stunned silence. He succeeded. The trials were cancelled? Yi Ruming intended to pursue Zeng Qingfeng. Had he truly not acquiesced to her in the room? Unless this man was utterly deranged, who would refuse such a stunning beauty? Moreover, with the cancellation of the trials, they had lost a source of entertainment. Most importantly, Yi Ruming had publicly declared her intentions, leaving no opportunities for anyone else. The crowd erupted once again. Who is this Zeng Qingfeng? How could he refuse Yi Ruming and have my goddess pursue him instead? Cough, cough. I am acquainted with that old fellow who came with young Master Zeng. He is a resident priest of the royal palace, possessing unfathomable strength. Hiss, just now, I sensed that old Master Ouyang seemed quite respectful towards young Master Zeng. Upon your mention, a thought suddenly struck me. Tomorrow, the Empress is to wed, and for 3 years, there will be tax exemptions and a general amnesty. Her husband also bears the surname Zeng. Could it be that the gentleman we just encountered is Emperor Zeng Qingfeng? That seems to be the case. Goodness, if Yi Ruming pursues the Emperor, is she not opposing the Empress? Does she not fear that in the Empress's wrath, she might obliterate the Cuihong Tower? You are rather uninformed, aren't you? The previous 2 emperors did consider eliminating the Cuihong Tower. Yet it ultimately came to nothing. Even if you are unaware of this, you must have heard of the Tao-seeking experts who attempted to exploit this place and were subsequently slain, right? Hee. I suddenly feel that a grand spectacle is about to unfold. 2 women vying for the same man, both of whom are of considerable stature. Sigh, why is it that I am so handsome, yet neither the Empress nor Miss Ruming has taken a liking to me? From where does your confidence stem? Your looks are hardly commendable. Regardless of the discussions below, Yi Ruming finished speaking and turned to return to her chamber. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the room, kneeling without waiting for her to speak. Miss, why have you made such a sudden decision? If it were merely to cancel the challenge, that would suffice, but to publicly declare your intention to vie with the Empress for a man. What of it? When the headquarters dispatched me, they stated that all matters here are at my discretion. Even if my father were to learn of this, he could not possibly prevent me from seeking a man. Could he? I understand, but do not forget this mission. Rest assured. It has been said that Chang'an holds great secrets, yet we have failed to uncover their exact locations over the years. My term is but 3 years. It is possible that by the time I assume my duties, I may find no clues at all. During this tedious time, what harm is there in finding a man? The cloaked figure could only sigh in response. Then his eyes flashed with fierce intent as he looked at Yi Ruming and asked, "Since you are interested in that young man, why not allow me to deal with Wu Meier?" As he spoke, a formidable aura emanated from him. He was indeed a master of the Nirvana realm. "You dare," Yi Ruming retorted, raising her hand to halt him before he could continue. "Withdraw. Without my command, you are not to lay a hand on Wu Meier. Should she be in danger, you are to protect her. I wish to compete with her on fair grounds." She certainly did not regard Zeng Qingfeng's threat with any seriousness, however. On one hand, she was concerned that Zeng Qingfeng might take out his anger on her, and on the other, she had ample confidence in her own charm and beauty in terms of cultivation talent. Appearance, backing, and even her artistic skills, what did she lack? When she had forcefully kissed Zeng Qingfeng earlier, he had indeed reacted, which was the response of a normal man. She still had confidence she could win over. The cloaked figure's expression fell as he withdrew his imposing aura and said, "Miss, I have come to assist you in finding clues and to protect you. The Grand Elder has peered into the heavenly mysteries at the cost of a century of life. This secret will surely unveil itself within 3 years. Yet it has not appeared yet." "Has it?" Yi Ruming replied, somewhat impatiently. "With your strength, it should not be difficult to cover the royal city with your divine sense. Although there are formations in place, should anything arise, you must investigate. Ensure Wu Meier's safety." "Miss, I am not. Since you refer to me as Miss, you shall heed my command. This is an order. Should you dare to question me a second time, I shall have my father replace you." Yi Ruming was somewhat angered. After all, while she held a higher status, she was still inferior in strength to the individual before her. and he spoke far too much. The cloaked figure could only sigh, bowing in acceptance of her command. Yes, I shall remember. Chapter 033. What can be done? After Zeng Qingfeng departed from the Cuihong Tower, he was preparing to return to the palace when, suddenly, he heard a system notification in his mind. Ding. Mission accomplished. Assist the Empress. Current progress. 5100. Rewards being distributed. He was momentarily taken aback. Had he done something? Entering a quiet tea house and pretending to sip tea, he immediately checked the mission details. Unfortunately, there were no specifics on what he had accomplished, yet his inventory displayed 2 new items. Jinal Baojia, a mid-grade defensive artifact capable of transforming into various styles, concealing 1's aura, and even altering 1's form and appearance for disguise. It can withstand a full force strike from a Nirvana Realm Master without harm. Jin Gung Pomi Fu contains immense power, capable of slaying a Nirvana Realm cultivator. Upon seeing these 2 items, Zeng Qingfeng fell into contemplation. The Jinal Baojia would enhance Wu Meier's safety. Yet the Jin Gung Pomi Fu would also serve him well. However, as he was about to venture into the beast forest, leaving Wu Meier and Chang'an felt rather unsettling. Forget it, I'll just gift them to my wife. Having made his decision, he glanced at the lottery interface and indeed found 2 new chances to draw. Without hesitation, he proceeded with the draws and soon acquired 2 new items. Spirit Beast Egg, 9th rank. First grade can randomly hatch a 9th rank Spirit Beast, with a certain probability of yielding a Divine Beast. Invincible Shield, a passive skill. Upon receiving an attack, a layer of imperceptible shield will envelop the user, granting 100 immunity to any fatal attack. Refreshing once daily at dawn. Upon seeing these 2 items, Zeng Qingfeng finally felt a surge of excitement. The lottery rewards were indeed splendid. A 9th rank Spirit Beast would be equivalent to a master of the Nirvana realm, whether accompanying him or safeguarding the royal city. It would be invaluable. The invincible shield thrilled him even further. Even if it only activated once a day, it essentially granted him an additional life each day. He claimed the invincible shield but felt no change throughout his body. Truly a passive skill. Although there was no sensation, he could hardly justify provoking someone to attack him just for the sake of experiencing it. With only 1 opportunity per day, he dared not use it recklessly. As for the Spirit Beast Egg, it was even less convenient to use. Should a colossal Spirit Beast emerge, it would surely shatter this quaint tea house. His heart raced with anticipation to see the 9th rank Spirit Beast. So he hastily paid and headed towards the outskirts of the city. Indeed, the outskirts were preferable. The palace was too crowded, and he intended to keep the 9th rank Spirit Beast as a trump card. Zeng Qingfeng was now so familiar with Chang'an that he could navigate it with his eyes closed, quickly locating a serene spot. This was situated about 20 li northwest of Chang'an, near the river. Due to regulations prohibiting any settlements or obstacles within a 20 li radius of the royal city, this area was utterly desolate. He used his divine sense to confirm that there was truly no one within a 5,000-meter radius before taking out the Spirit Beast Egg. Preparing to open it. The Spirit Beast Egg was roughly the size of a goose egg, and Zeng Qingfeng did not believe that the size of the egg had any bearing on the Spirit Beast's final form. After all, this was a system reward. The egg undoubtedly possessed spatial attributes, and even a small egg could potentially hatch a gigantic Spirit Beast. Ding, would you like to open the Spirit Beast Egg? Yes. As he confirmed, the Spirit Beast Egg instantly cracked open, and a blinding golden light burst forth from the fissure, shooting skyward. Fortunately, I found this secluded spot. It would have been too ostentatious in the palace. Zeng Qingfeng couldn't help but admire his wise decision. As the golden light radiated with tremendous force, threatening to shatter the egg shell, his excitement grew, and he prepared to teleport away, fearing that a massive Spirit Beast might land atop him, wasting today's use of the invincible shield. Yet, he soon realized that the so-called fatal attack was not so easily triggered in no time. The shell was completely obliterated, and the golden light vanished, leaving him holding a grass, a type of plant. Is this truly a 9th rank Spirit Beast? Zeng Qingfeng's expression darkened instantly, fearful that he had misread it. He rubbed his eyes to confirm once more, and no doubt about it. What he held was a tiny creature, and it appeared rather grotesque, resembling a silkworm he had seen in his past life. The only distinction was that this silkworm was golden, with a pair of antennae on its forehead and a layer of fine scales on its body. He was tempted to crush the silkworm in his hand, as he usually pulverized such insects with a blast of spiritual energy. Just then, the system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on hatching a 9th-rank first-grade spirit beast. The soul-devouring bug can evolve. Soul-devouring bug. Innate divine ability of spatial locking. Teleportation, range increases with strength. Its power must be enhanced by devouring strong divine souls, and the more it consumes, the faster its power increases. Devouring divine souls? Zeng Qingfeng recognized that a 9th-rank spirit beast of this caliber was indeed extraordinary. And the fact that it could evolve indicated that it might become a divine beast after reaching the peak of the 9th rank. However, its appearance was undeniably repulsive. His brows twitched with irritation. He barely restrained himself from cursing the system and promptly tossed the soul-devouring bug away. Whoosh! The soul-devouring bug hovered in midair, and Zeng Qingfeng soon heard a childish voice in his mind. Master, do you not like me? Of course. How could I possibly like you when you look like this? Zeng Qingfeng did not bother to conceal his thoughts. Even if it had taken on the form of a butterfly, he would have felt better. Master, what do you prefer? I can transform. Oh? You can transform? Zeng Qingfeng felt slightly appeased, and upon seeing the soul-devouring bug nod, he asked, Can you change into a stunning beauty to accompany me? Not a stunning beauty, just a human will do. The soul-devouring bug's antennae waved a few times, and the next moment, it truly transformed into a human form, and her appearance was undoubtedly of the beauty level. However, the corners of Zeng Qingfeng's mouth twitched as he remarked, Is this Thumbelina? With your stature, you barely match the length of my finger. Can you not appear so abnormal? Being shorter than me would suffice. The soul-eating bug had indeed transformed into a stunning beauty. Yet its size was no larger than a thumb. What left Zeng Qingfeng speechless was the fact that it was still sans attire. Master, the size I can transform into cannot exceed 10 times my original form. Otherwise, I cannot maintain that appearance for long. Cannot maintain for long. So you can change it all? What is the maximum size you can attain? Zeng Qingfeng inquired, pinpointing the crux of the matter, and hurriedly pressed on. The soul-eating bug's antennae stirred once more, and in a shimmer of golden light, it transformed from a Thumbelina into a towering female giant, standing 2 zhang tall. Make me some clothes to wear. Very well. Master, but this is the largest I can become, and I can only sustain this for the duration of a single incense stick. Moreover, if I engage in battle in this form, my strength will only reach 50%. What if you were to change to a size more akin to mine? Zeng Qingfeng observed as the giantess morphed into clothing, prompting him to continue his inquiry. The female giant swiftly reduced her size, soon becoming roughly half a head shorter than Zeng Qingfeng. Master, as long as I exceed my original size by tenfold, I can only maintain it for about the duration of a single incense stick, and my combat ability is halved. A single incense stick? Zeng Qingfeng stroked his chin, contemplating the impressive nature of this transformation ability. Yet, he pondered, what could be accomplished in such a brief span of time? For instance, transforming into the likeness of an important figure to lure an assassin or adopting the guise of a formidable expert to intimidate foes. A single incense stick's duration may prove insufficient. Well, those with improper thoughts should reflect for 10 minutes or cast a vote in support. Chapter 034. How did you know? Aware that the soul-eating bug could not maintain its form for long, Zeng Qingfeng suggested, then transform into an appealing small animal to accompany me. What small animal do you prefer, master? The soul-eating bug was quite obedient, readily complying with Zeng Qingfeng's request. After some thought, he replied, How about you transform into a little beetle and hide in my hair for now? Understood. Master. With that, the soul-eating bug shimmered in golden light and instantly morphed into a small beetle, which flew into Zeng Qingfeng's hair to conceal itself. Suddenly, Zeng Qingfeng sensed several presences rapidly approaching, prompting him to execute a teleportation and vacate the area. Shortly after his departure, several beams of light appeared where he had just been. An elderly man materialized. Curiosity etched across his face as he remarked, The golden light earlier should have originated from here. Why has it vanished? The treasure has likely been taken by someone. Let us search the vicinity, it cannot have gone far. Let us go. The group commenced their search, but Zeng Qingfeng had already returned to the imperial city. Upon arriving at the palace, he surmised that court had likely adjourned and made his way toward the imperial study. Typically, Wu Meier would attend to documents and memorials in the study post-court. And under normal circumstances, he would certainly find her there. However, the study was completely empty. After inquiring with the young palace maid, he learned that Wu Meier had yet to conclude her court session today. Using his spiritual sense to probe, he discovered that Wu Meier was still in the grand hall. The reason he did not continuously extend his spiritual sense was twofold. Firstly, it would be discourteous as other cultivators might sense the intrusion. Secondly, it was a considerable drain on mental energy. Just as he prepared to retract his spiritual sense, his expression suddenly changed, and in the next moment, he teleported away. In the grand hall, Wu Meier was engaged in a dialogue with an elderly man sporting short hair and peculiar attire. Elder Lachuo, there is no room for negotiation regarding our demands. If you wish to reclaim your third princess, you must present the items listed for exchange. Lachuo, the short-haired elder before her, had an unusual reddish-brown hue to his hair and spoke the language of the Tang dynasty with a notably stiff demeanor. Empress, do not overestimate your position. Are you not afraid of provoking war with our Persian nation? A joke. My Tang dynasty is a vast empire. Would we fear your insignificant Persia? Wu Meier's tone was equally resolute, showing no signs of retreat. If you lack sincerity, then let war commence. Lachuo's expression darkened, but recalling that he was on Tang territory, he shifted his approach, saying, does the Empress look down upon our Persia? Surely, with the intelligence capabilities of the Tang, you are aware of our alliances with the Jin and Khitan nations. Furthermore, our leader, the Lord of Ruya, has reached the realm of immortals. Empress, you would do well to consider whether you can bear the consequences of war with two nations. Upon hearing this, Wu Meier and the officials present all changed their expressions. The realm of immortals? That was the pinnacle of strength and legend. The founding emperor of the Tang dynasty had established this mighty kingdom through his prowess in the immortal realm. However, since his disappearance, the emperors of the Tang had been progressively weaker. The once loyal experts to the Tang had either departed or perished, leaving only Ouyang Xiu as the sole remnant of the Enlightenment realm in Wu Meier's generation. Not to mention the presence of an immortal expert. Even the arrival of two Nirvana realm experts could lead to significant crises and internal strife within the nation. Observing the expressions of Wu Meier and the officials, Lachuo couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph as he declared, thus, Empress, you should think carefully. I grant you one day. Decide whether to release her or to wage war. The choice is yours. Witnessing his smug demeanor, many loyal officials wished to voice their thoughts but feared provoking Persia and incurring the wrath of war, thus becoming traitors to the Tang. Wu Meier found herself at a loss, and the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed through the grand hall. If war is what you seek, then let it be. Does my Tang dynasty fear a few insignificant nations? Upon hearing this voice, Wu Meier promptly rose from her dragon throne, a look of joy illuminating her face as she exclaimed, husband. The officials, upon hearing her words, turned to the source of the voice and soon beheld Zeng Qingfeng, who had not yet changed his attire, gracefully approaching while waving a folding fan. Lachuo, upon seeing Zeng Qingfeng, sensed no trace of his strength and assumed him to be an ordinary person. Who are you? I am conversing with the Empress. What gives you the right to interject? Do you hold a higher status than the Empress? He is my husband. Do you believe he lacks the right to speak with you? Wu Meier, upon seeing Zeng Qingfeng, felt a surge of security and, in response to Lachuo's inquiry, firmly declared her stance. Many officials, unfamiliar with Zeng Qingfeng's true appearance, now regarded him with curiosity. Lachuo, hearing Wu Meier's words, cast a few surprised glances at Zeng Qingfeng. Sensing again that he appeared to be an ordinary person without cultivation, he cursed inwardly, calling him a pretty boy, then straightened his face and said, since he is the sovereign, he indeed possesses the right to speak with me. However, I represent not only the entire Persian nation but also the Khitan and Jin. Think carefully before you speak. We have an immortal lord on our side. You must be jesting, Zeng Qingfeng retorted without a hint of deference. That Ruya lord of yours was overly eager to break through 3 years ago, nearly losing his life due to a misfire in his cultivation. Although he managed to survive, his strength has significantly diminished, and he will find it difficult to step into the realm of immortals for the rest of his life. If you claim he has reached that realm, Then summon him here to personally retrieve your third princess." Zeng Qingfeng's words cut Latuo to the quick, and the latter's calm facade shattered, replaced by shock and fear. "How do you know this?" He understood that the Ruya leader's misfire was a closely guarded secret, known only to a few elders and the king. The third princess should have been unaware. Otherwise, he would suspect that the Tang had employed some means to extract this secret from her. Zeng Qingfeng chuckled coldly to himself. He had already pried the truth from the Persian princess and her few attendants through various means. The greatest asset of Persia was their leader, whose strength had reached the peak of the Nirvana realm, and at one point, he had even approached the threshold of the immortal realm. The incident of misfiring during his eager attempt to break through was something Zeng Qingfeng had overheard during a conversation between the king and an elder. Latuo had attempted to intimidate the Tang with the threat of an immortal leader, only to have his bluff called publicly by Zeng Qingfeng, leaving him in a state of dread, uncertain whether the princess had faced some punishment or if the Tang's intelligence capabilities were simply too formidable. Zeng Qingfeng smiled faintly and continued, "I know much more. For instance, while your Persian church appears powerful, internal conflicts abound. Several elder priests are forming factions, each seeking to usurp the leader's position. I also know that the third princess is not the biological child of your king, but rather the offspring of your leader." Silence. Latuo's face drained of color as he recalled the leader's instructions before his departure. Such matters were to remain confidential, and he could not fathom how Zeng Qingfeng had come to know of them. Chapter 035. Wishing to attend the wedding, Zeng Qingfeng was aware that this secret was not divulged by the third princess herself. She was entirely oblivious to it. He had extracted the information from a burly man serving as her bodyguard, who was indeed a subordinate of the leader. Latuo was increasingly anxious, as he was not well acquainted with the secrets of the Tang, yet Zeng Qingfeng appeared to have full knowledge of their affairs, placing him at a distinct disadvantage. Observing Latuo's expression, the gathered officials realized that Zeng Qingfeng's assertions were indeed accurate. Even those who had previously regarded him as a mere consort began to alter their opinions. Wu Meier gazed at him, her eyes betraying her admiration. She had not anticipated that, in her moment of uncertainty, her husband would arrive as if descended from the heavens. What kind of husband could one not adore? As Latu observed the composed Zeng Qingfeng, he spoke with a bluster that belied his inner trepidation. "Your Majesty, please refrain from such nonsense. I can send someone back to discuss this matter with the king. Over the next few days, please treat our beloved third princess with kindness. Do not let her suffer any grievances." With a cold huff, he turned and left, appearing indignant. Yet inwardly he was in a state of panic. Once he had distanced himself, the officials gazed at Zeng Qingfeng with admiration, astounded that the emperor's mere appearance had turned the tides of the situation. "If there are no further matters, let us adjourn the court." Wu Meier waved her hand. As the officials departed, she suddenly leaped into Zeng Qingfeng's embrace and exclaimed, "Husband, you have once again come to my aid today." "There is no need for thanks, my dear. Assisting you is my duty," Zeng Qingfeng replied. Anxious that she might inquire how he knew of the situation, he swiftly changed the topic, saying, "By the way, my dear, after our grand wedding tomorrow, I must make a trip to the beast forest." "What business do you have in the beast forest?" "My husband." "Just a matter of some importance," Zeng Qingfeng replied, uncertain of the effects of the infinite beast control technique, thus opting to keep the reason from Wu Meier for the time being. To divert her attention, he produced the golden gung destruction talisman and the golden thread armor, handing them to her. "My dear, your safety is my utmost concern while I am away. Please keep these two items close." After briefly explaining their uses, Wu Meier's eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at him, exclaiming, "Husband, where did you acquire such treasures?" "Ah, that is a question best left unasked, my dear. Keep them for your protection. It will ease my mind while I am gone." Upon hearing this, Wu Meier felt a surge of emotion and, disregarding the palace maids and eunuchs lingering in the distance, she flung herself into Zeng Qingfeng's arms, declaring, "You are truly wonderful to me, my husband. It is only right." Zeng Qingfeng accepted her praise with a sense of rightful pride. Were it not for his invincible shield, he would have hesitated to part with the golden gung destruction talisman. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Task completed. Assist the Empress. Current progress. 6100. Rewards being distributed. With this notification, Zeng Qingfeng's earlier reluctance dissipated. Just as they were about to leave the Grand Hall, Eunuch Chao hurried in, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, Emperor, the owner of the Cuihong Tower, Yi Ruming, requests an audience." "What?" Wu Meier's expression darkened upon hearing that name. "What does she want?" "My father cautioned me on his deathbed to be wary of three forces and to refrain from acting against them unless I had absolute certainty. The Cuihong Tower is one of those forces. Husband, do you know why Yi Ruming seeks me?" She turned to Zeng Qingfeng, for in her eyes, he was all-knowing. However, he secretly thought to himself, "This is not good," while maintaining an air of confusion. "How would I know?" "Perhaps it is best not to meet her," he suggested, aware that allowing these two women to confront one another was far from wise. Observing his flustered demeanor, Wu Meier felt a flicker of suspicion arise. "Husband, do you know Yi Ruming?" "Well, I have encountered her once," Zeng Qingfeng admitted, realizing that it was futile to conceal the truth about his recent escapade to acquire materials. Naturally, he omitted many details, such as the part where he had painted her while disrobed. Wu Meier's jealousy flared, deducing that their interaction was likely more complex than Zeng Qingfeng had revealed. With a stern expression, she declared, "Husband, let us meet this woman. If necessary, I will order her execution within the palace." "My dear, that is unwise," Zeng Qingfeng urged, observing the displeasure on her face. "While Yi Ruming may not pose a significant threat, she is the spokesperson for the Cuihong Tower, which possesses more than one expert at the immortal level. Now is not the time for us to provoke the Cuihong Tower." "You are aware of the forces behind the Cuihong Tower?" Wu Meier was taken aback. Her husband seemed to know an extraordinary amount. Zeng Qingfeng could only resort to his usual reassurances. "Have you forgotten that I possess foresight? It is best we do not meet her. Until we are sufficiently powerful, it is prudent to maintain peace with the Cuihong Tower." Wu Meier nodded, poised to issue her command when Eunuch Chao interjected, "Your Majesty Emperor, Yi Ruming has conveyed her desire to visit, wishing to attend the wedding tomorrow. She has also sent a gift." As he spoke, he produced a small wooden box from his robes. Zeng Qingfeng recognized it immediately. He had seen it while controlling Yi Ruming, which contained a millennium-old snow ginseng. While not exceedingly rare, it was the principal ingredient for beauty elixirs. Wu Meier instructed Eunuch Chao to open the box. And indeed, it contained the millennium-old snow ginseng. Her expression darkened as she spoke with displeasure. "What does Yi Ruming mean by this? Does she believe her beauty surpasses mine, that I require a beauty elixir?" "My dear, do not be upset. That woman is not as beautiful as you," Zeng Qingfeng falsely complimented, hoping to soothe her feelings. Wu Meier felt a sweet warmth in her heart and waved her hand, saying, "Eunuch Chao, return the gift and tell her that my wedding only includes a select few officials. Outsiders are not invited, and she should understand." "Understood." Eunuch Chao prepared to leave when suddenly a distant voice echoed through the hall. "Your Majesty, Emperor, are we not worthy of your esteemed consideration, considering our Mrs. Noble's status?" Wu Meier's expression shifted, instinctively leaning closer to Zeng Qingfeng. "A Nirvana-level expert. Husband, can your formation withstand this?" "We are still lacking," Zeng Qingfeng replied candidly. He had yet to gather sufficient materials. While his formation could contend with an Enlightenment-level expert, it was inadequate against someone at the Nirvana level. Abruptly, a figure appeared not far from Zeng Qingfeng and Wu Meier. A short, stout man who appeared to be in his 50s. Zeng Qingfeng positioned himself protectively in front of Wu Meier, then calmly inquired, "Who are you?" "Do not be alarmed," the middle-aged man clasped his fists and said, "I am from the Cuihong Tower, and Yi Ruming is my young lady." Upon hearing this, Zeng Qingfeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Why Yi Ruming would not dare harm him. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to leave the Cuihong Tower unscathed. He regarded the middle-aged man and asked, "What is your purpose in coming here? Are you not aware that it is quite impolite to intrude uninvited?" The middle-aged man snorted disdainfully. "If it were not for my young lady's infatuation with you, insisting on attending your wedding, do you think I would willingly come to relay her message?" Zeng Qingfeng's expression darkened, while Wu Meier widened her eyes, staring at her husband. "Husband?" Wu Meier looked at Zeng Qingfeng. Her gaze sharp, he shot a glare at the middle-aged man before wrapping his arms around Wu Meier's waist, stating, "My dear, regardless of whether his words hold any truth, it is ultimately someone else's affection. My heart belongs solely to you. Really? My husband, I adore you. Wu Meier's anger transformed into joy, for what woman could resist such sweet nothings? The Empress was no exception. The middle-aged man rolled his eyes, feeling choked by their display of affection, while also feeling a sense of injustice for his young lady. Unable to endure their flirtation any longer, he interjected, Your Majesty, Emperor, my young lady is waiting. Will you grant her an audience? Wu Meier seemed to just remember him, stepping away from Zeng Qingfeng and declaring, Very well, I shall meet your young lady. I have long been curious about her. She had heard tales of Yi Ruming's stunning appearance and exceptional talent, fostering a desire to compete with her. The middle-aged man immediately replied, Excellent, I shall fetch my young lady. He prepared to transform into a streak of light to leave, but Wu Meier halted him, stating, Wait, is my palace a place for you to enter freely? You will wait here. Eunuch Chao, go summon Miss Yi. Yes. Eunuch Chao, well aware of Wu Meier's authority, complied without hesitation. The middle-aged man steadied himself. Forced to wait patiently, though he felt a twinge of annoyance, he could not comprehend why Yi Ruming insisted on competing with Wu Meier. Despite Wu Meier's comparable beauty and talent, especially given her limited time for cultivation as Empress, she had indeed exhibited remarkable abilities. Yet, should his young lady give the command, he could easily eliminate Wu Meier and place her in her stead. What fairness in competition? In his view, his young lady was simply foolish. Before long, Eunuch Chao returned, leading Yi Ruming into the grand hall. Upon entering, Yi Ruming beamed at Zeng Qingfeng without acknowledging Wu Meier. Her expression shattered Wu Meier's composure once again, and she reprimanded, Yi Ruming. Regardless of the strength of your backing, in the palace of Chang'an, the capital of the Tang dynasty, do you not possess the basic courtesy to greet me? Her anger stemmed not merely from Yi Ruming's lack of decorum, but from the fact that Yi Ruming's gaze was fixated on Zeng Qingfeng. Yi Ruming brazenly cast a flirtatious glance at Zeng Qingfeng before addressing Wu Meier. Greetings, Sister Meier, and hello, Brother Zeng. Do not be so familiar. We have yet to determine who is older and who is younger. In Wu Meier's eyes sparkled with fiery intensity. This woman not only exhibited a lack of decorum, but also addressed her husband with such familiarity. It was truly outrageous. Moreover, given that their strengths were comparable, the one who was younger only served to demonstrate superior aptitude, a fact Wu Meier was certainly unwilling to accept. Oh, how old is the Empress this year? Knight Ruming inquired with a playful grin, her tone devoid of any respect and tinged with mockery. Zeng Qingfeng, noticing the volatile energy emanating from Wu Meier and feeling somewhat guilty about their prior verbal sparring, hastily intervened. My lady, please do not be agitated. In truth, you are of the same year. You are merely a month her senior, so it is only natural for you to assume the role of an elder sister. My husband, you even know her age and birthday? Wu Meier's eyes widened in suspicion. Sensing that her husband might be less than honest or perhaps had an unusual closeness with Knight Ruming, Zeng Qingfeng felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself, realizing he had inadvertently revealed information about Knight Ruming's age and birthday, knowledge he had acquired during their cyclical entrapment, yet he had not inquired about it today. Knight Ruming, still grinning, looked at Zeng Qingfeng and said, Oh, little Zeng, you've secretly sought out my information. It seems you truly do have feelings for me. Her words ignited Wu Meier's fury, and she glared at Zeng Qingfeng, declaring, You may indulge in your affections for her at your leisure. This marriage is off. Wait. Zeng Qingfeng's expression darkened as he quickly blocked Wu Meier's path, stating, My lady, have you forgotten my ability to foresee? Today, as we face challenges, I naturally need to gather pertinent information. Is it really necessary to inquire about her age and birthday? Cough, of course it is. As the saying goes, to know oneself and one's enemy is to win every battle. How can I secure what I seek without a clear understanding? He then turned to Knight Ruming, saying, Miss Ruming, should you continue to provoke my lady, I shall not welcome you any longer. This was, of course, both a threat and a declaration of intent. Expecting Knight Ruming to retreat, he was surprised when she continued with her playful demeanor, Oh, little Zeng, don't be like that. How about I give Sister Meier a painting as an apology? A painting? Zeng Qingfeng immediately recalled the portrait he had drawn of Knight Ruming earlier. A bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. If that painting were to surface, Wu Meier's wrath would be impossible to contain. Under such circumstances, it was inevitable that they would come to blows. Though Knight Ruming had a formidable ally by her side, Wu Meier possessed the recently gifted Jin Geng Destruction Talisman. Jin Geng Destruction Talisman contains immense power capable of vanquishing a Nirvana realm practitioner. This was no jest. Now was not the time to make enemies of the Chuihong Tower. While eliminating Knight Ruming and her ally might seem manageable, the forces behind Chuihong Tower would not simply stand by. He could only communicate telepathically with Wu Meier, urging, "My lady, do not fall into this woman's trap. She seeks to provoke you. The more she tries, the more you must maintain your composure." Provoke me? Wu Meier was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized, "You are right, my husband. I was too preoccupied with my feelings for you to see the bigger picture." After all, she was an empress. Although her reign had been brief, her temperament had been honed to a degree of stability. Her husband was correct. The Chuihong Tower's strength was unfathomable, and the Nirvana realm practitioner was merely a subordinate. Knight Ruming's status was clearly elevated, and the number of such experts at Chuihong Tower was anyone's guess. Now was certainly not the time for confrontation. Her devotion to Zeng Qingfeng had clouded her judgment, and her fear of losing such an exceptional husband had rendered her somewhat irrational. Indeed, it was not unusual for those in love to exhibit a certain degree of naivety, possessiveness, and jealousy. Observing that his wife had regained her composure, Zeng Qingfeng continued to speak telepathically. "Rest assured, my lady. My heart belongs solely to you. Regardless of Knight Ruming's intentions, we shall face them together. My husband, I was thoughtless just now. I trust you completely. I will follow your lead," Wu Meier replied. A hint of shame in her voice, and her gaze towards Knight Ruming had transformed into one of tranquility. Knight Ruming noticed the shift in Wu Meier's demeanor and felt a twinge of surprise. While she could not discern the specifics of their telepathic exchange, it was evident that Wu Meier held Zeng Qingfeng in high regard. The rapid restoration of Wu Meier's calm suggested a profound trust in him, which stirred a sense of envy in Knight Ruming regarding their relationship. "Sister Meier, I must admit my fault. Allow me to present you with a painting as a token of my apology." With that, Knight Ruming produced a scroll of artwork with a flourished eye. In an instant, she sent the painting soaring towards Wu Meier with her vital energy. Zeng Qingfeng's heart raced, and he quickly calculated how to explain the situation once Wu Meier laid eyes on the artwork. As Wu Meier accepted the scroll, her curiosity piqued. She slowly began to unfurl it. "My husband." Upon revealing the painting, she immediately turned her gaze toward Zeng Qingfeng. He could only force a smile and plead, "My lady, please allow me to explain myself." "What is there to explain?" Wu Meier retorted, turning the painting towards him and inquiring, "What does this artwork signify?" Zeng Qingfeng's heart sank in relief upon inspection. The painting was not the portrait he had created for Knight Ruming, but rather an odd depiction. He glanced at Knight Ruming, who winked at him, and he felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. It seemed she had merely sought to tease him. He resolved to give her a sound reprimand at a later date. Upon closer examination, he noted the painting depicted 6 peculiar figures, each with golden hair and blue eyes, arranged in a circle, each striking an oddly contorted pose. With focused observation, one might perceive the figures becoming increasingly blurred, as if one's consciousness was being drawn into the artwork, transforming the figures into a bizarre symbol. "Are there Westerners in this world as well?" Zeng Qingfeng mused in astonishment, as the figures bore a striking resemblance to those from his previous life. Knight Ruming then elucidated, "This painting was gifted by an old friend of my father's. Prolonged viewing enhances one's spiritual acuity." Upon hearing this, Wu Meier recognized the painting's value. Objects that could enhance cultivation and power were rarely inexpensive, especially those with the potential to be passed down through generations. If it were to circulate, it would undoubtedly fetch a staggering price. Knight Ruming's willingness to part with such a treasure left Wu Meier momentarily at a loss, and she turned to Zeng Qingfeng for guidance. Zeng Qingfeng harbored a suspicion that this painting held more than mere spiritual enhancement, though he could not ascertain its full significance at that moment. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. "Ding! Detected fragments of the Demon Realm Slaughter Scroll. Would you like to collect them now?" What on earth? This was the first time Zeng Qingfeng had encountered such a concept, prompting him to curiously check the task interface. Demon Realm Slaughter Scroll. a total of 13 fragments, each possessing incredible energy. Once collected, one can control the demon realm. Surprised and intrigued by this revelation, Zeng Qingfeng took the painting from Wu Meier, proclaiming, "My dear, this scroll may prove beneficial to me. Allow me to safeguard it." Wu Meier shot him a skeptical glance and retorted, "Are you certain it is for your benefit, rather than a mere keepsake? My lady, how could you think so? Am I truly that kind of person?" Zeng Qingfeng replied as he willed the scroll to vanish. Ding. Successfully collected one fragment of the Demon Realm Slaughter Scroll. Current progress 113. Obtained a thread of the Ancient Demon Goddess Soul. Ancient Demon Goddess Soul can be upgraded, capable of launching a soul attack against a target. Currently able to severely injure beings below the immortal realm. Usable once daily. As the system notification concluded, Zeng Qingfeng felt a powerful surge of spiritual energy merging with his own. This was a distinct soul entity, one that could heed his command. With yet another card up his sleeve, Zeng Qingfeng felt elated and could not help but ask Knight Ruming, "Are there more such scrolls available? I find them quite appealing." Knight Ruming was momentarily taken aback but then smiled. "I shall inquire with my father. If you truly desire one, I will keep an eye out for you." "Thank you." Zeng Qingfeng expressed his gratitude with a fist salute. Wu Meier rolled her eyes before turning to Knight Ruming, stating, "You are welcome to attend the wedding tomorrow. Chao Gonggong, provide Miss Knight with a passage token." "Yes." Chao Gonggong promptly complied, retrieving a golden token from his robes. Knight Ruming accepted the token but did not rush to depart. Instead, she looked at Zeng Qingfeng and said, "Little Zeng, we shall take our leave for now, but I will miss you." Cough. "Miss Ruming, please do not jest. My heart belongs solely to my wife." Zeng Qingfeng was acutely aware that failing to clarify his stance would only provoke Wu Meier further, as anticipated. Upon hearing his words, Wu Meier shot Knight Ruming a triumphant glance. Knight Ruming, however, remained unfazed, replying, "No worries, little Zeng. I was simply unfortunate not to encounter you first. Should there come a day when you tire of being an emperor or wish to marry again, you may seek me out." Even Wu Meier's patience was wearing thin at this point. Zeng Qingfeng hastily interjected, "My lady, why such agitation? I love only you. Others' affections for me are inconsequential. There are plenty who admire you as well. If I were to feel jealous, I would surely wear myself out." This clever turn of phrase immediately restored balance to Wu Meier's heart. Indeed, as the most beautiful woman in the Tang dynasty, she would certainly have many admirers. If Zeng Qingfeng were to feel jealousy, it would truly be exhausting. In the spirit of empathy, one must acknowledge that it is indeed inappropriate to be jealous without cause. Given my husband's remarkable qualities, it is only natural for him to attract admirers. Yi Ruming is merely an audacious suitor with a bold demeanor. As long as my husband remains untempted, that is all that matters. You are right. My husband at IT is perfectly normal for someone as exceptional as you to have admirers. As long as your heart belongs solely to me, I mused. This could be considered a casual display of affection. Yet Yi Ruming, feeling a twinge of jealousy, could only snort in response, "Well then, Sister Meier, little brother Zeng, we shall meet again tomorrow." With that, she took the middle-aged man and departed the grand hall. Once they had left, Wu Meier could not resist pinching Zeng Qingfeng's waist and inquired, "My husband, be honest with me. Did you provoke her today?" Cough, cough. "My lady, what are you saying? Do you truly believe I am that kind of person?" Zeng Qingfeng skillfully turned the tables, leaving Wu Meier feeling a bit embarrassed. "That's not what I meant. I just think that Yi Ruming is indeed quite beautiful. It's the first time I felt that a woman's appearance rivals mine. My husband, I have a premonition that this woman will become my formidable rival. You must refrain from any association with her in the future, do you understand? Rest assured, my lady, my heart is small and can only accommodate you." Having mastered the art of winning a woman's heart after countless reincarnations, such sweet words flowed effortlessly from his lips. Wu Meier felt elated upon hearing this and quickly rubbed the spot where she had pinched him, asking, "My husband, are you all right? Did I hurt you?" "Not at all. As long as you are unhappy, I would not resist even if you were to stab me." "Do not speak so carelessly. I could never bring myself to harm you." "Then shall we return to our chamber, my lady? I will be the one to stab you." How rude. Thus, the matter concerning Yi Ruming was deftly dismissed by Zeng Qingfeng's charm, for tomorrow marked their wedding day, a celebration for the entire nation. The palace eunuchs and maidens were bustling about in preparation. Even the two soldiers were on high alert. The empress's wedding could not afford any mistakes, for the price of failure could be dire. As dawn broke, Zeng Qingfeng, still drowsy, was roused by Wu Meier's voice. "My husband, wake up and change your clothes." "So early?" He glanced out the window at the dim light of dawn, unable to suppress a grumble. Yet, at that moment, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Main quest triggered. Wedding assassins. Quest description. During the wedding, 3 assassins will attempt to assassinate Wu Meier. Prevent or eliminate the assassins to ensure her safety. Quest rewards: 2 lottery draws, 1 immortal body refinement technique, divine grade. Chapter 38. Instant kill assassins. Who would have thought that amidst the wedding festivities, assassins would emerge? The system did not specify the strength of the assassins, which left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Noticing Zeng Qingfeng's furrowed brow, Wu Meier gently spoke. "My husband, do you dislike such elaborate formalities? I have already ordered a simplification, but some procedures are unavoidable, such as the ancestral rites. I will arrange that shortly. After the rites, I will greet the guests, and you may rest in our chambers." "It's all right, my lady. Let us adhere to tradition. By the way, please wear the golden armor I gifted you close to your body." "I am already wearing it," Wu Meier replied with a blissful expression. "My husband, the golden armor I am adorned with is already on me. I won't even need to change into my wedding attire. I can transform directly." "That is wonderful." Zeng Qingfeng felt a sense of relief. He would remind Wu Mingqi and the others to activate the protective formation at any moment. As long as they were not facing a Nirvana realm expert, he felt confident, especially since he had acquired several trump cards in recent days. At that time, palace maids and eunuchs entered with garments to assist the couple in their preparations. Several maids helped Wu Meier with her makeup and attire, while 2 assisted Zeng Qingfeng into a celebratory robe. Once they were both attired, they joined hands and exited the sleeping quarters. Outside, numerous ceremonial officials awaited them as they commenced the intricate ancestral rites. With the empress marrying, all the officials were present, and once the rites concluded, it was already noon. Zeng Qingfeng discreetly communicated with Wu Mingqi and the others, urging them to remain vigilant. Zhang Tanji had gone to the northern borders to assist Changrongsheng, and Ouying Xiao had yet to return from visiting an old friend. If assassins were to strike today, he would have to handle it alone in a corner. Yi Ruming sat quietly beside a Nirvana realm expert. "Elder Yun, do you believe that little brother Zeng genuinely admires the Empress as a person, or is it her imperial status that captivates him?" "Miss, I cannot say for certain, but this young Master Zeng is indeed a rare talent. I have done my inquiries and found him to be quite extraordinary. It is certainly not just his looks." "Oh." Yi Ruming, intrigued, pressed for more details. Wu Meier discreetly observed the two, relieved that they were not causing any trouble. Her greatest concern was that Yi Ruming would disrupt the wedding, but seeing them behave so well, she felt hopeful for a smooth ceremony. Only Zeng Qingfeng remained on high alert, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. The quest had not indicated when the assassins would strike or their strength, so he remained prepared at all times. When the banquet began, a eunuch tested the food and drink for poison at the empress's table. Once confirmed safe, Wu Meier raised her cup and addressed the assembly. "Today, I am marrying my husband, Zeng Qingfeng. From now on, his words will hold the same weight as mine. You are all to heed him. Long live the Empress. Long live the Emperor." The officials bowed in unison, creating a solemn atmosphere. Yet, Yi Ruming remained seated, unmoving. Observing this scene, she scoffed. "What is so grand about this? She is merely the empress of a mundane empire. Were it not for the great secrets of the Tang state, who would even bother coming here, given the lack of spiritual energy?" Elder Yun, about to respond, suddenly changed his demeanor and warned Yi Ruming, "Miss, be cautious. I sense a murderous intent." Do you mean to say there are assassins daring enough to act during the Empress's wedding?" Instead of showing fear, her expression revealed anticipation. If assassins were to eliminate Wu Meier, she could then command Elder Yun to save Zeng Qingfeng, thus eliminating her rival and becoming his savior. A perfect 2 birds with 1 stone. If there are indeed assassins, they must possess considerable strength to act today. "Miss, you must be careful. If it becomes too dangerous, I will take you away." "I will not leave." Yi Ruming licked her lips and continued, "You need not concern yourself with Wu Meier. Focus on protecting little brother Zeng." "Mississippi. That is an order." "Understood." Elder Yun could only comply grimly. Realizing that the young lady was blinded by love, she disregarded her own safety to rescue a pretty boy. At that moment, Zeng Qingfeng also sensed several waves of murderous intent and immediately understood that the assassins were making their move. Assassins typically concealed their identities and auras. The emergence of killing intent was a signal that they were about to strike. "My lady, be careful. I sense a dangerous presence," Zeng Qingfeng warned Wu Meier, simultaneously using his spiritual awareness to instruct Wu Mingqi and the others to activate the formation. As he made his transmission, 3 figures surged toward Wu Meier in a triangular formation. He was taken aback. 3 Nirvana realm experts. The current formation could not contain them. Today would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. The 3 assassins, an elderly man and 2 middle-aged individuals, 1 male and 1 female, approached Wu Meier, their faces revealing contempt at the sight of her panic. If not for her unique status, how could they be bothered to deal with a mere Imperial realm cultivator? This was truly an overkill. They even imagined the chaos that would ensue in the Tang state after eliminating Wu Meier. But just then, a barely perceptible wave of energy surged toward the elderly man at the forefront. Sensing an overwhelming sense of crisis, he barely had time to react before feeling a surge of energy penetrate his brow. In the next instant, he could not even escape with his primordial spirit. His body fell straight to the ground, devoid of life. This scene shocked not only the onlookers but also terrified the remaining 2 assassins. How had a Nirvana realm 6th grade expert been killed so swiftly? Could it be that the Tang State Palace harbored an expert of the immortal realm? Only Zeng Qingfeng truly knows what is happening. While he seizes the opportunity to pull Wu Meier back, he reflects inwardly. Indeed, the soul of the ancient demon god is formidable. Alas, it can only be utilized once a day. Chapter 39. The reward has arrived, although the most powerful assassin was dispatched in an instant. The remaining 2 are still experts at the Nirvana realm. Dealing with the 2 left is no easy task. Yet the onlookers are oblivious to how the first assassin was eliminated, and for a moment, they fail to react. The remaining 2 assassins, believing that a master of the immortal realm is present in the palace, are uncertain whether to continue their assault on Wu Meier or to flee for their lives. In the midst of their hesitation, Zeng Qingfeng strikes once more. With a swift motion, a shadow darts towards the Nirvana realm man. He barely has time to discern that it is a small beetle before it burrows directly into his body. Ah! The man emits a piercing scream as his life force and soul are drained away. Although he struggles for a brief moment, this is indeed a master of the Nirvana realm. It is akin to being instantly killed. Fearful, many witnesses clearly see that it was Zeng Qingfeng who acted. He gestures, and the small beetle emerges from the man's body, returning to his hand. "Soul-devouring insect, can you continue to eliminate that woman?" "Master, I need time to digest, at least the duration of an incense stick." The small beetle, known as the soul-devouring insect, hastily responds to Zeng Qingfeng's inquiry. To his surprise, the insect's attacks are also limited and cannot be executed consecutively. Furthermore, its ability to instantly kill a Nirvana realm expert was due to the opponent's lack of defense. Zeng Qingfeng can only convey a message to Wu Mingqi and the others, instructing them to channel the array's power toward the remaining female assassin. The female assassin is the weakest among them. Under the array's suppression, her domain immediately falters. However, her strength still remains, and at this moment, she is wholly disinterested in fighting, transforming into a streak of light in an attempt to escape. With her speed, no one could impede her. Not even the palace's array. With gritted teeth, Zeng Qingfeng produces a talisman of fortune, Fortune Talisman. Increases luck upon use, effective for the duration of an incense stick, and can be stacked. The talisman transforms into an imperceptible beam of light that spreads outward. Simultaneously, Yi Ruming hastily addresses Elder Yun. "Elder Yun, quickly intervene and stop her. I need Wu Meier to owe me a favor." "Understood." This time, Elder Yun does not hesitate. The impact of having slain 2 Nirvana realm experts is significant for him. Having the Great Tang Kingdom owe them a favor may prove beneficial in the near future. He refrains from acting immediately, having already missed the opportunity to provide timely assistance, if he cannot even add a stroke of good fortune. Should the royal city reveal any hidden cards to retain the last assassin, he would be left with nothing. Elder Yun flashes forward, instantly appearing before the female assassin. Since his domain remains unrestrained, the female assassin is immediately subjected to its suppression, causing her movements to slow. Sword control technique. Zeng Qingfeng employs the sword control technique, and the Xinyuan sword transforms into a stream of light, piercing through the body of the female assassin. Recognizing that escape is futile, her primordial spirit chooses to self-destruct. However, the explosion's force is suppressed by Elder Yun's domain, sparing anyone from harm. From the moment the three assassins attacked until now, less than 10 breaths have elapsed. Many guests are still in shock, yet the battle has already concluded. Elder Yun lands before Zeng Qingfeng, a hint of awkwardness in his demeanor as he remarks, "Young Master Zeng, I did not anticipate that a Nirvana realm individual would self-destruct so decisively. I was unable to prevent it. The Elder is too kind. I am grateful for your assistance in thwarting the assassin." Zeng Qingfeng is not overly regretful. These individuals attending the wedding cannot possibly hide their identities beneath black cloaks. It is evident that they are not nameless figures, making their identities relatively easy to ascertain. Elder Yun gestures subtly, stating, "Young Master Zeng, there is no need for gratitude. It was my young lady who instructed me to assist you." One cannot deny that this old fellow is quite astute, understanding the importance of maintaining his young lady's reputation. Zeng Qingfeng suppresses his urge to investigate the assassins further and bows to Yi Rumming, saying, "Thank you, Miss Rumming." "Hee, little Zenggu, don't call me Miss Rumming anymore. It feels too distant. From now on, just call me Meier." Zeng Qingfeng is at a loss for words. Although Wu Meier feels a tinge of jealousy, she coldly huffs at Zeng Qingfeng, saying, "Husband, since Meier does not consider you an outsider, why not acknowledge her as your sister?" Her words not only portray her magnanimity but also solidify their relationship as siblings, making any further advancements more challenging. Yi Rumming, unfazed, replies, "Little Zenggu, the Empress has agreed. You are my brother from now on." "Very well. Thank you, Meier." Zeng Qingfeng believes it is best to expedite the wedding proceedings, as he has already heard the system notification. Rewards have been credited. With so many people around, it is not an opportune moment to claim the reward. And he is reluctant to engage in lengthy conversation with Yi Rumming, especially under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Then little Zenggu, you all carry on. I will come to visit my brother when I have time." It turns out that Yi Rumming's aim was to establish this relationship. Wu Meier feels a pang of regret for her earlier oversight. The wedding continues, and due to the incident with the assassins, the already simplified ceremony is further condensed. After exchanging polite remarks, Wu Meier and Zeng Qingfeng return to their newly adorned chambers. As soon as they are back, Wu Meier inquires with concern, "Husband, are you unscathed?" "I am fine. As for today's assassins, I have already gathered some clues. Please refrain from pursuing them for the time being." Zeng Qingfeng, having been trapped in Chang'an for 10 millennia, was previously unaware of any Nirvana realm experts lurking within the city. Could it be that his previous low power level prevented him from sensing their presence? However, he does not recognize any of the three individuals. Anyone he has encountered would leave at least a fleeting impression. The memory of cultivators is remarkably strong, and Zeng Qingfeng is certain that he has never met these three assassins before. Thus, they must either have been in a concealed retreat for an extended period, or have only recently arrived in Chang'an, the latter being the more likely scenario. Otherwise, during his past exploits, he would have encountered no one above the Nirvana realm to contend with him. After a millennium of monotonous existence, even the most resilient temperament would be driven to madness. Occasionally, he would play the role of the villain for amusement, even provoking the Cuihong Tower numerous times. At that time, the Cuihong Tower had not detected the presence of Nirvana realm experts, but Yi Rumming possessed a treasure that could summon a projection of her father, capable of slaying Nirvana realm masters. After being defeated once, Zeng Qingfeng would no longer seek self-inflicted punishment, instead opting to navigate the trials with utmost sincerity. Wu Meier, surprised by Zeng Qingfeng's words, asks, "Husband, do you already know their identities?" "I have some leads." Zeng Qingfeng looks at Wu Meier without directly answering, instead countering with a question, "My dear, you should be aware that aside from the Cuihong Tower, there are two other uncontrollable forces in Chang'an, correct?" Wu Meier's eyes widen as she quickly responds, "Are you referring to the Four Seasons Hall and the Medicine God Valley?" Chapter 40. Enhancement of physical form. It turns out Wu Meier has always been aware of this. That simplifies matters. Zeng Qingfeng nods, saying, I do not possess extensive knowledge regarding these two forces, but I sense that the most formidable threat lies with the Medicine God Valley. The Tuihong Tower and the Four Seasons Hall at least maintain a facade of openness. The Tuihong Tower is a brothel, while the Four Seasons Hall ostensibly operates as a bodyguard agency, yet secretly engages in bounty hunting and assassination tasks. The three assassins this time bore a rather concealed symbol on their attire, which is unique to the Four Seasons Hall's killers. He pauses for a moment before continuing, I recall something. It seems that Chang'an harbors a significant secret. The presence of these three forces here is likely not merely for intelligence gathering. I suspect their true aim is to uncover this great secret. A great secret? Wu Meier is taken aback, her expression becoming conflicted. After several breaths, as if having made a resolute decision, she firmly shuts the door and says, Husband, we are now united as one, and there are some matters I need not conceal from you. I have heard from my father that when the founding emperor established Chang'an as the imperial city, it was because he discovered some secret. Ultimately, his disappearance seems to be linked to this secret. Oh, what secret? Zeng Qingfeng is taken aback. Throughout his countless reincarnations, he has employed every possible means to uncover this secret. Yet no one has been able to divulge its nature. He understands that some things are not meant to be pursued indefinitely, as the next day everything would reset to the beginning. During his time dealing with Wu Meier, his primary goal has been to appease her, thus he never inquired about the secret of Chang'an. Wu Meier shakes her head, helplessness evident in her demeanor. I am also uncertain, to be precise. No one truly knows if someone did, Chang'an would not remain so tranquil. However, there are conjectures from my ancestors suggesting it may be related to attaining immortality. Attaining immortality? Zeng Qingfeng is immediately astonished. The concept of immortality bears no direct correlation to the strength of the immortal realm. The highest known power currently is indeed the immortal realm, yet it can only be accurately classified as the loose immortal realm, despite the vastness and prosperity of the Great Tang Kingdom. To cultivators, Chang'an is still regarded as a place with sparse spiritual energy. Cultivators find it exceedingly slow to enhance their strength, often relying on numerous rare treasures or spiritual stones, as well as elixirs to assist in their cultivation. Even Wu Meier reached the Emperor realm at a young age, thanks to her master's guidance and the ample resources afforded by her royal lineage. Zeng Qingfeng's situation was even more dire. Although it appeared as though he had lived for millennia, he had started as an ordinary individual, gradually mastering the art of medicine and alchemy, and slowly enhancing his own constitution. If the system had not malfunctioned, he believed that by simply completing several system tasks, he could attain extraordinary qualifications, thus sparing himself from the arduous path he had previously endured. However, with the dawn of each new day, he was compelled to begin anew. Whether in alchemy or cultivation, all must be accomplished within a single day, in the early days. After painstakingly spending an entire day concocting a medicinal pill, he found that consuming it did not enable him to successfully enter the body refinement stage, forcing him to repeat the process the following day. Reflecting on the hardships he had faced in his journey of growth, he found himself overwhelmed with emotion. Now, upon learning that the ulterior motives of these individuals might be related to ascension, Zeng Qingfeng was, of course, taken aback. Wu Meier nodded and said, I cannot be certain, but I recall my father mentioning that the founding emperor left behind a manuscript, claiming to have discovered a path to immortality, after which he vanished. If that is true, then peace in Chang'an will surely be shattered. Zeng Qingfeng acutely sensed the gravity of the situation. If the opportunity for ascension lay in Chang'an, it would not bode well for the current strength of the Tang dynasty, but rather herald a calamity. Wu Meier expressed her regret, saying, Unfortunately, the information left by the founding emperor is scant, and those three factions have lurked for over a millennium with little progress. Their sudden aggression against me, could it signify some advancement? We must remain vigilant. Zeng Qingfeng felt a sense of urgency. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to bolster the power of the Tang dynasty. With sufficient strength, he would have no cause for concern regarding any threats or enemies. Suddenly, Wu Meier clenched her teeth and declared, Husband, while Tuihong Tower has maintained a relationship with us, the audacity of Sijitang to send assailants against me cannot go unpunished. Rest assured. My lady, grant me a little more time, and I shall assist you in resolving this matter," Zeng Qingfeng affirmed, his tone and expression imbued with confidence. With the system at his disposal, he feared no faction. Should it come to it, he could abandon the entire Tang dynasty, find a secluded refuge, and return for vengeance once he had amassed sufficient power. As for the common people, after enduring countless years of monotony, he had come to terms with it all. "Very well, husband, today is our wedding day. Let us not dwell on such troubling matters. On this night of our nuptials, do you not wish to partake in something special?" "Ahem. My lady, the hour is still early. Perhaps we could." The following day, upon rising, Zeng Qingfeng found that Wu Meier had already departed for court. In recent days, she had consistently showcased the strength of the imperial city, compelling many neutral officials to become extraordinarily compliant and loyal. Wu Meier was also diligently following the list provided by Zeng Qingfeng, systematically purging those officials deemed unworthy. The court was nearly unrecognizable, with no one daring to question the edicts of the Empress. The Tang court had essentially become a monolith. Aware that these achievements were due to Zeng Qingfeng's efforts, Wu Meier became even more committed, striving not only to reclaim power but also to ensure her subjects enjoyed a prosperous and peaceful era. This was a dream shared by nearly every virtuous ruler, and Wu Meier was no exception. Zeng Qingfeng felt a pang of sympathy for his wife but understood her aspirations. Having finally grasped significant power, it was only natural for her to desire to become a revered sovereign in the eyes of the populace. He remained in bed, reluctant to rise immediately, instead contemplating the rewards from the previous day: double lottery chances, immortal body refinement technique, divine grade, upper class, X1. Upon seeing the rewards, Zeng Qingfeng promptly claimed and studied the immortal body refinement technique. This was a divine-level technique for refining the physical body, comprising 12 levels, each significantly enhancing the body's defensive capabilities. Advancement through each level did not require deliberate cultivation. It would automatically progress according to one's realm. Naturally, this was a privilege exclusive to the host. If the technique were to be imparted to others, they would have to start from the first level. As he was at the pinnacle of the Tao comprehension stage, the immortal body refinement technique automatically ascended to the 8th level. After completing the physical refinement, Zeng Qingfeng sensed that his bodily strength now rivaled that of a low-grade divine artifact. Even standing still, he could withstand attacks from opponents of the same rank without sustaining any harm. A formidable technique indeed. When paired with the celestial demon disintegration technique, even those at the nirvana stage would find it challenging to vanquish him. As for those at the immortal stage, he had yet to encounter them, so he remained uncertain. After mastering the technique, he opened the lottery interface once more. Chapter 041. The Reincarnation Chart. The wheel spun swiftly and soon came to a halt. Ding. Congratulations on drawing level 1. Upon seeing the first item drawn, Zeng Qingfeng's expression darkened. When the system had just integrated, he had several level 1 tasks that he could not fulfill. Now, to draw such a thing from the lottery was mildly disheartening. However, since he had drawn it, he decided to claim it nonetheless. Ding. Successfully upgraded to the first rank of the nirvana stage. The system's notification surprised him momentarily, but he quickly felt his power surge as he also grasped a new ability, Domain. This was a unique capability possessed by cultivators beyond the nirvana stage, where battles of equal strength would hinge upon the sophistication and might of one's domain. For those lacking a domain, they would be akin to deities in comparison. In addition to overwhelming opponents, the domain could also amplify one's combat prowess. Upon his recent elevation, his domain could cover an area of approximately 10 zhang, a traditional unit of measure. Within this range, he would detect any intruders immediately, and unlike divine consciousness, which expended energy when extended, the domain could remain active indefinitely. However, encountering another individual with a domain could lead to provocations and enmity. Besides the enhancement in strength, the immortal body refinement technique also advanced to the 9th level. With the 9th level of the immortal body, combined with the celestial demon disintegration technique, even if he were reduced to a mere head, he could still manage to regenerate a complete body. However, this process would require an extensive amount of time, potentially hundreds or even thousands of years. Thus, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary risks and continue to bide his time. Another opportunity for the lottery. In high spirits, Zeng Qingfeng was about to continue when he suddenly recalled that he still possessed 4 lucky charms. Although he had consistently drawn excellent items, would using a lucky charm enhance the quality of his draw? With this thought, He promptly utilized one lucky charm and initiated the lottery once more. The wheel spun again and stopped. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the ancient super divine artifact. The reincarnation chart can be upgraded. The reincarnation chart creates its own world. Can draw targets into the reincarnation chart for battle, can contain living beings, cultivate spiritual herbs and medicines, and activate a time array for cultivation. Upon reading the astonishing description, Zeng Qingfeng was utterly astounded. This artifact was nothing short of a game-changer. Unlike storage rings, which could not contain living entities, be they humans or magical beasts, the reincarnation chart could. It could cultivate spiritual herbs and medicines, draw individuals into its realm for combat, and even activate a time array for cultivation. Each of these capabilities was extraordinary, and to think he had drawn such a remarkable super artifact in this lottery. Reflecting on his earlier draws without utilizing the lucky charms, Zeng Qingfeng felt a twinge of regret. Despite having lived for millennia, he was still exhilarated to receive such an exceptional item. After a considerable time, his emotions settled, and he quickly focused his thoughts on the reincarnation chart. He promptly acknowledged it as his own, establishing a connection with the artifact. A voice resonated in his mind, "Master." Moreover, it possessed a spirit. It was well known that the Xinyuan sword and the blood-drinking sword, both artifacts, lacked such communicative spirits, yet the reincarnation chart possessed one. Truly a super artifact. He immediately inquired, "Tell me, what kind of beings can you draw into battle?" "Master, theoretically, I can contain any being, but if their strength far exceeds yours, you will find it challenging to confine them." "I understand. So my strength dictates the limitations?" "Indeed, Master. As long as they do not exceed 2 major realms beyond yours, I can assist in subduing them." Hearing this, Zeng Qingfeng felt a sense of relief. Now that he had ascended to the nirvana stage, even if he encountered formidable opponents at the immortal stage, as long as he could draw them into the reincarnation chart, he could easily handle them. Sensing his thoughts, the spirit of the reincarnation chart added, "However, drawing a target into the chart is not without sound. If the individual is of equal realm or higher and resists, I cannot forcibly draw them in." What a predicament! Zeng Qingfeng thought with a frown. Who, in their right mind, would willingly enter the reincarnation chart? Are there any restrictions on cultivating spiritual herbs and medicines or activating the time array within? Theoretically, there are no restrictions. The reincarnation chart is a self-sustaining world, with spiritual energy exceeding that of the outside by 10-fold. Even spiritual herbs and medicines can utilize time acceleration, allowing something that would typically take millions of years to mature to be harvested in a short time. However, the faster the time is accelerated, the more spiritual energy is required. Even the lowest speed of 1 day of cultivation equating to 1 year outside necessitates a low-grade spiritual vein as a starting point. Spiritual vein? And that is merely a starting point? Zeng Qingfeng was utterly speechless. It was not that the reincarnation chart was lacking, but rather it severely dampened his spirits regarding acquiring treasures. What is a spiritual vein? In the realm of cultivation, the most common currency for transactions is low-grade spiritual stones, with each capable of exchanging for at least 10 taels of gold. 10 low-grade spiritual stones could be traded for 1 medium-grade spiritual stone, and 10 medium-grade stones for 1 high-grade stone. Furthermore, 10 high-grade stones could be exchanged for a single top-grade spiritual stone. This was the theoretical exchange rate, but few would willingly trade high-grade stones for low-grade ones, often requiring a premium of over 10% to secure a deal. The spirit stones originate from spirit stone mines, and the occurrence of exceptional spirit stones within these mines is exceedingly rare. It is only when the quantity of exceptional spirit stones is substantial that a spiritual vein may manifest. Spiritual veins are classified into several tiers, including inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional grades. Thus, it becomes evident how precious a single spiritual vein truly is. For an extended period, Zeng Qingfeng was trapped in Chang'an, only aware that the imperial palace housed 2 inferior spiritual veins serving as the core of the formation. Now, in order to activate a time formation using the reincarnation diagram, it begins with an inferior spiritual vein, which surely adds to his current state of mind. It is akin to a man possessing a luxury car yet unable to afford fuel, or a eunuch gazing upon a beautiful maiden devoid of attire. This sense of helplessness engenders a profound sadness within him. Damn it! Zeng Qingfeng couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. How was he to procure a spiritual vein for the time formation? He summoned the reincarnation diagram, his consciousness probing within, swiftly detecting the rich spiritual energy suffusing the diagram. The entire reincarnation diagram spans approximately 3,000 miles, replete with mountains and rivers. If one were to cultivate within, the concentration of spiritual energy would exceed that of the outside world by tenfold, significantly accelerating the cultivation process even without the time formation. With this revelation, he felt somewhat reassured and inquired, "The spiritual energy within won't diminish and grow sparse, will it?" "Rest assured, Master. The reincarnation diagram constitutes a self-contained microcosm. Presently, it has the lowest concentration of spiritual energy. As you enhance your strength or gather a substantial amount of spiritual veins and spirit marrow into the diagram, the spiritual energy will become even more abundant." "Very well. It seems I have acquired a new goal." Zeng Qingfeng suppressed the urge to commence cultivation immediately and stored away the reincarnation diagram. He had come to understand that the Tang Empire and its neighboring nations resided on the same continent, where spiritual energy was exceedingly scarce, with Nirvana realm cultivators being the pinnacle of power. Yet overseas, there existed several continents abundant in spiritual energy, teeming with adept practitioners. Once he assisted Wu Meier in stabilizing the Tang Empire, he was determined to venture abroad and witness the prowess of those forces. Upon exiting the palace, Zeng Qingfeng encountered Ouyang Xiao, and an elderly man who appeared to be in his 60s waiting outside. "Zeng, my old friend," Ouyang Xiao greeted warmly, leading the elder towards him to pay their respects. "Is this your old acquaintance?" Zeng Qingfeng regarded the elder beside Ouyang Xiao, offering a genial smile while assessing his strength. Peak enlightenment realm. This level of power was rather mediocre. It might have sufficed in the past, but with the emergence of increasingly formidable practitioners, such prowess was beginning to fall short. That, of course, should these individuals prove loyal, he could consider concocting some elixirs to bestow upon them to enhance their strength. Both Ouyang Xiao and the elder sensed that Zeng Qingfeng had attained the Nirvana realm, and they were taken aback simultaneously. "Zeng, my old friend, when did you break through?" "This morning," Zeng Qingfeng replied candidly, opting for honesty. Ouyang Xiao, filled with envy, remarked, "Zeng, you are so young yet have cultivated to the Nirvana realm. I suddenly feel as though I have wasted the past few centuries." The elder beside him couldn't help but interject, "When Ouyang called me here, I was somewhat reluctant, but now, witnessing the Emperor's talent, I realize that associating with you is indeed worthwhile." Had he hesitated any longer, Zeng Qingfeng might have had second thoughts about his acceptance. Before Zeng Qingfeng could inquire further, Ouyang Xiao slapped his forehead, saying, "Zeng, allow me to introduce you. This is my longtime friend, Chu Wan. You may call him Old Chu." "Old Chu?" Zeng Qingfeng stifled a chuckle but maintained his politeness. "Welcome, Old Chu. Our Tang Empire is currently in dire need of skilled practitioners. As long as you assist my wife diligently, I shall ensure that I procure some elixirs to enhance your strength." "Really?" Chu Wan exclaimed with delight, having heard from Ouyang Xiao that Zeng Qingfeng was a high-level alchemist. Otherwise, based solely on his status and the connection with his old friend, he would have found it impossible to persuade a Nirvana realm expert like Zeng Qingfeng. Ouyang Xiao immediately vouched for Zeng Qingfeng. "Old Chu, rest assured, my old friend is indeed a 7th-grade alchemist, and now that he has broken through to the Nirvana realm, as long as we follow him, we shall not lack for benefits." Zeng Qingfeng waved his hand, saying, "Ouyang, you first guide Old Chu to familiarize himself with the surroundings. I must depart shortly. I hope you will protect my wife well." "Zeng, you are leaving. You just wed your wife, why the rush?" Ouyang Xiao was taken aback by Zeng Qingfeng's haste, wishing to accompany him if needed. Zeng Qingfeng nodded, suddenly recalling the reincarnation diagram, and thus turned to the two men, asking, "By the way, do you know where I might find more spiritual veins?" "Spiritual veins?" Ouyang Xiao could only offer a wry smile. "Zeng, spiritual veins are a scarce commodity. Even our royal city's protective formation possesses only 2 inferior spiritual veins. If you truly require them, you might inquire at the Four Seasons Hall. They handle various tasks and intelligence, and if the price is right, they can surely procure spiritual veins." He knew of the Four Seasons Hall's existence, and Zeng Qingfeng was not surprised. However, given that the Four Seasons Hall had recently dispatched assassins to target his wife. How could he possibly approach them? Wait. Zeng Qingfeng suddenly thought that perhaps extorting the Four Seasons Hall could be an option. Upon his return from the Beast Forest, he would have to find an opportunity to settle accounts with them. Although the power behind the Four Seasons Hall was formidable, much like the Cuihong Tower and Yaoshan Valley, they looked down upon the Tang Empire as a place of scarce spiritual energy, thus would not deploy a multitude of experts. Now, with the reincarnation diagram in hand, and having ascended to the Nirvana realm, he was indeed capable of matching wits with the Four Seasons Hall. Very well. Upon my return, I shall pay the Four Seasons Hall a visit. Having concluded, Zeng Qingfeng offered a few more reminders before making his way to the imperial study. Wu Meier had already concluded her court duties and was currently engaged in conversation with several newly appointed officials within the study. Sensing that his wife was occupied, Zeng Qingfeng refrained from rushing in, choosing instead to wait outside for about half an hour. When several ministers emerged and hurriedly saluted him, he waved them off before entering the imperial study. Husband, when did you arrive? Why didn't you come in directly? I have only just arrived and didn't wish to intrude upon your busy schedule, Zeng Qingfeng replied. My dear, I have come to bid farewell. I must depart immediately for the Beast Forest. Must you be in such a hurry? Wu Meier expressed her reluctance. Having just wed moments ago, Zeng Qingfeng spoke with utmost seriousness. My dear, I have a premonition that peace in Chang'an will soon be shattered, thus we must hasten to strengthen ourselves. This brief separation is merely a means to ensure that we may be together in tranquility for the long haul. Is it not? I understand your reasoning, but this means more hardship for you. Wu Meier, pragmatic in nature, primarily worried about Zeng Qingfeng's safety in the Beast Forest. To assuage her concerns, he smiled and said, Do not fret for me. My dear, Ouyang has brought along a peak Enlightenment Realm friend to provide you with covert protection. Later, I shall refine the formation further, as long as no transcendent beings seek to harm you. Your safety will be assured. Thank you, husband. You have provided me with the Golden Gung Destruction Talisman and the Golden Thread Armor, so I shall be fine. Speaking of formations, the Persian Empire has already delivered the materials you requested, Wu Meier said, handing him a storage ring, which he accepted without surprise. The materials have arrived in a timely manner. My dear, take care of yourself. If you encounter anyone truly formidable, your first priority is to survive. If all goes well, delegate matters to trustworthy ministers, focus on your cultivation, and do not squander the divine-level techniques. Rest assured, husband, I shall cultivate diligently. I have already attained the second tier of the Emperor realm, Wu Meier declared, releasing her aura with a hint of pride. Zeng Qingfeng merely smiled, choosing not to reveal his own aura, and feigned astonishment as he praised, My dear possesses unparalleled talent. When I return, will you surprise me once more? That is a certainty, Wu Meier replied joyfully, delighted by her husband's compliment. After discussing their plans for a while longer, Zeng Qingfeng encouraged Wu Meier to return to her quarters to continue her cultivation, while he proceeded to reinforce the core of the formation. Upon his arrival, Wu Mingqi and the others respectfully greeted him. In the past 2 days, all four had collectively advanced a tier in their formation skills, resulting in genuine respect for Zeng Qingfeng. Previously, serving as palace attendants, they had felt as though they were merely biding their time. However, now, as formation masters, they were acquiring profound knowledge of formations and enhancing their strength, and they would gladly pay for the privilege. I am here to fortify and enhance the formation, and then I must depart for a while. After I leave, you all must diligently maintain the formation, especially to protect my wife. Zeng Qingfeng instructed them, emphasizing the need to safeguard his wife, rather than merely the palace. Wu Mingqi and the others, having lived for over a century, understood his intentions. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we will ensure the Empress's safety. Should anything befall her, we shall bring our heads to you. That is reassuring, Zeng Qingfeng replied, producing the Starfall meteorite and the storage ring provided by Wu Meier, then instructing them to assist in enhancing the formation. Time swiftly passed until midday, when the inhabitants of Chang'an suddenly witnessed a dazzling golden light emanating from the direction of the imperial palace. Those with keen insight could not help but exclaim, This is the manifestation of an immortal grade formation. Chapter 43. The exceptional spiritual vein, such a celestial phenomenon, has stirred the entire populace of Chang'an. Upon learning of the emergence of a celestial grade formation within the imperial city, the officials became increasingly loyal, while the ordinary citizens felt a surge of security. However, the denizens of Cuihong Tower, Four Seasons Hall, and Yao Shenggu were far from pleased. They began to covertly investigate just how many hidden cards the Tang Empire possessed. The recent events in the imperial city had consistently challenged their previous understanding, as if their earlier intelligence had been fundamentally flawed. All of this was attributed to one man, Emperor Zeng Qingfeng. They too commenced inquiries into Zeng Qingfeng, yet were unable to uncover much pertinent information. As if he had materialized out of thin AI or at that moment, within the palace, Zeng Qingfeng felt somewhat helpless. He had not intended to be so ostentatious, yet he had not anticipated that the completion of the celestial grade formation would accompany such a profound celestial phenomenon. Upon reflection, however, he considered it advantageous. After his departure, any ordinary individual harboring ill intentions towards Wu Meier or the Tang Empire would need to weigh their choices carefully. Your Majesty, with such a formation in place, we can rest easy. Wu Mingqi gazed excitedly at the newly established formation. Even if Chang'an were to be besieged, the palace would remain impenetrable. Zeng Qingfeng, however, shook his head and said, "Do not be overly optimistic. The current celestial grade formation is fundamentally hollow." What do you mean? Wu Mingqi and the others were taken aback, as their rank did not afford them the insight to comprehend the formation's shortcomings. Zeng Qingfeng pondered briefly before responding candidly, "The formation requires at least 2 inferior spiritual veins to maintain its operation. While it could barely function at the 9th rank, you have already observed that even those in the Nirvana realm can only focus their power against a single adversary, merely suppressing their opponent's domain without the ability to eliminate them outright. Should we face an enemy at the immortal realm, the current formation would only manage a tenuous defense. If the opponent were to employ any resistance, the formation's energy would quickly be depleted." Upon hearing this, Wu Mingqi and the others felt their earlier excitement dissipate. Spiritual veins. Indeed, they were the heart of any formation. If the quality of the spiritual veins was insufficient, it would be akin to a robust man suddenly succumbing to heart disease, liable to collapse at any moment. Previously, they had needed to channel their true energy into the formation's core to bolster its power against those in the Nirvana realm. Your Majesty, high-grade spiritual veins are difficult to procure, and even if available, they would likely be exorbitantly priced. I will find a way, after all. Just as Zeng Qingfeng was about to elaborate, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding, task completed. Assist the Empress. Current progress, 7100, rewards being distributed. He had not anticipated receiving a task completion notification. It was clear that the significant enhancement of the formation had triggered this reward. He signaled for Wu Mingqi and the others to remain silent, then closed his eyes to review the rewards. 2 lottery tickets and 1 random skill upgrade to maximum level. He first claimed the skill upgrade, immediately hearing the system's notification. Ding, congratulations! Alchemy skill has been elevated to Divine Grade Alchemy. His alchemical prowess surged from the 7th rank to Divine Grade, and the color of his alchemical flame transformed from purple to gold. Zeng Qingfeng felt quite satisfied. Alchemy was an invaluable skill, applicable to any level of power. He then glanced at the 2 lottery tickets, recalling that he possessed 3 lucky charms, and without hesitation, he used one to draw again. A lucky charm, when used, enhances luck for the duration of an incense stick, stackable, with ample time to draw twice within the incense duration. He hoped to procure a spiritual vein, thus resolving his most pressing issue. The first lottery draw concluded swiftly. Ding, congratulations! You have obtained Undying Herb 10. Upon witnessing the first draw, Zeng Qingfeng felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. The Undying Herb was indeed a valuable commodity. With a few essential elixirs, he could concoct the Undying Pill. However, what he urgently required were spiritual veins, not these rare treasures. He tossed the Undying Herbs into the reincarnation diagram, instructing the spirit within to cultivate them, then gritted his teeth and used the remaining 2 lucky charms, leaving one in reserve to accumulate luck, hoping to draw what he currently desired. The second lottery draw commenced quickly, and as the wheel halted, the system's notification chimed. Ding, congratulations! You have drawn an exceptional spiritual vein 1. He had truly drawn a spiritual vein, and it was an exceptional one. Zeng Qingfeng felt a surge of exhilaration. His suspicions had proven correct. Stacking lucky charms significantly increased the likelihood of obtaining desired items. After regaining his composure, he instructed Wu Mingqi and the others to step back, then retrieved the two inferior spiritual veins and tossed them into the reincarnation diagram. Without waiting for their inquiries, he produced the exceptional spiritual vein and placed it within the formation's core. Exceptional. An exceptional spiritual vein. Wu Mingqi and the others watched in astonishment, their breath seemingly caught in their throats. An exceptional spiritual vein. They had never even laid eyes on a medium-grade spiritual vein, let alone an exceptional one. After completing the setup, Zeng Qingfeng addressed the four. The matter of the exceptional spiritual vein must remain confidential. Do not divulge it lightly. Should anyone below the immortal realm dare to intrude, they shall not return. Understood. The four understood the gravity of this matter. Despite the Tang Empire possessing a celestial grade formation, the likes of Four Seasons Hall and Yao Shenggu still did not regard them with sufficient respect. Primarily because they were aware that the core of their formation relied solely on two inferior spiritual veins. With a few more Nirvana Realm experts, they could easily drain the formation's spiritual energy. However, with the introduction of an exceptional spiritual vein, the dynamics had fundamentally altered. The combined potency of 10 inferior spiritual veins might equal one medium-grade spiritual vein, and 10 medium-grade veins could match one superior-grade vein. Yet, 10 superior-grade veins would not necessarily equate to one exceptional vein. Achieving the status of an exceptional spiritual vein represented a qualitative change. When infused into the celestial grade formation, even 10 experts at the immortal realm could potentially be obliterated. Furthermore, the formation could operate autonomously, requiring no input from Wu Mingqi and the others, making their task significantly easier. Their sole responsibility was to safeguard the formation's core from destruction or dismantling. With this formation in place, as long as Wu Meier did not leave the imperial city, her safety was assured. Zeng Qingfeng felt a profound sense of relief. The two inferior spiritual veins within the reincarnation diagram would suffice for 2 operational cycles of the formation. He resolved that he and his wife would each utilize one, as he was always on the verge of receiving a level 1 reward, while his wife had little time for cultivation. The formation is now fully perfected. You will guard the formation's core while I take my leave for a few days. Yes. Your Majesty, rest assured, we will diligently protect the formation and strive to enhance our own proficiency. Wu Mingqi promptly assured him. With a celestial grade formation in place, they could also study and improve their own abilities during their idle moments. Zeng Qingfeng was not concerned about any untoward thoughts from these individuals, as he understood them thoroughly. This was one reason he consistently enhanced the formation before their eyes, even going so far as to offer them guidance. Some individuals require coercion for loyalty, others require inducement, while some need only witness one's strength to willingly pledge their allegiance. I am departing. With his instructions complete, Zeng Qingfeng transformed into light and vanished without a trace. The Emperor's power seems to have increased once more. Nirvana Realm. The Emperor, so young, not only can establish a celestial grade formation, but has also reached the Nirvana Realm. Our Tang Empire is on the brink of becoming formidable once again. Chapter 44. Miss Morong after leaving Chang'an. Zeng Qingfeng journeyed southward towards the Beast Forest. Having been trapped within Chang'an for millennia, he yearned to explore the outside world. With his strength, he could traverse to any nation beyond the Tang Empire's borders in just a day. Yet previously, no matter how he tried, he could not escape the confines of Chang'an, even by 100 miles. Beyond that threshold, it felt as though an invisible barrier had thwarted his exit, and all his efforts had been in vain. Now, riding the Xinyuan sword through the air, he felt an indescribable exhilaration and excitement. After successfully traversing the 100-mile radius of Chang'an, he was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, uncertain whether to feel joy or nostalgia. The sword technique was remarkably swift, and in less than an hour, he reached the border town of Dali, adjacent to the Nanzhao Kingdom. The town was fortified with formations that could only deter lower-ranked soldiers. For a master like Zeng Qingfeng, they were virtually ineffective. He had no intention of pausing to rest here, opting instead to continue his journey through the Ard. Tio reached the Beast Forest. He had to navigate around the Nanzhao Kingdom's border. Initially reluctant to engage with the Nanzhao Kingdom, he was suddenly intercepted by several beams of light as he appeared above their territory. Point 1 was a third-tier Nirvana Realm expert. accompanied by two late-stage Tao Enlightenment realm practitioners. Any ordinary person would feel tense in such a situation. To Zeng Qingfeng's surprise, the Nirvana realm expert was a woman who appeared to be in her 30s. Her skin was slightly tanned, and while she was not conventionally beautiful, she exuded a unique charm. The trio blocked Zeng Qingfeng's path, and the woman inquired in a deep voice, "May I ask who you are, esteemed sir?" Zeng Qingfeng had concealed his strength exceptionally well. They could not discern his true capabilities. Yet the divine sword beneath him and his ability to soar through the air made them wary. "I am merely passing through. Kindly step aside." He harbored no fondness for the Nanzhao kingdom, which reflected in his brusque tone. The woman frowned, yet before she could respond, a middle-aged man behind her produced a long sword from his storage ring and declared, "It is customary to announce one's identity upon entering the Nanzhao kingdom." "And what if I refuse?" Zeng Qingfeng scoffed. Dismissing such adversaries entirely, he was well aware of the soul-devouring worms and the ancient demonic deity's consciousness he possessed. Even without these trump cards, he could easily handle the three. Combat beyond one's level is merely a fundamental operation for him. Prior to the activation of the system, he had been trapped for countless years, yet with the most ordinary aptitude, he effortlessly defeated 3 masters of the Enlightenment realm from the royal city. Now, with his aptitude elevated and his strength reaching the Nirvana realm, engaging in battles beyond his level has become even simpler. The two men, upon hearing this, were filled with rage and were about to act. But the woman intervened with a raised hand, then turned to Zeng Qingfeng and inquired, "Might I ask where you intend to go? If you do not clarify, we shall be penalized for allowing a formidable expert like you to enter at will." The implication was clear. If Zeng Qingfeng failed to provide a satisfactory explanation, they would have no choice but to take action. After a moment of contemplation, Zeng Qingfeng replied candidly, "Do not be alarmed. My purpose here is the monster beast forest. Kindly step aside and do not compel me to resort to force." His tone was exceedingly arrogant. Yet this only made the woman more cautious. She clasped her fists and said, "Since you are headed to the monster beast forest, allow me to escort you." Though her words were polite, her true intention was to monitor Zeng Qingfeng and ascertain whether he genuinely intended to venture into the monster beast forest. Zeng Qingfeng, unfazed, replied, "That is fine, as long as you can keep up." With that, he resumed his flight towards the monster beast forest on his flying sword, while the woman hastily imparted a few instructions before following suit. Zeng Qingfeng's speed was astonishing. Even with all her might, the woman could barely keep pace, and she soon realized that Zeng Qingfeng's strength was indeed at the Nirvana realm. Although she appeared to be just over 40 years old, her actual age exceeded 300. The fact that Zeng Qingfeng was certainly not over 30 left her utterly astounded. Neither his age nor his aptitude could possibly belong to an inconspicuous junior. He might very well be a prodigy nurtured by a superpower. Intrigued by Zeng Qingfeng, she gritted her teeth and continued to pursue him. Their direction was indeed towards the monster beast forest, and the woman began to believe that Zeng Qingfeng's objective was not the Nanzhao kingdom. Under normal circumstances, she would have already returned, for at such a young age, possessing the strength of the Nirvana realm, his cultivation method must be exceptional, coupled with the divine sword beneath his feet. Even if she were 2 minor realms above him, she could not guarantee victory against him. Thus, her curiosity regarding Zeng Qingfeng grew, compelling her to persist in hopes of forging a connection with such a powerful descendant. The monster beast forest was not far. Within half an hour, they both arrived. Observing Zeng Qingfeng soaring unimpeded above the monster beast forest, the woman couldn't help but warn, "It is dangerous above. It may provoke the high-level beasts within. What I seek are precisely the high-level beasts. You may return. No need to accompany me." Zeng Qingfeng's voice echoed back without turning his head, and his figure vanished above the monster beast forest. The air above the forest was imbued with a natural array barrier that not only restricted aerial movement, but also severed spiritual perception and vision. Thus, upon entering the barrier, his form disappeared. The woman's expression shifted as she halted outside the barrier, murmuring softly, "Truly youthful and reckless. Does he not know that there are many 9th-tier beasts within? And that humans face a natural suppression of strength here? Even the most formidable experts dare not enter lightly?" Upon finishing her thoughts, she produced a message talisman and swiftly sent a communication. Once Zeng Qingfeng entered the barrier of the monster beast forest, he immediately felt an immense pressure enveloping him. He had heard tales of the monster beast forest from others before, so he remained unperturbed by the surrounding force, forcibly maintaining his domain as he pressed forward. After traversing several hundred meters, however, the pressure began to hinder his recovery of spiritual energy, compelling him to land. Interesting. The spiritual energy consumed here is challenging to recover, and both spiritual sense and domain are significantly suppressed. No wonder they say that in the monster beast forest, beasts of the same tier surpass human cultivators. As he descended, he heard the sounds of combat resonating around him. There were clashes between individuals and battles against beasts alike. Those who ventured into the monster beast forest were either seeking to train and hunt for magical crystals or to capture spiritual beasts or gather herbs. Visitors faced not only the high-level beasts that could appear at any moment, but also individuals who would kill for treasures. Zeng Qingfeng was exceedingly confident in his prowess. His purpose was to subjugate high-level beasts. So after steadying himself, he once again ventured deeper into the forest, indifferent to the sounds of conflict surrounding him. What was killing for treasures to him? He had encountered far worse during his millennia of confinement. Not far into his journey, a figure suddenly emerged before him. Curious, Zeng Qingfeng glanced and was immediately struck by the sight of an exquisitely beautiful young woman clad in red. Her features were remarkably delicate, and her figure was without flaw. However, the garment on her shoulder had been torn by a sharp weapon, blood staining half of her sleeve. Upon her appearance, Zeng Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, then curiously inquired, "Miss Murong, what brings you here?" Chapter 45. How remarkable the woman he referred to as Miss Murong was Murong Yu, the daughter of Murong Tian, the leader of the Medicine God Valley, one of the three uncontrollable forces in Chang'an City. Of course, Zeng Qingfeng was aware that the relationship between Murong Yu and Murong Tian was a facade. The true authority of the Medicine God Valley lay with Murong Yu herself. As a beauty of exceptional aptitude in Chang'an City, he had certainly not missed the opportunity to pursue her, spending no less than a decade uncovering her interests and employing various means to win her over. It could be said that, given the opportunity, he possessed 100 ways to make Murong Yu fall in love with him within a day. Murong Yu regarded Zeng Qingfeng with surprise, studying him before furrowing her brow and asking, "Who are you? Are you also here to hunt me down?" "Hunt you down?" Zeng Qingfeng recalled that on the day the time cycle concluded, he had been searching for Wu Meier, and theoretically, Murong Yu should not recognize him. Upon seeing that Murong Yu was being pursued, he was not a virtuous hero, but considering that this woman had been with him countless times, he could not simply stand by and watch her be killed. Thus, he grinned and replied, "I am certainly not your pursuer. I know that your Medicine God Valley possesses numerous precious herbs. How about you offer some as a reward, and I shall assist you in dealing with your assailants?" "You?" Murong Yu was wary of Zeng Qingfeng, and the fact that she was being hunted made her all the more cautious. His smiling demeanor did not inspire confidence, leading her to coldly retort, "There is no need. I can manage on my own." Seeing that Murong Yu seemed intent on leaving, Zeng Qingfeng chuckled and said, "Miss Murong, you must be here in search of the soul-condensing herb to save your mother, am I correct?" "How do you know?" Murong Yu halted, astonished as she gazed at Zeng Qingfeng. Her secret reason for coming here should not have been known to anyone. Even her travel plans had been decided on the spur of the moment. How could this handsome man, seemingly of similar age to her, know such information? She was certain they had never met. Yet Zeng Qingfeng appeared to know her well, which unsettled her. One enjoys being in a passive position. Sometimes, women prefer to take the initiative. Just as Zeng Qingfeng was about to speak, a dozen figures suddenly encircled them, trapping them. Zeng Qingfeng sensed the varying strengths of these individuals. The weakest among them was merely at the initial stage of innate strength, while the strongest was at the 5th tier of the Enlightenment realm, accompanied by 2 experts at the Imperial realm, one at the peak of the Imperial realm and another at the 3rd tier. Such a force, if assembled outside, could form a first-rate sect, yet here in the monster beast forest, they had formed a band of brigands. The man at the Enlightenment realm was a burly, dark-skinned brute who glanced at Zeng Qingfeng, failing to detect any cultivation from him, then turned to Murong Yu and said, "My lovely lady, now where will you run? You might as well submit to me, and I promise you a life of luxury. As long as you bear me a few children." "I spit on that." Murong Yu's expression darkened as she interrupted the bandit leader. Seeing Zeng Qingfeng still wearing a grin ignited her fury. Just as she was about to lose her temper, she suddenly had an idea and shouted at Zeng Qingfeng, "Husband, they are bullying me." "What?" Zeng Qingfeng and the surrounding bandits froze, especially Zeng Qingfeng, who found it rather absurd. He had not anticipated that this girl would be even more absurd than Yu Ruming, dragging him into this mess at such a critical moment. If his strength were lacking, just her calling him husband, regardless of its authenticity, would lead these brigands to slaughter him without hesitation. Sure enough, upon hearing her call, the dark-skinned man felt a surge of jealousy arise within him. "Kill this brat." "Understood, boss." At his command, the two Imperial Realm experts surged towards Zeng Qingfeng from either side. "Wait!" Zeng Qingfeng called out as the two approached, prompting them to halt their advance. The man at the Enlightenment Realm chuckled darkly and asked, "What? Are you seeking mercy?" "Do not misunderstand. I simply wish to ask my wife a question." Zeng Qingfeng emphasized the word wife with particular weight, then turned to Morongyu. "If I were to be killed, would you feel any remorse?" "Of course I would. You are my husband." Morongyu stared into Zeng Qingfeng's clear eyes, feeling an inexplicable flutter of anxiety within her. For the first time, she felt a twinge of guilt for pulling an innocent person into her predicament in a bid to buy time for her own survival. Suddenly, Zeng Qingfeng broke into a smile, leaving both Morongyu and the bandits utterly bewildered. "Kid, what are you laughing at? Shouldn't you move?" The dark-skinned man felt a chill run down his spine and immediately urged his comrades. Two masters of the Emperor Realm simultaneously sprang into action, yet Zeng Qingfeng remained undeterred, not even flinching under Morongyu's gaze, his countenance still adorned with a beaming smile. "Just for your words, my dear husband, I shall reluctantly forgive you." As his words echoed, the two Emperor Realm masters found themselves less than a foot away from him, their hands brimming with formidable power. Even at the pinnacle of the Emperor Realm, there was no time to evade. "Be careful." Morongyu, unsure of the unfolding situation, couldn't help but exclaim, raising her sword in an attempt to save Zeng Qingfeng. However, in the blink of an eye, the two masters were sent hurtling backward. Faster than their initial rush, bang, 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 they collided with over a dozen trees before crashing heavily to the ground, devoid of breath, their very souls obliterated. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone turned in astonishment toward Zeng Qingfeng, finally sensing the depth of his power. Nirvana Realm. The dark-skinned man was gripped by terror, his spirit nearly fleeing him. Having navigated the beastly forest for decades, he was always cautious in his endeavors, ensuring no danger lurked before he acted. This time, however, captivated by Morongyu's beauty and emboldened by her solitary presence, he had acted recklessly. Who would have imagined that her husband possessed such extraordinary prowess? Truly, one who frequents the riverbanks cannot avoid getting wet. He understood that in the presence of a Nirvana Realm expert, his chances of escape were slim, and thus he hastily knelt, pleading for mercy. "Senior, spare my life. If you don't kill me, I shall become your loyal dog." What happened to the demeanor of a master? The image of a big brother? Nothing mattered more than life. The remaining bandits, upon seeing their leader kneel, had no choice but to follow suit, all of them begging for their lives. Zeng Qingfeng's smile remained unaltered as he turned to Morongyu, inquiring, "My lady, what do you propose? Shall we eliminate these individuals, or allow them to serve as hounds to assist you in locating the soul-condensing grass?" Upon hearing this, a cold sweat broke out on the brows of the bandits, and the dark-skinned man hastily bowed his head, saying, "Milady, spare us. If you let us go, we promise to be the most obedient dogs." It was only then that Morongyu regained her senses. The rapidity of the events had left her momentarily dazed. After a while, she directed her gaze at Zeng Qingfeng and stammered, How are you so powerful?" Chapter 46. Are you playing with fire? Zeng Qingfeng found it amusing. Had he not been formidable, he would have long since fallen victim to her schemes. This woman was rather excessive. Had it not been for her last-minute plea for help, he would have certainly disregarded her, however, acknowledging her slight sense of conscience. He chuckled and said, "I possess many more talents. Would you care to experience them?" "Bah, scoundrel." Morongyu huffed, though her heart raced uncontrollably. Zeng Qingfeng was strikingly handsome and possessed immense strength, making it hard not to be drawn to him. Whether it was a fondness for handsome men or admiration for powerful individuals, Zeng Qingfeng had much that captivated women. Yu's circumstances echoed those of Yu Ruming. She was acutely aware that she could not remain in the Great Tang for long. As her true father awaited her return, life in Chang'an was exceedingly dull, with her days filled solely with training and monitoring for any significant events to report back to her father. Particularly, the Medicine God Valley rarely entertained outsiders. Even those seeking medical attention or herbs required appointments and hefty sums, only receiving an audience at the whim of its inhabitants. The valley was almost a world unto itself, providing her with peace yet deepening her solitude. However, Zeng Qingfeng's appearance stirred ripples in her previously calm demeanor. Unaware of her thoughts, Zeng Qingfeng continued to smile, asking, "My lady, pray do not daydream. Should we slay these men or spare them? Let us keep one for errands. The rest need not remain." At this, several bandits trembled, and a few even attempted to flee, but with a mere thought from Zeng Qingfeng, those ensnared by his domain instantly transformed into blood mist. Their screams echoed, and within mere moments, it was over. Zeng Qingfeng's expression remained unperturbed. Killing had long ceased to be novel for him, having devised various methods of torment. The remaining dark-skinned man, trembling in fear, watched as Zeng Qingfeng approached. He hastily bowed and said, "Thank you, master, for sparing my life. I shall be your faithful dog henceforth, ready to bite whoever you command. Open your consciousness and resist not, or death." Zeng Qingfeng placed a finger upon the man's brow, and the man promptly relinquished his resistance, allowing Zeng Qingfeng to plant a demonic seed within him, a demon's heart. With the seed sown, the man's gaze shifted to Zeng Qingfeng, brimming with newfound reverence. Any thoughts of betrayal extinguished. "You shall be called number one from this moment forth." Zeng Qingfeng, lacking the inclination for names, simply assigned one at random. The man, now number one, could only express his gratitude through deep bows. Seeing Zeng Qingfeng successfully subdue the man, Yu, feeling anxious, asked, "What do you intend to do with me?" "Heh, what a question. Did you not call me husband? What do you think I desire?" Zeng Qingfeng feigned a predatory look, causing Yu's complexion to pale. "Do not act recklessly. Do you believe I would take my own life for you?" "Enough jesting." Zeng Qingfeng's expression shifted as he waved his hand. "If you are unscathed, return swiftly to Chang'an. I have matters to attend to." Upon finishing, he prepared to lead number one away. Yu, taken aback by his intent to leave, called out, "Wait. What is it?" Zeng Qingfeng turned to her, noticing her discomfort, and disdainfully remarked, "Did you truly think I harbored intentions toward you? Depart quickly. This is not a place for someone of your strength. Should I encounter the soul-condensing grass, I will assist you in finding it. You know so much about me, yet I do not even know your name." Yu mused, feeling somewhat humbled. She dared not offend Zeng Qingfeng, torn between the fear of being abandoned and the dread of his potential predatory instincts. This conflicting sentiment weighed heavily on her heart, akin to an impending farewell. "My name is Zeng Qingfeng. You may call me Young Master Zeng, or simply Brother Zeng." As he spoke, he resumed his journey, eager to capture some ninth-tier beasts before dusk, leaving little time for playful banter with Yu. Yet, the more he expressed disdain, the more she felt compelled to follow him. "No, you must take me along. I am still injured. Besides, you called me your lady. You must take responsibility." Hey. You were the one who called me first. Why am I now responsible?" Zeng Qingfeng's expression darkened. He had already acted quite shamelessly. Given her nature, she should have disliked such behavior. Why was she still intent on following him? He had underestimated the impact of heroically saving a damsel and the sense of security a strong man instilled in a woman. Seeing Zeng Qingfeng's reluctance, Yu mustered her courage, her pride emboldening her to meet his gaze. "Could you bear to leave a weak woman alone in the beastly forest? What if I encounter more villains?" Zeng Qingfeng could only facepalm in exasperation. "Enough. Do not think I am unaware of the healing pills you possess. Such injuries are trivial for you. Moreover, did you not consider what to do if you encountered villains when you set out? Are you only now realizing the danger? You lack sensitivity." Yu, frustrated, felt an urge to bite Zeng Qingfeng. He was the one acting so lowly, yet he displayed such disdain. she stomped her foot in irritation, declaring, "Fine, I shall not rely on you. I will continue searching for the soul-condensing grass. If I am devoured by beasts or slain by villains, it is of no concern to you." With that, she stormed deeper into the beastly forest, leaving Zeng Qingfeng to sigh, "Come back. If you wish to accompany me, you must follow my lead and refrain from acting independently." Having once shared an intimate bond, Zeng Qingfeng found it impossible to ignore her fate, even if, in Morongyu's memory, this was their first encounter. Upon hearing his consent, Morongyu revealed a victorious smile. "I knew you were tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Rest assured, I will not be a burden if danger arises. You need not concern yourself with me. I have a part of me that is tougher than words. You have yet to experience it." Zeng Qingfeng rolled his eyes, but refrained from voicing this thought. Maintaining a serious demeanor, he instructed, "First, take the healing pill. If you need to change clothes, find a secluded spot to do so. I assure you I will not spy." "Humph. Who knows if you will?" Morongyu's cheeks flushed as she found herself inexplicably wanting to spar with Zeng Qingfeng. Each time she retorted, she felt an unexplainable joy at his lack of anger. Nonetheless, she obediently retrieved a healing pill and, turning her back to Zeng Qingfeng, began to change her clothes right before him. Hey, is this truly appropriate? I am, after all, a regular man. Are you not afraid I might take advantage of the situation?" Zeng Qingfeng sensed a hint of provocation in Morongyu's actions. Should he not warn her? Who knew what further audacious deeds she might attempt? Number 1, of course, dared not look, sealing his senses at the sound of their voices. Morongyu, grinning mischievously, replied, "What do I have to fear? To a master like you. Changing clothes in front of you is no different than hiding behind a tree to do so. Women, you are playing with fire." Zeng Qingfeng could only turn his face away, not out of excessive propriety, but primarily because he had just wed Wu Meier, and it would not do to betray her trust, would it? Observing the woman's eager demeanor, he pondered the implications of giving in to temptation. How could he explain it to Wu Meier later? It was important to note that Wu Meier was currently preparing for pregnancy, and if all went well, he would soon be a father. He certainly did not wish to provoke her ire. However, his restraint only emboldened Morongyu, who, after shedding her outer garment, produced a medicinal powder and said, "Husband, please apply some medicine to my wound." Hearing such a request, Zeng Qingfeng felt that the Morongyu before him was markedly different from the one he had encountered in the past. Why this change had occurred, he could not ascertain. In the past, whenever he sought to court her at Yaoshan Valley, he either showcased his suave demeanor and profound knowledge or demonstrated his exceptional medical skills and herbal expertise to win her over. She had frequently expressed her disdain for slick-tongued, insincere men. He had strived to present himself in a manner she would find unappealing, yet to his astonishment, she had become the one taking the initiative. Alas, he could only blame his damned charm. He turned to glance at Morongyu, who was clad only in a snug undergarment, her alabaster arms exposed, revealing a gruesome wound. Although it showed signs of healing, it would not mend swiftly without external aid. "I'm intimidated," Zeng Qingfeng sighed, shaking his head as he approached to take the medicine bottle, then proceeded to sprinkle the powder evenly upon her injury. "Ah!" Morongyu gasped in pain, the expression reminiscent of her reactions during their more intimate moments, causing Zeng Qingfeng to fumble, spilling some of the powder onto the ground. "What are you thinking? You've spilled the medicine," she frowned, their bodies now in close proximity, and he could even catch a whiff of her fragrance. I just remembered that I forgot to lock the door before we left. I hope no thieves have entered." Zeng Qingfeng fabricated a hasty excuse, capping the bottle and handing it back to her. "Quickly, put on your clothes. I sense a formidable beast approaching." Upon hearing this, Morongyu refrained from teasing him further and hurriedly stowed the medicine, retrieving a garment from her storage ring to dress. Just as she finished, a massive crimson flame tiger materialized before them. Despite its intimidating appearance, it was merely a sixth-tier beast. Morongyu rolled her eyes and remarked, "Is this the powerful beast you were speaking of? A sixth-tier beast is already comparable to a sage-level entity. Is that not formidable?" Zeng Qingfeng retorted. As the crimson flame tiger lunged at him, he swiftly struck it with a palm, unleashing a formidable surge of spiritual energy that sent the beast flying, its head exploding mid-air. instant annihilation. Morongyu offered a moment of silent tribute for the tiger before exclaiming, "Indeed? That was impressive." Yho promptly activated his auditory senses and dashed to the fallen beast, expertly extracting its magic crystal. Zeng Qingfeng glanced at him with mild distaste. "You may keep it. It holds no value for me." "Thank you, Master." Yho accepted without hesitation, promptly storing the crystal in his ring. Observing this, Zeng Qingfeng suddenly fixed his gaze on Yho's storage ring and inquired, "Having roamed the beast forest for so long, have you collected anything of worth?" "Master, take whatever you desire," Yho replied obediently, removing his storage ring and releasing its restrictions for Zeng Qingfeng to examine. Zeng Qingfeng probed with his spiritual sense. He was soon taken aback. "You possess spirit-tempering grass? Why didn't you present it earlier?" "Master, you did not specify. I assumed you and the mistress desired something fresh." Yho replied with a hint of grievance. Indeed, he had spirit-tempering grass, but his inability to harvest and preserve it had left the grass somewhat withered. Zeng Qingfeng examined the grass for a moment before shaking his head in unison with Morongyu. It had indeed wilted. Its efficacy largely diminished. At that moment, he heard the voice of the spirit within the reincarnation diagram. "Master, you can place the spirit-tempering grass within the reincarnation diagram. In just the time it takes to burn an incense stick, I can restore it." "Oh." Zeng Qingfeng was surprised. It seemed the reincarnation diagram held many hidden capabilities yet to be discovered. He swiftly tossed the grass into the diagram, while Morongyu, thinking he was merely storing it, lamented, "If we cannot find fresh grass, could you perhaps give me this one?" "Of course, but what will you offer in return?" Zeng Qingfeng, aware of the plethora of precious herbs in Yaoshan Valley, intended to concoct some enlightenment pills to aid Ouyang Xiao and Zhang Tongji in enhancing their strength. By rescuing Morongyu today, he had secured a favor from Yaoshan Valley, making future requests for herbs less likely to be denied. However, he was unprepared for the sudden flush that colored Morongyu's cheeks upon hearing his words as she lowered her gaze and murmured, "I could offer myself. But could we perhaps delay having children for a few years?" "Huh, what nonsense is this? I merely wish to concoct some enlightenment pills. Just do not refuse me when I need herbs in the future," Zeng Qingfeng replied with a furrowed brow. How could this woman think he was lusting after her? Admittedly, he had once harbored such thoughts, but now he aspired to be a dutiful husband and father. Morongyu's face flushed crimson, taken aback by his true intentions. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, her eyes widening as she gazed at him. "Enlightenment pills? Those are 8th-tier elixirs. Can you really craft them? Are you an 8th-tier alchemist? Whether I can craft them will be revealed in time. I am not an 8th-tier alchemist." Zeng Qingfeng's alchemical prowess had been enhanced by the system, and he had yet to produce any concoction above the 8th tier, leaving him somewhat uncertain. Morongyu let out a sigh of relief, stating, "I thought so. Your strength reaching nirvana is already extraordinary. How could you be an 8th tier alchemist? I have only just attained the 6th tier myself." Before she could finish, she witnessed Zeng Qingfeng unleash a golden flame of alchemy, her eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Golden alchemical flame. The legendary elixir of the immortal alchemist. Why so excited? Calm down. Zeng Qingfeng, feigning nonchalance, retracted the flame and glanced at the darkening sky. "We should press on through the night. Hopefully, we can encounter some 9th-tier beasts. If not, we should at least find a place to rest." "What do you seek 9th-tier beasts for?" Morongyu mused, increasingly intrigued by the enigmatic man before her. She had previously considered herself among the elite of the younger generation in the Tang dynasty, with few rivals in both beauty and cultivation. Even Wu Meier and Yi Ruming, who could rival her in looks, did not possess her aptitude for cultivation. The Yaoshan Valley had provided her with ample time to hone her skills, coupled with an abundance of high-grade elixirs and herbs, allowing her to reach the pinnacle of the Emperor realm at such a young age, far surpassing Yi Ruming and Wu Meier. Beyond her beauty and strength, she was also a 6th-tier alchemist. She had once thought her talents unparalleled among the youth of the Tang dynasty. However, meeting Zeng Qingfeng today shattered her long-held pride, making her feel like a mere talent compared to his genius. Once merely rippling waters of ambition, she now found herself engulfed in tumultuous waves, unable to suppress her desire to marry and bear children with this man. "What are you dawdling for? Can you hurry up?" Zeng Qingfeng noticed Yu lagging behind and called out, "You seem lost in thought. What's on your mind?" "Children are not." Yu's face flushed once more, and she quickly quickened her pace, explaining, "I was contemplating how to address my mother's illness, especially since I lack confidence in crafting the soul-returning pill." As she voiced her concern, it suddenly dawned on her that this man before her was an immortal-grade alchemist. Surely, crafting a soul-returning pill would be a trivial matter for him. She adopted a pitiful expression and implored, "You will help me, won't you?" Well, Zeng Qingfeng had no qualms about assisting her, yet he was aware that the person she sought to save was her publicly known mother in Chang'an, a woman of considerable significance. Initially curious about her background, he had learned everything under duress. Noticing Zeng Qingfeng's hesitation, Yu could no longer contain herself. "Brother Feng, please help me. I can give you anything you desire." "It's not that I am unwilling to assist you," Zeng Qingfeng replied, feeling awkward to articulate his thoughts. "Let us discuss the soul-returning pill upon our return. I understand your urgency to save your mother, but sometimes one must be cautious about whom to trust, even if they are family." Upon hearing this, Yu was puzzled as to why Zeng Qingfeng was advising her. However, this was not the time for such discussions. Glancing at the darkening sky, she remarked, "I understand. I'm not a child anymore. It seems we will have to spend the night here. The beast forest is perilous at night, isn't it? Not dangerous enough for me to stay away." Zeng Qingfeng replied, continuing on their path. They ventured deeper for another half hour, and as darkness enveloped them, they encountered only a few 7th-tier beasts. His objective for the day was 9th-tier beasts, leaving him wholly uninterested. The 7th-tier demon beasts have already attained a semblance of sentience. Some of these creatures, sensing the prowess of number 1, turned on their heels and fled, showing no inclination to mount a direct assault. Indeed, whether human or demon beast, those who manage to survive for long are seldom reckless. As dusk approached, still no suitable resting place had been found. Number 1 respectfully suggested, "Master, perhaps we should seek a spacious area to rest. I shall keep watch." "Let us not rush. There is a small hill ahead. Let us see if we can find a place to rest there," replied Zeng Qingfeng. His strength surpassed that of the two companions, and although his divine awareness was also restricted, he sensed a small hill approximately 1,000 meters ahead. The presence of a hill might indicate a potential resting spot, but it could also harbor formidable demon beasts. The trio hastened towards the hill and soon beheld a modest elevation before them. As they drew closer, Zeng Qingfeng detected several powerful auras emanating from its summit. 9th-tier demon beasts, and not just one, but two. With a swish, as they approached the hill, two figures emerged, one male and one female, whose furry ears revealed their true nature as transformed demon beasts. Most demon beasts can assume human form after reaching the Imperial Realm, though some require enlightenment or even the Nirvana Realm to do so. The true forms of these two beasts were indiscernible, yet their strength had evidently reached the Nirvana Realm. "Humans, this is not a place for your kind." The demon beast, taking on the enchanting guise of a woman, spoke first. Unable to gauge Zeng Qingfeng's strength, the two demon beasts refrained from making a rash move. Zeng Qingfeng smiled and said, "Do not be alarmed. We have come merely to recruit some high-tier demon beasts, such as yourselves." Seeking death. The male demon beast roared in fury, blue light flashing around him as he transformed into a colossal python. The female also enveloped herself in white light, and in the next moment, she too morphed into a white giant python. The two giant pythons bore small protrusions atop their heads, indicative of their impending evolution into dragon-like forms. Zeng Qingfeng remained unfazed upon witnessing their transformations and directed the ultimate beast control technique at the weaker female python. The success rate of this technique increases against demon beasts of lesser strength. Yet these two pythons were slightly stronger than him, as anticipated. The technique struck the forehead of the female python but yielded no effect. The two pythons soon understood Zeng Qingfeng's intentions and were consumed by rage. Their pride would not allow them to become mounts for a human. Consequently, the two giant pythons transformed into streaks of light and lunged towards Zeng Qingfeng. Just as number 1 prepared to assist, the master commanded, "Number 1, take your mistress to safety." Upon hearing this command, number 1 grasped Yu's shoulder and swiftly retreated 100 meters. The two giant pythons did not pursue. For their sole target was Zeng Qingfeng. It was precisely because of Zeng Qingfeng's inscrutable strength that they could not fathom his true abilities. They felt confident in dealing with number 1 and Morong Yu once Zeng Qingfeng was subdued. As the two demon beasts closed in, Zeng Qingfeng deftly evaded their attacks while unleashing his domain. The clash of their domains resulted in a stalemate, leaving the two pythons astonished. The moment Zeng Qingfeng engaged, they realized his true strength was merely at the first tier of the Nirvana realm. Yet, in the demon beast forest, where human prowess was suppressed, Zeng Qingfeng was able to stand his ground against them in a joint confrontation. An alarming prospect indeed. Zeng Qingfeng had no intention of slaying the two ninth-tier demon beasts. He continued to evade their close-range strikes while employing the beast control technique against the female python. On the 9th attempt, he finally heard the system's prompt, "Ding, congratulations, you have successfully utilized the ultimate beast control technique to tame a sky-eating python." As the notification faded, Zeng Qingfeng immediately sensed a faint connection with the female python. "Master," came the voice of the female python, resonating in Zeng Qingfeng's mind with profound respect. "Convince your beloved to serve me alongside you." "Understood, Master," the female python replied, and subsequently released her domain to suppress the male python. "Feng Mei, what are you doing?" the male python exclaimed. Taken aback, just moments ago, they had been evenly matched in their confrontation, but now his wife had betrayed him, causing his domain to be suppressed. "Tian Gu, let us pledge our allegiance to the Master. This way, we can remain together." "Feng Mei, do not worry, I will save you," the male python declared, casting a fierce glare at Zeng Qingfeng as he added, "To think you would want us as your pets is sheer folly. You had best release my Feng Mei at once, or I shall summon aid." "Oh? Summon aid. By all means, give it a try." Zeng Qingfeng welcomed the idea, as it would save him the trouble of seeking them out one by one. The male python glared with eyes as red as lanterns and then raised his head to emit a piercing cry. The sound was shrill and carried a peculiar resonance, instantly reverberating for hundreds of miles. The female python quickly cautioned, "Master, be wary. My husband has a few demon kings as old friends. While they usually do not interfere with one another, they will unite against outsiders." "How many?" Zeng Qingfeng had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. He was confident he could subdue all these demon beasts, though it might take some time. The optimal use of the ultimate beast control technique was to tame beasts of lower realms. If the opponent's strength was comparable, he could render them unable to resist and successfully tame them. Alternatively, he could employ a more relentless approach, repeatedly using the technique in hopes of success. This method was somewhat reliant on luck. With good fortune, he might succeed in one attempt, but with ill fortune, he could find himself repeating the process hundreds of times without success. At that moment, a multitude of voices began to respond from all directions, with no fewer than 10 answering calls. Just as Zeng Qingfeng sensed something amiss, the female python transmitted to him, "Master, we are now in the core area of the demon beast forest, where the number of demon kings exceeds 20, and there are over 500 8th-tier demon beasts. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, we have attracted the attention of the demon emperor." Chapter 049. Not the slightest bit worried upon hearing this, Zeng Qingfeng could no longer remain calm. He had not anticipated the demon beast forest to be even more formidable than he previously understood. He had encountered individuals from Chang'an City who had visited the demon beast forest, but none had ventured deeply enough to comprehend its true nature. Is it still possible to escape now? He wished to lead no one in Morong Yu away, but the system's prompt echoed in his mind. "Ding, random mission triggered. Persuade the demon beasts." Mission description: you have been surrounded by demon beasts. Devise a way to persuade them and reach an agreement to safely exit the demon beast forest. Mission rewards: 2 lottery chances, level 1. Hearing such enticing rewards, Zeng Qingfeng could only rub his forehead in resignation, deciding not to flee just yet. Regardless of the task, he was unwilling to refuse. He would face it head-on. Before long, the trio found themselves encircled by dozens of streaks of light. Several Nirvana realm beasts and numerous Enlightenment realm beasts had all transformed into human forms. Zeng Qingfeng was not overly concerned, though there were many high-tier demon beasts. He could easily escape if he chose to by utilizing the ancient magical beast's divine consciousness to eliminate one, and then relying on his invincible shield to withstand an attack. these beasts would surely not dare to continue their assault. However, he was not alone. He needed to ensure Morongyu's safety as well. A towering demon beast surveyed the situation and inquired, "What is going on?" The male python quickly addressed the assembly. "This human has used a special method to control my Feng Mei. He seeks to control me as well." Upon hearing this, the demon beasts regarded Zeng Qingfeng with hostility. Given the historical enmity between demon beasts and humans, especially the aversion to becoming pets for humans, they were filled with disdain. Zeng Qingfeng sensed a more powerful divine consciousness locking onto him. He knew it must belong to a celestial realm demon beast observing the scene. Despite the overwhelming presence of high-tier demon beasts, he remained unfazed and declared, "Calm yourselves. While you demon beasts possess great strength, outside the confines of the demon beast forest, your power will be significantly diminished. Do you not wish to leave this place, perhaps even become divine beasts?" Divine beasts? The demon beasts appeared intrigued. Regardless of their tier, becoming a divine beast was a supreme aspiration, even more so than human cultivators becoming true immortals. However, the demon beasts were not foolish. No matter how much they yearned to become divine beasts, they did not believe Zeng Qingfeng could assist them. An impatient demon beast interjected, "What does our desire to become divine beasts have to do with your controlling us?" "Everything," Zeng Qingfeng replied with a grin. "If you demon beasts wish to ascend to divine beast status, aside from the fortunate few born with divine beast bloodlines, you must elevate your strength to the celestial realm to have a chance. Increase your success rate. All you need is a beast god pill. And I happen to be able to refine them." Upon hearing this, not only were the surrounding demon beasts left speechless, but even the celestial realm demon beast covertly observing Zeng Qingfeng perked up. The first to speak among the demon beasts, unable to contain their excitement, asked, "You say you can refine it. By what means can we trust you?" Zeng Qingfeng did not elaborate further, instead releasing his golden alchemical flame. A master alchemist. Though demon beasts rarely left the forest, they possessed some knowledge about alchemists. As Zeng Qingfeng had mentioned, the beast god pill could indeed increase their chances of advancing to divine beasts. While the ingredients for the pill were relatively easy to find, the rarity of alchemists capable of refining a 9th-tier pill was exceedingly high. The surrounding demon beasts fell silent, and a petite female demon beast spoke up, "Although you are a master alchemist, persuading us to become your pets and serve you will not be so simple. I do not intend for you to become my pets, nor will I allow you to meet your demise easily. At most, I shall have you accompany me for a decade. After 10 years, I will grant you your freedom, and you will undoubtedly receive 3 beast god pills." 10 years? 3? The demonic beasts were all somewhat stirred. Such a deal sounded quite enticing to them. A decade is hardly significant for a demonic beast. Furthermore, 3 beast god pills, if obtained, the probability of advancing to divine beast status would greatly increase. Zeng Qingfeng also had his own plans. He had only recently acquired the system, and as time passed, his strength would continue to grow in the future. Whether through his own prowess or other means, he would not lack for formidable allies. 10 years would certainly be sufficient. His audacious presence here, rather than fleeing, was a negotiating tactic honed over countless reincarnations, instilling in him the confidence to persuade these demonic beasts to assist him. Although many of them were 9th-tier beasts, none possessed the authority to make decisions. A flash of light streaked from the depths of the demonic beast forest and transformed into the figure of an elder before Zeng Qingfeng. "Human, can you truly concoct beast god pills?" "Of course. I can. I believe you have gathered quite a number of medicinal herbs. We can concoct them on the spot." Zeng Qingfeng, bold and confident, was unafraid of any ill intentions from these beasts, for he was well aware of the esteemed status of a master alchemist. Alchemists held a unique position. While demonic beasts might disdain weaponsmiths and formation masters, they held alchemists in high regard. Demonic beasts could enhance their cultivation and even alter their forms through pills, so as long as an alchemist entering the demonic beast forest did not harbor suicidal intentions, they were unlikely to face extermination. Moreover, a master alchemist like Zeng Qingfeng, capable of concocting beast god pills, was a rarity found only once in a millennium. Thus, this ability became Zeng Qingfeng's greatest bargaining chip. As long as he possessed the skill to create beast god pills, he had no fear of these beasts turning against him. Indeed, the elder merely nodded slightly, indicating that Zeng Qingfeng had the capability to concoct beast god pills. "What is your name, young master?" "My true form is the crimson-eyed white tiger. You may call me Old Bai." "I am Zeng Qingfeng, Old Bai. Please lead the way. Those two are my friends. Let them accompany us," Zeng Qingfeng said, gesturing towards Yihao and Mu Rongyue, who were not far off. The White Tiger Demon Emperor did not refuse and addressed the nearby demon kings. "I shall invite 3 esteemed guests to join me. Those of you with nothing to do may return to your cultivation." "Understood." The demonic beasts promptly scattered, leaving only 2 or 3 to accompany them. This moment, Mu Rongyue looked at Zeng Qingfeng with starry eyes, astonished that he could remain so composed in the face of a demon emperor and even dared to negotiate terms. The 3 followed the demon emperor into the air and soon arrived at the front of a chaotic vortex. "This is the core of our demonic beast forest. Please follow me inside," the White Tiger Demon Emperor said, gesturing for Zeng Qingfeng and his companions to enter. Without hesitation, Zeng Qingfeng took Mu Rongyue's hand and plunged into the vortex. In an instant, he felt a flash of brilliance, and the next moment, he found himself in a fragrant new world filled with the melodies of birds. The concentration of spiritual energy here was more than triple that of the outside. With each breath, he could feel his cultivation improving. The White Tiger Demon Emperor followed closely behind, while several demon kings remained outside. "Please follow me," the Demon Emperor stated, leading them toward a stone house not far away. As Zeng Qingfeng was about to follow, he heard Mu Rongyue's voice inquiring through thought, "Have you not noticed that there is no way out behind us? Aren't you the least bit worried?" Zeng Qingfeng shrugged and replied, "I have already noticed. Since we have entered, let us take it one step at a time." There was no point in rushing, and besides, the system had issued a random task. According to its description, he would not be in danger. Otherwise, the random task would not involve persuading the demonic beasts, but rather escaping their encirclement. The 3 followed the Demon Emperor to the front of the stone house, where the White Tiger Demon Emperor waved his hand, and several stone benches appeared on the ground. "Young Master Zeng, please take a seat. Let us renegotiate." The White Tiger Demon Emperor did not rush Zeng Qingfeng to concoct pills to prove his abilities. In truth, his golden alchemical fire and the audacity to enter alongside them were already sufficient proof of his confidence. Zeng Qingfeng chuckled and sat on a stone bench, inquiring, "Demon Emperor, you know I cannot assist you in concocting beast god pills without compensation. You shall provide the medicinal herbs, and for every 3 pills, 1 demon king must accompany me for 10 years. These are my conditions. Setting aside whether you can indeed concoct beast god pills, even if you can, I cannot allow all the demon kings to accompany you." The White Tiger Demon Emperor thought long-term, pausing before continuing, "I can provide the medicinal herbs, but you must prepare your own alchemical furnace. Furthermore, the number of demon kings accompanying you cannot be excessive. They must remain to guard the demonic beast forest, and those who stay must also receive their share of the beast god pills." "That is reasonable." Zeng Qingfeng nodded in agreement, saying, "Your demands are not excessive, but concocting beast god pills is somewhat taxing. I can produce a maximum of 3 furnaces daily. How many materials do you have?" "Enough materials for you to concoct 100 furnaces," the White Tiger Demon Emperor replied, tossing a storage ring in front of Zeng Qingfeng for him to examine. After a brief inspection, Zeng Qingfeng smiled and said, "There are even more than 100. I won't be able to use it all." "I understand. The failure rate of alchemy is quite high. Regardless of how long you take, for every 10 beast god pills, you may take 1 demon king with you. However, as previously agreed, you can only assist us for 10 years. After 10 years, you must return their freedom. Additionally, you may take at most 10 demon kings, and you must ensure that at least half of them survive to return after 10 years. These stipulations were aimed at preventing the demon kings from following Zeng Qingfeng into danger. Fearing they might perish through various trials, Zeng Qingfeng did not hesitate and promptly nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, under normal circumstances, as long as they remain in the palace to cultivate, there should be no danger. Moreover, I will provide the pills for their cultivation. After 10 years, I will grant them their freedom. If they wish to stay, what can be said? As long as they are not under your control, I will respect their own decisions if they choose not to leave." "Then it is settled." Zeng Qingfeng agreed readily. Although the sky in this small world was quite bright, he added, I need to rest for a while to gather my strength before beginning the alchemy. Certainly. This small house will serve as accommodation for you and your wife. I will arrange another place for your attendants to rest. The White Tiger Demon Emperor remarked, then curiously asked, You just mentioned that the demon kings could remain in the palace to cultivate. May I inquire who you are? I hail from the Great Tang Kingdom. As the consort of the Empress. Zeng Qingfeng did not conceal his identity and stated it frankly. Upon hearing this, both the White Tiger Demon Emperor and Mu Rongyue looked at him in astonishment, particularly Mu Rongyue, who nearly questioned him on why he had not mentioned it sooner. However, seeing the White Tiger Demon Emperor beside them, she could only suppress her shock, casting a resentful glance at Zeng Qingfeng. Though she did not voice her thoughts, the White Tiger Demon Emperor, having lived for over 1,000 years, pointed at Mu Rongyue and inquired, Is this lady perhaps the Empress of the Great Tang Kingdom? Not at all. Zeng Qingfeng intended to clarify that this woman was not his wife. But fearing exclusion from the Demon Emperor, he casually replied, She is my concubine. Ah, I see. The White Tiger Demon Emperor appeared enlightened, while Mu Rongyue was infuriated to the point of smoke emitting from her ears. She chose to endure and save her fury for later. This young master, you may rest in the small house ahead. I shall step out for a moment. The White Tiger Demon Emperor motioned toward a nearby small stone house and then clasped his hands in farewell to Zeng Qingfeng. Please attend to your matters. We too shall rest. Zeng Qingfeng returned the gesture, and as the Demon Emperor's figure faded, Mu Rongyue immediately erupted. You must clarify this. When did I become your concubine? If I do not say so, how can you expect to leave alive? Zeng Qingfeng retorted confidently, Hao is my servant, that is evident. But what is your status accompanying me? Now that you know the secrets of the demonic beast forest, how can an outsider expect to leave unscathed? How did you become the emperor then? Mu Rongyue was at a loss for words and could only change the subject. I covet the beauty of Wu Meier and the power of the emperor. Zeng Qingfeng dismissively replied. Entering the stone house, Hao, feeling uncomfortable amidst their bickering, discreetly distanced himself. Humph. I do not believe it. With your status as a master alchemist, what kind of woman cannot you find? Mu Rongyue declared, following him inside. Upon observing the simplicity of the stone house, which contained merely a stone bed covered with animal hides, her face turned crimson. There is only one bed here. How shall we sleep tonight? We are cultivators. Who needs to sleep? If you wish to rest, you may use the stone bed. I can meditate on the ground. The ground is so cold. While sharing a bed is not out of the question, you must take responsibility. I refuse to be a concubine. What nonsense is this? Zeng Qingfeng replied with a frown. Rest assured. I am a man of principles. I would never wrong my wife. To avoid suspicion, I can meditate outside. Wait. Mu Rongyue called out as Zeng Qingfeng was about to leave. Since you are so principled, sharing this space should not be an issue. A person of integrity need not fear shadows. That is indeed true. Zeng Qingfeng agreed, as he primarily feared Mu Rongyue becoming too attached to him. Although the sky outside had already darkened, it posed no challenge for cultivators who could go for 10 days or even half a month without sleep. Moreover, the small world they inhabited was still illuminated. Sitting on the stone bed, Mu Rongyue curiously gazed at Zeng Qingfeng and inquired, Seeing that you seem unable to sleep, would you mind if we engaged in some conversation? Of course. Zeng Qingfeng, sensing the awkwardness between them, took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Tomorrow, I will seek out the Demon Emperor for the soul condensing herb and will also assist you in refining the resurrection pill. However, after we save your mother, you should be cautious around her. Why is that? Mu Rongyue was genuinely puzzled, but Zeng Qingfeng had given her the impression from their very first meeting that he understood her well, which only deepened her curiosity. Zeng Qingfeng replied, a hint of irritation in his tone. Do you really think your father became paralyzed without reason? And what about your frequent fainting spells? Wait. Mu Rongyue's eyes widened in horror as she looked at Zeng Qingfeng. How do you seem to know everything? Are you implying that all of this was orchestrated by my mother? Zeng Qingfeng found himself at a loss for words. He certainly couldn't divulge that she had revealed many secrets to him after their previous encounters. Upon hearing of her frequent fainting, he had conducted an examination once his medical skills had improved, discovering that it was due to a particularly rare and insidious poison. Such poison was exceedingly scarce and difficult to detect. Otherwise, Morongyu, the renowned figure from the Medicine God Valley, would have been aware of it. Through rigorous questioning and coercion of Morongyu's adoptive mother, Zeng Qingfeng had learned that she was an undercover agent for an overseas faction. The poisoning of Morongyu was merely a means to manipulate her, with her mother's intentions tied to the unknown secrets of Chang'an City. It was not the right time to explain this to Morongyu, as they had only just met. After a moment of contemplation, Zeng Qingfeng said, I understand that you may still doubt me. Once I have refined the Beast God Pill and the Resurrection Pill, I will, if time permits, prepare an antidote for you. Thank you, Brother Feng, Morongyu replied. Though she was still uncertain about the specifics, she could sense that Zeng Qingfeng genuinely wished to assist her. There's no need for thanks. It's merely a small favor. Reflecting on the fact that the royal city's formation had been upgraded to celestial quality, Zeng Qingfeng felt emboldened to linger for a few more days. Perhaps sensing that Zeng Qingfeng harbored no ill intentions, combined with his striking appearance, exceptional alchemical skills, and the ability to subdue a Dao comprehension master. Everything about him captivated Morongyu. Brother Feng, when did you meet the Empress? Are you married? Women are indeed naturally curious. After some familiarity, Morongyu could not help but voice her intrigue. Zeng Qingfeng thought for a moment before responding truthfully, I have known Meier for merely a few days, and we were wed just yesterday. Yesterday? Morongyu's expression shifted as realization dawned upon her. No wonder it seemed so sudden. I was unaware since I left Chang'an City. But isn't it a bit hasty to marry after just meeting? Ah. When emotions run deep, everything falls into place, wouldn't you agree? Zeng Qingfeng could only fabricate a response, yet Morongyu seemed to accept his words wholeheartedly, believing everything he said to be true. Brother Feng, will the Empress take concubines? Cough, cough. Zeng Qingfeng nearly choked at her question, clearing his throat before replying, What are you thinking? She would never take concubines. Then can you take a concubine? You just married the Empress. Would you truly leave her? Zeng Qingfeng's expression darkened at her words. What on earth was she thinking? What's there to regret? If love is true and enduring, does it matter if they are together day in and day out? These profound statements flowed effortlessly from his lips, causing Morongyu's eyes to light up as she exclaimed, I never realized you possessed such literary talent, Brother Feng. Morongyu's gaze toward Zeng Qingfeng grew more fervent, leaving him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. In the Tang Kingdom, women's social status had evidently risen, with many women expressing boldness in matters of the heart. The notion of a woman pursuing a man was hardly considered scandalous. Furthermore, Morongyu was inherently a woman of passion, unafraid to pursue those she desired. Despite her lower status in the Tang Kingdom, in her eyes, Zeng Qingfeng was the epitome of an ideal husband. Brother Feng, let us cultivate together on the stone bed tonight. It is spacious enough, and we cultivators need not adhere to such formalities. That might not be appropriate, Zeng Qingfeng replied, yet he found himself sitting on the stone bed. Morongyu leaned closer and whispered in his ear, I adore the serious yet whimsical nature of your words. Brother Feng, feeling the warmth of her breath against his ear, Zeng Qingfeng's heart raced uncontrollably. While he had been involved with many women during his millennia-long slumber, this woman was one he was particularly fond of. The familiar fragrance of her body brought back memories, rendering his mind increasingly tumultuous. Morongyu, keenly perceptive, noticed Zeng Qingfeng's quickening breath and the tension in his body. She leaned closer, whispering, Brother Feng, do I smell good? Zeng Qingfeng sought an excuse to extricate himself from the awkward atmosphere. Just as he prepared to rise, Morongyu wrapped her arms around his neck and softly breathed into his ear, Brother Feng, though you are married to the Empress, I wish to be your woman. There's no need for any obligations. Zeng Qingfeng was about to respond, but he found Morongyu's hand slipping into his collar. In the distance, Yihao, who had been secretly observing Zeng Qingfeng and Morongyu from a concealed stone house, heard indistinct sounds emanating from within and promptly cast a soundproof barrier over their small dwelling. 10 hours later, a satisfied Zeng Qingfeng and a radiant Morongyu emerged from the stone house, only to find the White Tiger Demon Emperor waiting outside. Though they had sensed the soundproof barriers set by Yihao, Zeng Qingfeng still endeavored to maintain his composure in the face of the Demon Emperor's peculiar gaze. Demon Emperor, when did you arrive? This small world has no day or night, so we must have overslept. Not at all. I have just arrived. There's no rush for the beast god pill. Rest well before we begin the refinement process. You could remain here for 10 or even 8 years without issue. I cannot wait that long. Zeng Qingfeng shook his head and turned to Morongyu. Xiao Yuer, please wait for me outside while I return to refine the pills. All right, Brother Feng, if you're tired, do come out to rest for a while. Morongyu said with genuine concern before awkwardly making her way to a nearby stone chair. The White Tiger Demon Emperor, in a bewildered manner, asked, Young Master Zeng, what happened to your esteemed wife? Cough, cough. Morongyu's face flushed crimson, while Zeng Qingfeng felt the heat rising to his cheeks. He could only divert the conversation, saying, It's nothing. She simply practiced for too long last night, and her feet went numb. Yes, just numb feet. Morongyu softly echoed, quickly turning away to avoid meeting the Demon Emperor's gaze. After exchanging a few words with the Demon Emperor, Zeng Qingfeng returned to the stone house. The materials for the beast god pill were plentiful, and as a divine-grade alchemist, he was confident, though he had never actually refined it before. Once inside the stone house, he set up a barrier and promptly took out the alchemical furnace to commence his first attempt. After more than half a month of refining, he successfully produced pills, albeit only 7 of them. And all were of inferior quality. He felt undeterred, viewing this as a promising start. After a brief period of rest, he began the second batch, and within less than half an hour, he produced over 10 pills. Though they remained inferior beast god pills, continuing undeterred, Zeng Qingfeng diligently refined more. Outside, the Demon Emperor grew increasingly anxious as 30 hours passed without Zeng Qingfeng's emergence. Morongyu, having recovered, began pacing restlessly. Suddenly, ominous clouds began to gather in the sky. The Demon Emperor, witnessing this, shouted, Quickly retreat. It's the Calamity Cloud. What? Calamity Cloud? Morongyu retreated while gazing at the foreboding sky, her tone filled with excitement. Could it be that Brother Feng has refined a perfect-grade beast god pill? Only perfect-grade pills of 7th tier, or above, could possibly attract such calamity. The Calamity Cloud quickly took form, yet rather than expressing joy, the White Tiger Demon Emperor appeared anxious. This small world lacks complete laws. It will certainly affect the quality of the pills. I must find someone to open a connection between this small world and the outside, to draw in the thunder tribulation. With that, he produced a horn-like communicator and swiftly sent a message. Morongyu and Yihao had retreated to a safe distance when 3 streaks of light arrived in quick succession. All of them are scattered immortals. The strength of this beast demon forest is truly severely underestimated. She was astonished, realizing that the most formidable forces did not belong to the Tang Kingdom or its neighboring states, but rather to this forest of magic beasts, rife with treasure hunting and trials. Upon assessing the situation, the 3 scattered immortal demon emperors took their positions and together unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy to forcibly disperse the Calamity Cloud. The energy surged forth, creating a massive rift in the sky. Beyond the rift lay the beast demon forest. It turned out this small world was situated beneath the forest. Morongyu and Yihao were left in awe, even though this was merely an incomplete small world. The combined strength of 4 demon emperors was indeed formidable enough to tear open a rift in space. As soon as the rift opened, the Calamity Cloud reformed above. However, this time, the 4 demon emperors dared not attack the cloud but instead retreated from the stone house. With a thunderous roar, a bolt of lightning struck down swiftly, shattering the stone house into countless fragments. It was only then that the onlookers beheld the scene within. Zeng Qingfeng, one hand cradling the alchemical furnace while the other deftly adjusted the flame, ensuring the temperature remained optimal. With a flick of his wrist, several luminous elixirs soared from the furnace, just as a second bolt of lightning descended rapidly. The elixirs were struck by the lightning, yet Zeng Qingfeng, harnessing energy, deftly prevented them from shattering in midair, though he too bore the brunt of the impact. Fortuitously, endowed with the celestial demon disintegration technique and the indestructible golden body, along with an invincible shield, he remained unscathed. Indeed, after the lightning coursed through the furnace and struck him, it merely tattered his garments, leaving his skin untouched. A third bolt of lightning followed, but with Zeng Qingfeng mitigating the force of the tribulation. The 3 trials passed without incident. The 4 demon emperors gazed at the dozen or so fragrant elixirs hovering before Zeng Qingfeng, their excitement palpable. Though they were demon emperors with the blood of divine beasts coursing through their veins, they were not true divine beasts themselves. Tales spoke of genuine divine beasts existing in realms abundant with spiritual energy, but such accounts were merely hearsay. Should they acquire the perfect grade beast god elixir, they might truly awaken their bloodlines and ascend to the status of divine beasts. Even if their powers had reached a plateau, transforming into divine beasts would not only significantly extend their lifespans, but also ensure that their direct descendants were born as divine beasts. Furthermore, divine beasts could awaken a unique innate ability, greatly enhancing their combat prowess, allowing them to decisively overpower their rivals of the same tier. The myriad benefits made them eager to seize the elixirs from Zeng Qingfeng's grasp. Yet the demon emperors restrained themselves. Zeng Qingfeng did not greet them, nor take a moment's respite. After swiftly collecting the elixirs, he resumed tossing materials into the furnace. What is he doing? Is he continuing to refine? Has he lost his mind? Alchemy is profoundly taxing on one's spirit. Has he not rested for over 30 hours? Having just succeeded in refining a perfect grade beast god elixir, is he truly attempting to forge another in one go? Impossible. Even 100 attempts at perfect grade elixirs may not yield a single success. The 4 demon emperors communicated telepathically, oblivious to Mu Rongyue's astonishment. How does he know our apothecary Valley's alchemical techniques? No, it seems he surpasses our mastery. In her eyes, Zeng Qingfeng had become even more enigmatic. Regardless of the spectators' thoughts, Zeng Qingfeng continued his alchemical endeavors. This time, in just the span of a single incense stick, dark clouds of tribulation once again gathered overhead, the rift caused by the earlier lightning strike yet to heal. Another tribulation cloud. How is he managing this? Truly deserving of the title of divine alchemist, his refining time is astonishingly brief. Such a level of alchemy? We must befriend him and dare not offend. Previously, Old Bai suggested we have this lad bring along some 9th-tier demon beasts, and I opposed it. Now it seems Old Bai's judgment was sound. As before, Zeng Qingfeng effortlessly weathered the tribulation, continuing his relentless refining. The 4 demon emperors and Mu Rongyue gradually became numb to the spectacle. Here we go again. Another tribulation, another perfect grade elixir. Now, it feels strange if we don't see a tribulation cloud. In such a short time, he has already refined over a dozen perfect grade beast god elixirs, more than 100. The relentless production of perfect grade beast god elixirs, both in speed and quality, shattered their previous understanding, continuously defying the tribulations. Zeng Qingfeng's prowess left the 4 demon emperors in a wit was only when the day had waned that he finally ceased his activities, prompting the demon emperors to hastily approach him. At last, he has stopped. At this moment, Zeng Qingfeng had earned their respect. The way they looked at him brimmed with reverence. Master Zeng, you must be exhausted. Not particularly, Zeng Qingfeng replied, showing no inclination to offer elixirs. Instead walking toward Mu Rongyue. I apologize for making you worry, Xiao Yuer. Brother Feng, I'm just relieved you're well. Please take a moment to rest, Mu Rongyue said, disregarding the demon emperor's gazes as she embraced Zeng Qingfeng with heartfelt emotion. Witnessing their affectionate exchange, the 4 demon emperors could only watch in frustration, their impatience palpable. Once the two finished their tender moment, Zeng Qingfeng turned and said, "Thank you for your patience." "Ahem, we don't mind waiting," one demon emperor said with a forced smile. "Since waiting is no trouble, I would appreciate your assistance in gathering more materials. If you have them, please bring them. If not, no worries," Zeng Qingfeng stated. Given the volume of beast god elixirs he had just refined, he was confident the demon emperors would not dare refuse. Indeed, they all patted their chests in assurance. "Rest easy, Master Zeng. Our demon beast forest spans thousands of miles, rich in medicinal herbs. We shall gather all that we can find." "Excellent," Zeng Qingfeng replied, then swiftly wrote out a detailed list on paper, handing it to the 4 demon emperors after a considerable time. The demon emperors, literate, turned pale upon reading the names and quantities of the required herbs. "How ruthless," they lamented inwardly. Yet with the beast god elixirs still in Zeng Qingfeng's possession, they could only take their leave, transforming into beams of light as they rushed off to gather the materials. Once the demon emperors had departed, Mu Rongyue curiously inquired, "Husband, what did you write?" The expressions on the 4 demon emperors' faces were quite grim. Zeng Qingfeng yawned and replied, "It's no wonder their faces are grim. In addition to the materials I asked you to find, I also listed every rare herb that might be found in the demon beast forest." Chapter 053. Give it an incense sticks time. Upon hearing this, Mu Rongyue laughed, "Brother Feng, you truly are merciless. But only you could make such a demand. Anyone else would have been swiftly silenced. I certainly knew they wouldn't refuse, which is why I dared to ask." Zeng Qingfeng remarked, then glanced at the scattered stone debris around them. "It's unfortunate our stone house was destroyed by the tribulation. Otherwise, we could have rested for a while." Mu Rongyue's face flushed at his words, and she shyly murmured, "Brother Feng, I still feel some pain. What are you thinking?" Zeng Qingfeng replied, his expression darkening. "I too have been refining for days without rest. And you've been by my side. When I mentioned resting, I meant it literally. Do you understand?" "Humph, I won't speak to you anymore." Mu Rongyue, feeling embarrassed, wished to find a corner to hide in, playfully hitting Zeng Qingfeng. Zeng Qingfeng knew she was not genuinely upset. He embraced her waist and said, "All right, stop sulking. Let us go rest." As they spoke, they entered the stone house, where number 1 instinctively set up a soundproof barrier for them. This time, they did not rest long before the 4 demon emperors returned with all the materials Zeng Qingfeng had requested within 2 hours. Aside from a few exceptionally rare herbs that were impossible to find, the vast majority had been gathered. After waiting another 2 hours, Zeng Qingfeng finally emerged from the stone house. The previously opened rift was gradually healing, and the sky of the small world appeared exceptionally bright. "Oh, you 4 demon emperors have arrived quite early," Zeng Qingfeng greeted with a smile, extending his hand. The 4 demon emperors hastily presented their storage rings, with the white tiger demon emperor proactively stating, "Master Zeng, aside from a few herbs we simply couldn't locate, we managed to gather the majority for you." "Let me see," Zeng Qingfeng said as he probed with his divine sense, quickly nodding in satisfaction. "Excellent. You have procured nearly everything I requested. You have my gratitude." Turning to Mu Rongyue, he added, "Xiao Yuer, please rest on the side. I will first refine some spirit concentration elixirs for you." "Thank you, Brother Feng," Mu Rongyue exclaimed, her heart swelling with joy at the thought that Zeng Qingfeng's first priority after resting was to prepare elixirs for her. Though the 4 demon emperors were anxious, they recognized that Zeng Qingfeng was now occupied with refining other elixirs, yet they remained respectfully at the side. Observing Zeng Qingfeng's alchemical process was a pleasure in itself, to prevent attracting further tribulations. Zeng Qingfeng chose not to refine within the stone house this time. Instead, he presented the 4 symbols alchemical furnace before the crowd. With an ample supply of materials, his refining speed was remarkably swift. And within less than 2 incense sticks time, he began producing elixirs. This time, no tribulation clouds appeared, indicating that he had not refined perfect-grade elixirs, which everyone found quite reasonable. Zeng Qingfeng's success rate had reached 100%. And if he were to achieve perfect-grade elixirs each time, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Not bad. A superior-grade spirit-returning elixir, a total of 12. Xiao Yuer, take these. Upon hearing this, Mu Rongyue eagerly accepted the elixirs, her excitement evident as she gazed at the high-quality spirit-returning elixirs. "Thank you, Brother Feng. Don't mention it," Zeng Qingfeng replied, then turned to the 4 demon emperors, who were already anxiously fidgeting, and with a wave of his hand, several hundred beast god elixirs floated before him. "Here are 720 beast god elixirs. Due to my initial lack of proficiency, many of them are of lower quality. Since I have no need for them, I will gift them to you. I will keep 50 perfect-grade beast god elixirs for myself. 30 of them will be given to any willing demon beasts who accompany me for 10 years. You can choose from them, or I can select. Either way is acceptable." He concluded his statement and observed the 4 demon emperors as they stored away the beast god pills, keeping 50 perfect-grade pills for himself, leaving the 4 demon emperors with no room for dissent. In truth, the quantity of beast god pills present here far exceeded their expectations. They had previously thought that if Zeng Qingfeng could successfully refine 2 or 3 batches, it would already be quite remarkable. Thank you, Master Zeng. We have procured the magical beasts you requested, and we have decided to add 2 more, making a total of 12. Would that be acceptable to you? The White Tiger Demon Emperor spoke somewhat sheepishly, as he had initially worried that Zeng Qingfeng would take too many magical beasts, yet now he feared he might take too few. The primary concern was that the 4 of them had not reached a consensus. Each Demon Emperor wished to send a few more of their trusted companions to Zeng Qingfeng. Consequently, they settled on sending 3 each, amounting to 12 in total. They desired to send more, yet they were uncertain whether Zeng Qingfeng would wish for additional beasts. Upon hearing this, Zeng Qingfeng had no objections. His purpose for coming this time was to subdue high-tier magical beasts. The number of experts in the Great Tang Kingdom was far too few, and the more he could gather, the better. Moreover, there was a system reward involved. If it weren't for the fact that he could not overpower them, he would have eagerly brought all 4 demon emperors along with him. Then bring the beasts over. We have been here for several days now, and I am somewhat worried about my wife. Rest assured, Master Zeng, they are already waiting outside, and you may leave at any time. We can also assure you that if needed, the 4 of us old bones can assist you. That would be most ideal. Suddenly, Zeng Qingfeng felt a spark of inspiration and turned to the White Tiger Demon Emperor, saying, I do indeed have a favor to ask of you. Could you assist me in launching an attack on the Nanzhao Kingdom? It would be best if they were kept too preoccupied to meddle in the affairs of the Great Tang. No problem at all, the White Tiger Demon Emperor proclaimed with confidence. If you require, Master Zeng, we can annihilate the Nanzhao Kingdom entirely. He possessed such confidence because of the vast number of magical beasts at their disposal, particularly the abundance of powerful ones. Eliminating a small nation was certainly within their capabilities. However, Zeng Qingfeng shook his head, stating, that is not necessary. Merely creating some disturbances and discreetly assassinating a few of their high-ranking officials would suffice. Once my wife is free to act, she will personally eradicate them. Even if he were to consider annexing the Nanzhao Kingdom in the future, it should be done openly and honorably, without the assistance of magical beasts. The 12 ninth-tier magical beasts he was taking with him were exchanged using beast god pills, and he owed no debts to the denizens of the magical beast forest. If the magical beast forest were to intervene and destroy the Nanzhao Kingdom for the sake of the Great Tang, it would create a debt he did not wish to incur. Upon hearing Zeng Qingfeng's words, the White Tiger Demon Emperor nodded in agreement and waved his hand, opening a passageway. Instantly, a group of individuals flew out, and upon stepping outside, Zeng Qingfeng indeed saw the 12 magical beasts awaiting him. Among them were the female python he had previously controlled using the Wujie beast control technique and the untrained male python, both prominently present. This arrangement suited him well, even among magical beasts. Couples did not wish to be separated. The demon emperors were also understanding, and Zeng Qingfeng had no objections, as long as they were wholeheartedly committed to assisting him and Wu Meier. He cast a sweeping glance over the 12 ninth-tier magical beasts and spoke in a solemn tone. Let me make my terms clear. If you wish to follow me, that is perfectly fine, and each of you will receive 3 perfect-grade beast god pills. However, you must allow me to imprint a mark on you using the beast control technique. I shall give you 1 incense stick's worth of time to consider. Those who are unwilling may withdraw now. After a day filled with headaches, the sight of the data only exacerbated his discomfort. Chapter 054. 4 lottery draws. Zeng Qingfeng's statement was made after careful consideration. The number of magical beasts was considerable, and if any were to harbor ulterior motives or disobey at a critical moment, it would introduce elements of instability that he could not tolerate. Thus, anyone who wished to accompany him must submit to his control. The expressions of the magical beasts darkened slightly, yet the 4 demon emperors understood his reasoning and did not wish to force their subordinates. It was best to leave the decision to them. After the incense stick burned down, none of the 12 magical beasts withdrew. They all chose to agree. After all, the allure of 3 perfect-grade beast god pills was simply too enticing. And following a master alchemist like Zeng Qingfeng might yield future benefits. For instance, should Zeng Qingfeng find their strength lacking, he would undoubtedly assist them in enhancing their abilities. Seeing their unanimous agreement, Zeng Qingfeng instructed them to open their consciousness, one by one, to begin receiving the imprint. Once under the influence of the beast control technique, the magical beasts regarded him with even greater reverence. Even if he were to command them to attack the 4 demon emperors, they would not hesitate. Of course, Zeng Qingfeng had no intention of issuing such a command. The four demon emperors, still concerned, reminded him that they would grant them freedom after 10 years, to which Zeng Qingfeng readily agreed. In 10 years, he was confident he could make the Great Tang Kingdom immensely powerful. By then, ninth-tier experts would merely constitute the lower tier of strength, and he would not mind in the least if all these magical beasts chose to depart. "Let us go. We shall return to the Great Tang," Zeng Qingfeng declared, summoning the Xinyuan sword, which immediately enlarged and hovered before him. He embraced Murongyu as they stood atop the demon sword, and with a wave of his hand, he led the 12 ninth-tier magical beasts and Yihao, a total of 13 experts, soaring towards the outskirts of the magical beast forest. After they had departed for some time, the four demon emperors began to converse quietly among themselves. "Do you think, Master Zeng, at such a young age, possesses the prowess of a master alchemist? Is the Great Tang Kingdom on the verge of rising? No matter how powerful the Great Tang may become, this continent is still a place of scarce spiritual energy. And the number of experts in the transcendent realm is exceedingly limited. I suspect that once the other continents learn of the emergence of a prodigy like Master Zeng, they will not stand idly by. It is better they know. If Master Zeng truly has the capability to contend with the experts from the other continents, this old bone of mine would be willing to assist him. Ever since we were driven to this magical beast forest, our highest strength has been limited to the transcendent realm, unable to progress further, if possible. Who wouldn't he wish to leave this place? I hope this Master Zeng can take us away. I will dispatch someone to covertly monitor everything concerning the Great Tang. If necessary, we shall come to his aid." Agreed. It is settled then. The four demon emperors quickly reached a consensus and promptly issued orders. Meanwhile, Zeng Qingfeng led Murongyu and the group of experts swiftly towards the outskirts of the magical beast forest, experiencing little pressure during their departure, allowing for remarkable speed. Upon reaching the outskirts, the female expert from the Nanjiao Kingdom, who had attained the Nirvana realm, was still waiting. Upon seeing Zeng Qingfeng enter alone for several days, she had thought he had perished within the magical beast forest, yet to her surprise, not only had he emerged, but he had also brought along so many individuals and magical beasts, all of them ninth-tier magical beasts. She was taken aback, realizing that her previous assessment of Zeng Qingfeng's strength had been gravely inaccurate, as his performance had completely upended her worldview. How could he have subdued so many ninth-tier magical beasts? Zeng Qingfeng merely offered her a smile before continuing on his way without pause. The woman from the Nanjiao Kingdom dared not follow, fearing she might become his target. The journey proceeded smoothly, and within an hour, they returned to Chang'an City. Zeng Qingfeng first escorted Murongyu to the Medicine God Valley, then reminded her once more to be cautious of her foster mother before leading the remaining individuals back to the palace. Upon arrival at the palace, Zeng Qingfeng sensed that Wu Meier had already advanced to the third tier of the Emperor realm, nearing the fourth tier, which pleased him greatly. Knowing of Zeng Qingfeng's return along with so many experts, Ouyang Shou, Chu Wan, and Wu Mingqi promptly came to pay their respects. "Please arrange accommodations for these 13 elders. They may cultivate peacefully during their leisure, and I shall make the necessary arrangements should the need arise." Understood. Ouyang Shou and the others, along with the group of magical beasts, respectfully accepted the orders, and after the arrangements were made, Zeng Qingfeng proceeded towards the imperial study at Wu Meier. Having learned of Zeng Qingfeng's return, hurriedly finished her tasks and was preparing to step out when she caught sight of Zeng Qingfeng arriving. "Husband, you have returned," she exclaimed excitedly, throwing herself into his embrace. Zeng Qingfeng, feeling the warmth and softness in his arms, couldn't help but reflect, "Yes, my wife, I have returned, and I have brought back some formidable experts. For the time being, we need not fear any assassins." Just as his words fell, a notification from the system sounded, "Ding. Successfully completed the random task, convincing the magical beasts. Reward, lottery draw count 2, level 1. As the system notification concluded, Zeng Qingfeng's strength surged from the first tier of the Nirvana realm to the second tier. When he furtively checked his lottery draw count, he was astonished to discover he had 4 draws available. He hastily examined the details and soon realized he had also completed a hidden task. Ding. Successfully completed the task. Assist the Empress. Current progress, 8100. Rewards have been distributed. Seeing the 4 lottery opportunities, he was eager to draw immediately to see what he could obtain. But at that moment, Wu Meier was already quite insistent, leaving him with no choice but to clear his throat and say, "My dear wife, it is broad daylight, and you are with child. Husband, you have been away for several days. The thrill of reunion surpasses that of a new marriage, especially since we are indeed newlyweds. Then let us return to the inner palace." Time swiftly passed through the night, and upon awakening the next day, Wu Meier still attended court. Zeng Qingfeng lay in bed, opening the lottery interface. Upon seeing 4 lottery opportunities, he immediately opted to draw. Ding, congratulations, you have drawn level 1. The first draw yielding a level increase left Zeng Qingfeng quite satisfied. Continuing the lottery. Ding, congratulations, you have drawn skill proficiency 1. Skill proficiency can be used on any skill to increase its proficiency and level. Without hesitation, Zeng Qingfeng immediately applied it to his invincible shield. Ding. The range of the invincible shield has been enhanced. Upon hearing such a prompt, Zeng Qingfeng was immediately rendered speechless. He had merely anticipated an increase in the range, but he had hoped for an augmentation in the number of deployments. After a moment of contemplation, he discerned that the invincible shield's range had expanded from a mere foot to an impressive 10 feet. Although the enhancement in range was substantial, the stringent triggering conditions left him less than satisfied. Thus, he prepared for the final 2 draws. Congratulations! You have won the exquisite artifact, the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. Buddha's Wrath Lotus. An exquisite artifact that integrates both offense and defense, endowed with its own attack skills. Adaptable in size. Upon perusing this description, Zeng Qingfeng, already in possession of both the Xinyuan sword and the bloodthirsty sword, contemplated bestowing a magical treasure upon his beloved wife. It was the perfect opportunity to present her with a gift. He resolved to find an excuse that evening to offer it to her. As he contemplated this, he claimed his reward and initiated the final draw. When the pointer of the spinning wheel finally came to a halt, he was momentarily stunned, only to be overtaken by a wave of ecstatic joy. Ding! Congratulations! You have won the Remnant Scroll of Demonic Realm Slaughter. Remnant Scroll of Demonic Realm Slaughter. There are 13 in total, each possessing incredible energy. Once collected, they grant dominion over the demonic realm. The previous scroll had bestowed upon him the soul of an ancient demon god, and he was astounded to find himself in possession of yet another scroll. The soul of an ancient magical beast could enable him to defeat a formidable opponent, and he wondered what new powers the second would grant him. He hastily accepted the reward and soon heard the system prompt, "Ding! Successfully collected 1 remnant of Demonic Realm Slaughter, current progress, 213. You have acquired the Demon God Domain." Demon God Domain can be integrated into one's own domain. Upon release, it can instill mental intimidation in the target, significantly diminishing their strength. It can directly suppress opponents of the demonic arts or those from the demonic realm by 1 realm. However, it cannot suppress those a full major realm above oneself, though it can still influence their mental state. Upon witnessing the final item drawn, Zeng Qingfeng's heart surged with astonishment. I never imagined that the demonic realm slaughter could also be drawn. It appears that this lottery encompasses a vast array of treasures. After claiming his reward, he quickly assessed both his own domain and the demon god domain. Indeed, it could not only meld with his existing domain, but could also be utilized independently. Once he had familiarized himself with the domain, Zeng Qingfeng made his way toward the palace, ready to engage with the pressing matters of state as the consort of Wu Meier. Sensing that Wu Meier had yet to leave the court, he strode directly into the grand hall. Not far into his approach, he overheard Wu Meier conversing with the officials, and his brow furrowed in concern. He swiftly materialized within the hall that moment. The officials were earnestly urging Wu Meier, "Your Majesty, please reconsider. Personally leading the charge is not a trivial matter." Indeed, the Persian nation, aware of our current displayed strength, dares to collude with the Jin and Khitan to launch an offensive, indicating they possess some confidence. General Zhua is correct. Should Your Majesty lead the charge, the Nanzhao Kingdom, the Eastern Islands, and the Gaoli will seize the opportunity to attack. Your Majesty, I am willing to venture to the borders to slay the enemy. Wu Meier raised her hand, her expression solemn as she declared, "There is no need for further persuasion. My decision is resolute. I shall personally lead the charge." Your Majesty, the officials exclaimed in unison, kneeling as they implored Wu Meier to rescind her decree. Just then, Zeng Qingfeng appeared at Wu Meier's side, startling Ouyang Xiao, who stood nearby. Upon recognizing Zeng Qingfeng, he quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty. Your arrival is timely. Please persuade the Empress." The other officials also bowed in respect. But Zeng Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for formalities. I am already aware." Upon seeing Zeng Qingfeng, Wu Meier's earlier determination wavered significantly. With a hint of concern, she gazed at him and said, "Husband? There is no need for further explanation. My dear, I understand your intent to lead the charge, and I will support you wholeheartedly." Zeng Qingfeng regarded Wu Meier with unwavering resolve, though his confidence was bolstered by the system prompt echoing in his mind. Ding! Main storyline task triggered. The Empress personally leads the charge. Task description. The Persians have allied with the Jin and Khitan to launch an offensive against the Tang Empire. To bolster morale and demonstrate the resolve to eradicate the invaders. The Empress has decided to lead the charge, accompany her, and ensure her safety. Task reward. After defeating the coalition of 3 nations, you will receive 3 additional lottery draws and 1 premium spiritual vein. While the lottery draws were enticing, the prospect of a premium spiritual vein was truly alluring to Zeng Qingfeng. He had learned from various sources that the Tang Empire and its neighboring nations resided on a continent with a severe lack of spiritual energy, making the acquisition of a spiritual vein exceedingly rare. Aside from a few powerful factions and empires that might possess low to mid-grade spiritual veins, most people hadn't even heard of such a thing. The allure of a premium spiritual vein was immense for Zeng Qingfeng, as his reincarnation chart was powerful yet required a spiritual vein to function, something he desperately lacked. Moreover, having recently allied with a group of 9th-tier magical beasts, he felt no trepidation as long as he faced opponents who were not at the immortal realm. Although the coalition of 3 nations sounded formidable, the combined forces of such small states could not possibly outnumber the soldiers of the Tang Empire. Provided there were enough skilled warriors, Wu Meier's decision to lead the charge would encounter no significant issues and would garner a favorable reputation among the military and populace alike. Regardless, he was determined to support Wu Meier. Initially concerned that Zeng Qingfeng might oppose her, Wu Meier was overwhelmed with gratitude when she heard his unwavering support. "Thank you for your support, my husband." "There is no need for thanks. I have but one request." Zeng Qingfeng smiled and casually took a seat beside Wu Meier. The dragon throne was quite spacious, and their seating arrangement did not seem cramped. However, many were apprehensive about his taking a seat without Wu Meier's explicit permission. Wu Meier, unfazed, gently rested her head on his shoulder and asked, "Please voice your request. I shall grant anything within my power." "My dear, there is no need to be anxious. This time, you must take me with you on the expedition." "What?" Wu Meier straightened abruptly, immediately rejecting, "Husband, leading the charge is perilous. You should not accompany me. Remain in the palace to oversee the situation and be my steadfast support. The palace can be entrusted to Ouyang and his companions. This time, I must accompany you." Zeng Qingfeng's tone brooked no argument, and Wu Meier recognized his desire to protect and accompany her, feeling deeply touched. "Very well. Let us stand united as husband and wife. Our bond as unbreakable as steel." Zeng Qingfeng was well aware of the dangers yet chose to accompany her, clearly prioritizing her above all else. This realization endeared him to Wu Meier even further. Their relatively short acquaintance had forged such a profound connection, leaving her immensely grateful. May our ancestors bless us. If Zeng Qingfeng were aware of her inner thoughts, he would surely be embarrassed, for his motivations were primarily driven by the allure of the system task. "My husband, how fortunate I am to have you. Ahem, many eyes are upon us." Zeng Qingfeng, feeling somewhat awkward as his beloved nestled into his embrace, remarked, prompting all present to lower their heads in deference, unwilling to witness the couple's affectionate display. Mysterious and unfathomable, this was the impression Zeng Qingfeng left on many. With the emperor determined to accompany the empress, the officials dared not voice further objections and could only acquiesce to their plans. Wu Meier promptly issued orders to arrange matters concerning the expedition. Ouyang Xiao and his friend Chu Wen remained in the palace to oversee affairs, and with the palace's celestial grade formation, the safety of the rear was assured. There was no need to worry about Ouyang Xiao's loyalty. Zeng Qingfeng was well acquainted with him. After the court session adjourned, Zeng Qingfeng escorted Wu Meier back to her chambers. Just as he was about to discuss the plans for their departure the following day, Wu Meier interjected, "Husband, is there something you are concealing from me?" "Certainly not. What could I possibly have to hide from you?" Zeng Qingfeng's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained a facade of calmness. Wu Meier stepped closer, her gaze penetrating into his eyes, her expression innocently disarming, yet her words heightened his anxiety. "Are you truly certain? What of Murongyu from Yaoshan Valley? What is the nature of your acquaintance with her? What child?" Zeng Qingfeng's heart sank, and he was suddenly overcome with a sense of foreboding. Wu Meier, noticing the panic in his eyes, pinched the flesh at his waist and executed a dramatic 360-degree turn. "You appear so anxious. Yet you claim you merely know her?" Today in the court, she expressed envy for our harmonious pairing, stating that all she desires is to bear the child of a heartless man and raise it. "Damn it!" Zeng Qingfeng instinctively slapped his forehead, momentarily forgetting the pain at his waist. "How careless!" His expression darkened as he looked into Wu Meier's eyes, which shimmered with unshed tears. Even though he prided himself on being a romantic, he felt utterly flustered. "My lady, the truth is, there is no need for further explanation, my husband," Wu Meier interjected, raising her hand to cover his lips, her eyes glistening with moisture. "Initially, when I suspected that heartless man referred to you, I was quite enraged. However, when you disregarded danger and chose to accompany me into battle, my heart found peace." Zeng Qingfeng felt a wave of guilt wash over him. His initial motivation had indeed been the allure of the system's rewards. Yet, since Wu Meier had misunderstood, he foolishly confess, "Rest assured, my lady, in my heart, you are the only woman I cherish. Otherwise, why would I have chosen to marry you and share both joys and hardships?" He adeptly flattered her. And with those words, Wu Meier's last remnants of displeasure dissipated. "With such words from you, my husband, I am already content. This Miss Murong possesses a somewhat mysterious identity. If she truly loves you, then perhaps you may grant her a formal status." "What do you mean, my lady?" Zeng Qingfeng felt a surge of excitement. Wu Meier was surprisingly accommodating. Wu Meier rolled her eyes at him and said, "The die is cast. My opposition holds no weight. I can see that Miss Murong harbors affection for you, and now she carries your child. Tomorrow you are to lead the charge. Why not visit her today? If she is willing, she can be brought into the palace to nurture the child." "That might not be appropriate, considering we have just married," Zeng Qingfeng admitted, though he felt tempted. He couldn't quite discern if his lady was sincere or testing him, so he refrained from making any rash decisions. Wu Meier sighed softly, "My husband? Do not worry. I realize that a man of your caliber should not be solely mine. I have come to terms with this. As long as you do not abandon me and remain loyal, I shall find contentment. The more I understand you, the clearer it becomes that you cannot remain in the Tang dynasty forever. As long as you remember me, I can overlook everything else." Hearing Wu Meier's heartfelt confession, Zeng Qingfeng felt simultaneously guilty and touched. In the endless cycle of reincarnation, even the finest individuals could be driven to madness. He had committed unspeakable acts, yet, at his core, he was not devoid of principles, which was why he had begun to act more normally after escaping the cycle. He embraced Wu Meier tightly and spoke earnestly for the first time. "My lady, rest assured, no matter how I may change in the future, my love for you will remain unwavering." "Thank you, my husband." The two shared a passionate embrace, and in the next moment, the flames of desire ignited between them. 3 hours later, Zeng Qingfeng emerged from the royal chambers unsteadily, stealthily making his way out of the palace. The Medicine God Valley was situated in the northwestern corner of Chang'an, nestled against a small mountain and spanning over 10 miles. Several emperors of the Tang dynasty had aimed to convert the territory of the Medicine God Valley into residential areas or other developments, only to be thwarted by the valley's inhabitants. One of the three forces the royal family could not dominate. The Medicine God Valley undoubtedly possessed unique capabilities that rendered the imperial power impotent. Having remained a thorn in the side of the Tang dynasty for a millennium, the strength of the Medicine God Valley was certainly formidable. Upon arriving outside the vast complex of the Medicine God Valley, Zeng Qingfeng was immediately confronted by disciples guarding the entrance. "Who goes there?" "I wish to speak with your valley master." Inform them that Emperor Zeng Qingfeng is here to visit. Zeng Qingfeng's mention of visit was, in fact, quite courteous. As the emperor, his presence here was already a significant gesture towards the medicine god Valley. However, the two young disciples responded with haughty disdain. What of the emperor? Even if the empress herself came, she would have to wait for our Valley Master to be available. Just wait. Our Valley Master is resting for the afternoon. Zeng Qingfeng's expression darkened at their words. His volatile temper could easily reduce them to mere mist with a flick of his finger. Yet, he refrained from violence and instead pondered for a moment, then inquired, "Gentlemen, do you believe in fortune-telling?" Fortune-telling? The two disciples exchanged skeptical glances. So you're a charlatan trying to deceive our Valley Master? If you have the ability, why not give us a reading? Zeng Qingfeng feigned reluctance, dramatically counting on his fingers. Very well, I shall reluctantly assist you. I typically do not offer my services for free. He paused before addressing the shorter disciple. Your name is Duanyong. Your father was murdered when you were 3, and your mother succumbed to illness when you were 8. Subsequently, you were taken in by the medicine god Valley, secretly harboring feelings for Miss Morong, often visiting a girl named Lu Hong at Zuehong Tower. With each revelation, the young man named Duanyong stared in shock. Many of these details were unknown even to his closest friends. Whether good or bad, it was as if Zeng Qingfeng had watched him grow up, knowing everything. How do you know this? Duanyong stammered, his eyes wide with fear. If Zeng Qingfeng knew about his childhood crush, it was one thing. But when he revealed that he had once attempted to assassinate someone who bullied him, Duanyong's terror escalated. The man before him was the emperor. If the murder were investigated, even the medicine god Valley could not protect such an insignificant person as himself. Zeng Qingfeng did not respond but instead asked, "Can you inform me now?" "Why, yes. Your Majesty, please wait. We shall notify the Valley Master at once." The two disciples hurried inside, abandoning their post. Zeng Qingfeng paid little mind. After all, few visited the medicine god Valley, and he had no intention of intruding uninvited. While he waited, several individuals approached the entrance of the medicine god Valley. The sight of the newcomers, Zeng Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback to discover that they were familiar faces. However, considering his long tenure in Chang'an, it was not surprising that he would recognize them. Among those arriving was none other than Lin Mingyao, the daughter of the Lin family's esteemed merchant, a young lady of remarkable beauty. Lin Mingyao, radiant and lovely, hailed from a prominent family, yet tragically lost her mother during childbirth and suffered from poor health throughout her life, often reliant on medicine. Raised by a stepmother who treated her poorly, had she not been a girl unable to contend for family wealth, her fate would have been far worse. Out of pity for her plight, even during his most unscrupulous days, Zeng Qingfeng had never laid a hand on her. He had often visited the Lin residence during moments of boredom, secretly befriending her, spending entire days in quiet conversation, or occasionally whisking her away for outings. She was the only woman he had ever regarded purely as a sister. Seeing Lin Mingyao today surprised him, prompting him to curiously inquire, "Miss Lin, have you come to the medicine god Valley seeking medical treatment, or medicine?" Zeng Qingfeng was an accomplished physician. He was aware of Lin Mingyao's health issues. Yet he doubted she would come here for treatment. Upon noticing Zeng Qingfeng's approach, Lin Mingyao's cheeks flushed, her heart racing at the sight of such a handsome man. His voice was melodious, and his laughter brought an inexplicable comfort. Yet how did he know her identity and name? Before she could respond, several attendants stepped forward, admonishing Zeng Qingfeng, "Who are you? How dare you address our miss by name? A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Does our miss know you? Step aside. We are going to the medicine god Valley. Do not obstruct our path." The attendants, emboldened by their status, attempted to shoo Zeng Qingfeng away, but Lin Mingyao quickly commanded, "Silence." Once the attendants retreated, she turned to Zeng Qingfeng with an apologetic smile. "I am sorry, kind sir. I have not managed these attendants well. However, I am curious. How do you know my name?" "Miss Lin, your attendants are clad in the Lin family livery. And considering your striking beauty, there can only be one Miss Lin Mingyao." Zeng Qingfeng offered a half-hearted compliment, eliciting a delightful giggle from Lin Mingyao. "You are quite the charmer. May I ask your esteemed surname? Our Lin family has several sisters of remarkable beauty. I cannot claim to be the most stunning." "Miss Lin, you are being modest. My surname is Zeng. You may call me Zeng Gongzi or Zeng Dage. Might I inquire as to the reason for your visit to the Medicine God Valley? Zeng Qingfeng clasped his hands respectfully, revealing little more. Lin Mingyao seemed hesitant, but, feeling drawn to Zeng Qingfeng's warm smile, confessed, my father suddenly fell ill. We summoned the renowned physician Hua Shan to examine him, and he diagnosed him as severely weakened, requiring an 8th-grade top-quality pill, the Peiyuan pill. Our Lin family is unable to concoct 8th-grade pills, so we seek one here at the Medicine God Valley. Peiyuan Dan? Zeng Qingfeng pondered, stroking his chin. This elixir was not particularly challenging for him. However, he lacked the necessary herbs. Moreover, what justification could he provide for personally crafting it? Just then, Duan Yong and Wu Yuan emerged in succession. Upon seeing Lin Mingyao and her companions, they were momentarily taken aback before turning to Zeng Qingfeng and saying, Your Majesty, our Valley Master requests your presence. Your Majesty? Lin Mingyao and the others were utterly astounded. Their gazes towards Zeng Qingfeng filled with disbelief. Zeng Qingfeng could only rub his nose and say, Indeed, I am the Emperor, Zeng Qingfeng. It is true that the Empress has wed a gentleman by the surname Zeng. I did not expect the Emperor to venture out just days after the marriage, and without a single attendant, Lin Mingyao remarked, feeling somewhat flustered. Should she bow now? Zeng Qingfeng hastily interjected, I wish to keep my identity discreet and avoid drawing too much attention. Since the Valley Master has invited us, let us proceed inside together. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lin Mingyao cheerfully walked to Zeng Qingfeng's side, but Duan Yong quickly intervened, saying, Your Majesty, if you wish to bring one person inside, that is acceptable, but these others should remain outside. Lin Mingyao immediately turned to her attendants and instructed, You need not follow us inside. I will enter with His Majesty. Yes, miss. The attendants complied, reassured by Zeng Qingfeng's status. The Emperor had just married the Empress, who would dare harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards their young lady. Duan Yong led Zeng Qingfeng and Lin Mingyao deeper into the premises, while Wu Yuan continued to stand guard. After passing through several small gardens and buildings, they arrived at a grand edifice, and Zeng Qingfeng recognized they had reached their destination. Duan Yong guided them inside, and not long after, a graceful figure rushed toward them. Brother Feng, Morong Yu, clad in vibrant red attire, appeared lively and spirited. Zeng Qingfeng coughed lightly, prompting Morong Yu, who nearly dashed into his arms, to halt abruptly and curiously inquire, Who is this young lady? She is the eldest daughter of the Lin family, whom I encountered at the entrance. She seeks an 8th-tier Peiyuan Dan, Zeng Qingfeng quickly explained. Upon hearing this, Morong Yu smiled wryly, Miss Lin, your timing is unfortunate. Our 8th-tier alchemist has been away for nearly half a month, and we do not know when he will return. We also have no stock of 8th-tier Peiyuan Dan, so unfortunately, you may need to return. Zeng Qingfeng noticed Lin Mingyao's countenance fall in despair. And feeling sympathetic, he spoke up, Little Yu, do you not have the necessary herbs on hand? Why not bring them forth? I can personally concoct a batch of Peiyuan Dan. Chapter 58. She did not object upon hearing Zeng Qingfeng's words. Lin Mingyao looked at him in surprise and asked, Master Zeng, you can refine 8th-tier elixirs? Morong Yu immediately chimed in with a smile. Brother Feng is a divine-grade alchemist. If he is willing to assist you, he could refine not just 8th-tier elixirs, but even divine-grade ones. Divine-grade? Lin Mingyao was equally astonished. To be a divine-grade alchemist was indeed an extraordinary feat, and considering Zeng Qingfeng's youth, he appeared remarkably accomplished. Such a prodigy was hardly found even among the overseas powers rumored to be rich in spiritual energy. Zeng Qingfeng humbly rubbed his nose and replied, It is nothing remarkable. It is merely a trifling task. After speaking, he turned to Morong Yu and said, Little Yu, I have come seeking you. Miss Lin possesses a kind heart, and I wish to assist her as well. Could you provide the herbs so I may concoct some Peiyuan Dan? Of course, Brother Feng. Come with me, and I shall have the materials prepared. Morong Yu responded generously, despite feeling a twinge of jealousy. Upon reaching the main hall, Morong Yu arranged for the herbs to be gathered and instructed someone to prepare tea for the tude. As Zeng Qingfeng sipped his tea. Morong Yu hesitated several times before finally asking, Brother Feng, what brings you to the Apothecary Valley? Well, Zeng Qingfeng thought it inappropriate to disclose certain matters in front of Lin Mingyao, so he said, Let me first refine the elixir for Miss Lin, and then I shall explain everything to you privately. Very well. Morongyu nodded and continued to sip her tea. Before long, several servants arrived with the herbs, and Zeng Qingfeng requested Morongyu to arrange a quiet room for the alchemical process. After approximately half an hour, he emerged from the room with a batch of high-quality 8th-tier Pei Yuan Dan. He presented the entire supply to Morongyu, who then handed 5 to Lin Mingyao, saying, Miss Lin, these elixirs are for you. Please take them home to administer to your father. Thank you, Miss Morong. Lin Mingyao expressed her heartfelt gratitude, astonished at how smoothly her request for elixirs had been fulfilled at the usually aloof Apothecary Valley. Morongyu shook her head, saying, There is no need for thanks. You should be grateful to Brother Feng. Thank you, Master Zeng, and thank you, Miss Morong. Lin Mingyao sincerely thanked both, her urgency to cure her father prompting her to turn to Zeng Qingfeng and earnestly say, Master Zeng, I truly appreciate your assistance. Despite your esteemed position as emperor, you have chosen to aid me. I am at a loss for how to repay your kindness. Miss Lin need not feel indebted. You may take one of these Pei Yuan Dan for yourself, as it will benefit your health. Very well, thank you, Master Zeng. I shall take my leave now. After expressing her thanks, she took her leave. After a considerable time, Morongyu remarked with a hint of acidity, What is this? Are you reluctant to part? The person has already walked far away. Cough, cough, cough. Zeng Qingfeng quickly collected his thoughts, realizing he had been lost in contemplation about other matters, leading Morongyu to misinterpret his intentions. However, now is not the time for explanations. He swiftly shifted the topic, asking, How is your mother faring? She has awakened. Morongyu replied with a hint of joy. But recalling Zeng Qingfeng's earlier warning, she questioned in confusion, Brother Feng, I trust you would not harm me. I have conducted a discreet investigation, yet my mother does not seem to possess any peculiarities. Truly? Zeng Qingfeng shook his head. Observing that the hall was empty, he then dipped his finger in the tea and swiftly drew a symbol on the table, asking with a smile, Do you recognize this symbol? This symbol is also present on my mother's chest. How did you know? Zeng Qingfeng felt hesitant to divulge how he had acquired this knowledge. Even if he told her the truth, Morongyu might not believe him. He could only cough lightly and say, This symbol is a totem of a certain overseas faction. Individuals from that faction bear such symbols. Do you understand now? Overseas faction? Totem? Morongyu's eyes widened, and she finally began to believe Zeng Qingfeng's words. Previously, she merely felt that he would not harm her, as he had helped her refine elixirs. But she did not believe her mother would pose any threat. Now, with the revelation of her mother's extraordinary identity, she knew whom to trust. Indeed, she had frequently fainted since childhood, and even the Apothecary Valley's medical expertise had failed to identify any issues. The final conclusion drawn was merely that her constitution was poor, which seemed somewhat far-fetched considering her already reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Presently, what puzzled her most was the nature of her ailment, one that even the alchemical masters in the valley could not diagnose. Noticing her furrowed brow in contemplation, Zeng Qingfeng understood her confusion and proactively stated, In truth, your condition is not overly complex. Any 8th-tier alchemist or physician should be able to identify the problem. The reason it has gone undetected all these years is that the 8th-tier alchemist at your Apothecary Valley is also your mother's associate. What? Morongyu was genuinely shocked. If what Zeng Qingfeng said was true, it would explain everything. She had only experienced brief lapses of consciousness, awakening each time in a short duration, and had never mentioned it to her biological father. Sent to Chang'an City by her father, she harbored some resentment toward him, which was also why she felt no urgency to seek him out. But how did Zeng Qingfeng know all of this? Brother Feng, you are not deceiving me, are you? How could I deceive you? Zeng Qingfeng rolled his eyes and replied earnestly, You are about to bear my child. How could I possibly wish you harm? Brother Feng, did the Empress tell you? Morongyu's face flushed crimson as she looked at Zeng Qingfeng with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Zeng Qingfeng nodded, saying, Indeed, but do not worry. Meier has already consented to our arrangement and mentioned she could bring you into the palace to nurture the child. Ah? The Empress, she did not object. Morongyu found it hard to comprehend. If Zeng Qingfeng were to marry her first, she would never agree to him seeking other women afterward. In that regard, Wu Meier was indeed far more magnanimous than she, Zeng Qingfeng confirmed, That is correct. I have come at my wife's behest. Are you willing to join me in the palace? Morong felt a flicker of joy, but ultimately shook her head and replied, Brother Feng, it is not convenient for me to leave right now. Now that I have learned about my mother's situation, I must uncover the truth. Please tell me all that you know. Very well. Zeng Qingfeng waved his hand, casting a soundproof barrier, and quickly relayed everything he was aware of to Morong. Once the barrier was lifted, Morong's expression had returned to calmness, though her red-rimmed eyes betrayed that she had just been crying. The thought that her beloved adoptive mother harbored improper intentions toward her was a bitter pill to swallow, and in that moment, she truly found it difficult to accept. However, she now places her trust more in Zeng Qingfeng, and she intends to personally unveil her foster mother's fate. I apologize for the delay in updates. I am feeling unwell due to illness. Observing the data, my heart has grown heavy. Chapter 059. Departing together, the two removed the soundproof barrier, and Morong immediately led Zeng Qingfeng towards the backyard. Zeng Qingfeng was already well aware of Morong's background. She had been sent to Yaoshengou as a hidden controller since she was 10 years old. Her foster parents were the publicly acknowledged master and mistress of Yaoshengou, but the true authority lay with Morong. Upon learning that her foster mother might be a spy for overseas forces, Morong, of course, could not afford to be careless in Chang'an. Her father had not arranged for any formidable experts, nor had he uncovered the true secrets of the city. Perhaps her foster mother knew more than she did, and she also wished to ascertain whether her foster father was involved in any wrongdoing. Zeng Qingfeng asserted that her foster father was innocent, yet she decided to inquire further. Upon reaching the backyard, Zeng Qingfeng immediately spotted Master Morong Ronghua and Mistress Xiaobiyu. Xiaobiyu had just awakened and had yet to recover fully, while Morong Ronghua was tending to her by the bedside. Upon seeing Morong and Zeng Qingfeng enter, Morong Ronghua promptly stood and greeted her, saying, Yuer, have you finished your tasks? Yes, Father, I have come to ask you and Mother a few questions. Observing his serious demeanor, both Xiaobiyu and Morong Ronghua looked at her with apprehension. Yuer, ask away. We will answer you truthfully. Morong made it clear that, in private, they were merely her subordinates. Only in the presence of outsiders did they assume the roles of her parents. Morong glanced at her foster mother on the bed and calmly inquired, Mother, is your true name Xiaobiyu or Luomali? Upon hearing this, Xiaobiyu's expression shifted dramatically, but she quickly regained her composure and replied, I do not understand what you are saying. My name is Xiaobiyu. Seeing her mother's unusual reaction, Morong's heart ached as she realized that everything Zeng Qingfeng had said was indeed true. Father, Mother, I have been sent here since childhood, and I am grateful for your care over the past decade. Regardless of the circumstances, I wish to thank you first. However, there must be nothing you conceal from me, nor should you commit any acts that would betray my father. Yuer, what are you saying? I do not understand, Morong Ronghua responded. Genuinely perplexed, Zeng Qingfeng cleared his throat and said, Little Yuer, do not be agitated. Your father truly does not comprehend. Let us speak of your mother. At this, he turned to Xiaobiyu and stated, Your true name is Luomali. A loyal member of the Illuminati, trained from a young age, your power has reached the peak of the imperial realm, but you have concealed your aura and cultivation using a divine artifact necklace. You married Morong Ronghua to infiltrate Yaoshengou, obeying the orders of your master, and for years you have secretly poisoned both little Yuer and Morong Ronghua. As he recounted these revelations, Xiaobiyu's face grew increasingly pale. And finally, in a fit of rage and embarrassment, she retorted, I do not know what nonsense you are spouting. I am from Qizhou in the Tang dynasty. I was saved from bandits by the master. Enough. You can deceive others with that tale. Zeng Qingfeng continued unabated. The bandits were arranged by the forces behind you, and that small village was also slaughtered by your people after you arrived at Yaoshengou. At this moment, Xiaobiyu, now revealed as Luomali, could no longer maintain her composure. Zeng Qingfeng's knowledge of her past was undeniably accurate, as if he had witnessed her life unfold from childhood. If it had merely been espionage, it would have been one thing, but many of her actions had been shrouded in secrecy, known to no one but herself. How could this man know everything? Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, a powerful aura radiating from her as she surged towards Zeng Qingfeng like a comet. The peak of the imperial realm, was she intending to eliminate Zeng Qingfeng? Although Morong also possessed strength at the peak of the imperial realm, Zeng Qingfeng was too close for her to react in time. However, to her astonishment, Zeng Qingfeng appeared unfazed, a slight smile gracing his lips. In the instant she drew near, Zeng Qingfeng unleashed his domain, effortlessly subduing her. Nirvana realm. At that moment, Luo Mali felt a surge of fear and despair. She never expected this young man to have achieved the Nirvana realm. Most terrifying of all was that he seemed to know everything, and there was no point in killing him or offering explanations. Morongyu, aware of Zeng Qingfeng's capabilities, remained unperturbed. Once her foster mother was subdued, she stepped forward, her expression devoid of emotion, and asked, "Mother, although you have caused me harm, you have also provided some measure of care. If you disclose the purpose of Yao Shengo, I may allow you to leave." Luo Mali, her complexion ashen, replied, "First and foremost, I am unaware of the purpose behind this. My mission was to infiltrate Yao Shengo. The specific directives have not yet been issued. Even if you were to free me, I would only face death upon my return." "She truly does not know," Zeng Qingfeng interjected, having once been curious about this matter himself. Yet, despite any torture he might have inflicted, Luo Mali remained ignorant of the specifics. Morongyu, trusting Zeng Qingfeng's words, turned to Luo Mali and said, "Since my brother Feng believes you do not know, then I will take him at his word. You may leave, but do not return to Chang'an." Beside them, Morong Ronghua hastily clasped his fists and said, "Young mistress, allow me to depart as well. From this point forward, Yao Shengu shall be entirely under your command, and my master has informed me that a transcendent expert and 4 Nirvana realm masters will soon be sent to assist you. I can leave with peace of mind." "Father, do you intend to leave with mother?" Morongyu gazed at Morong Ronghua, feeling somewhat astonished. Zeng Qingfeng, understanding their relationship, replied calmly, "They have been married for many years. It is only natural that there are some lingering feelings. Your father is reluctant to part with her." Upon hearing this, Luo Mali quickly turned to Morong Ronghua and pleaded, "Husband, please remain at Yao Shengo. For these years, I have deceived you both. I do not deserve your affection. No. I believe you were merely a victim of circumstance, and the feelings you have shown me over the years cannot possibly be false." Morong Ronghua declared, visibly moved, as he took her hand. Morongyu, still feeling soft-hearted, could only wave her hand and say, "Then you may both depart together." "Thank you, young mistress." The couple bowed deeply to Morongyu, and then Morong Ronghua added, "Rest assured, young mistress, after we leave, we will find a serene place to hide away and shall never appear again." After he finished speaking, he expressed his gratitude to Zeng Qingfeng with a respectful nod before taking Luo Mali's hand, and together they vanished from the room. A considerable time passed before Morongyu turned to Zeng Qingfeng and asked, "Brother Feng, do you think I have been too soft-hearted?" "Not at all." Zeng Qingfeng shrugged. He had often sought to extract secrets from others in the past, employing every possible means. Thus, he did not consider himself a good person, but after the cycle of time had ended, he had refrained from committing further heinous acts. Feeling himself not particularly wicked, with the master and mistress departing, Morongyu now took it upon herself to wield power, and after a brief exchange, Zeng Qingfeng encouraged her to manage the affairs of Yao Shengu well during his absence, while he and Wu Meier set out on their journey. Happy New Year, brothers. Chapter 060. Give me an hour. How Morongyu chose to handle the affairs of Yao Shengu was not something Zeng Qingfeng could interfere with. He had faith in her abilities. He had already imparted his thoughts, and Morongyu expressed her intention to visit the palace often. Noticing that it was still early, Zeng Qingfeng hesitated about whether to return directly to the palace. However, while walking through the streets and observing many familiar faces, a thought struck him, prompting him to hastily head in a particular direction. During his millennia of confinement, he had uncovered countless secrets, including the locations of many individuals' treasures and hidden fortunes. Because he would soon start anew the following day, he had previously shown little interest in these matters, often merely finding a place to pilfer a fortune and enjoy a day of revelry. As time went by, he lost interest in stealing altogether, living each moment as he pleased. For instance, when he encountered Wu Meier, he wore nothing more than ordinary garments and, without a penny to his name, openly accepted food and drink. Now, however, with the cycle of time concluded, he could rightfully claim certain riches as his own. He still maintained some principles, wishing only to take from those who were wealthy yet unkind. Throughout the day, he busied himself at various secret locations, and soon many would sorrowfully discover that their treasures had been pilfered. By nightfall, Zeng Qingfeng surveyed the abundant wealth, herbs, and spirit stones he had amassed in his storage ring, feeling immensely satisfied. With the expedition alongside Wu Meier approaching, it was undoubtedly wise to gather additional resources. Upon returning to the palace, he found Wu Meier engaged in cultivation within her chamber. Sensing that her strength was nearing the 5th tier of the imperial realm, Zeng Qingfeng felt a swell of joy for his wife. Perhaps due to her intense focus, Wu Meier remained unaware of Zeng Qingfeng's presence outside her chamber. It was not until the midnight hour that she concluded her training and swiftly opened the door. Upon seeing Zeng Qingfeng waiting outside, she felt a pang of guilt and said, "Husband, when did you return? Why did you not come in directly? I would not have been able to sleep even if I entered. So I chose not to disturb your cultivation. Besides, the night is beautiful. Enjoying the moon is quite pleasant." Zeng Qingfeng replied with a light-hearted demeanor, evoking both guilt and tenderness in Wu Meier. "My dear husband, you always know how to say such sweet words, making me love you even more each time. Isn't loving me a given?" Zeng Qingfeng suggested, "Let us return to our chamber to rest, for we must rise early tomorrow." As he spoke, he wrapped his arm around his wife's slender waist, and together they made their way to the inner palace. The night swiftly passed. An atmosphere of palpable tension enveloped the entire city of Chang'an. For the Empress was preparing to lead her troops into battle. Some affluent merchants and officials even contemplated the worst outcomes, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Zeng Qingfeng awoke early, arriving at the grand hall where all the officials were listening to Wu Meier's final arrangements. Upon seeing Zeng Qingfeng arrive, Wu Meier paused her discourse, and the officials bowed in unison. "We pay our respects to the emperor. No need for such formalities." Zeng Qingfeng gestured dismissively, then turned to Wu Meier and inquired, "My lady, how are the preparations progressing?" "Almost complete. We are ready to depart," Wu Meier replied, clad in armor that rendered her striking and formidable, imparting an entirely different aura. Zeng Qingfeng felt a stir of emotion, surprised by how captivating his wife appeared in her armor. He had never considered the allure of such uniform seduction before. Oblivious to her husband's impure thoughts, Wu Meier issued a few more instructions before rising to declare, "Very well. Let us set forth." With her command, everyone followed her out. Outside, a carriage drawn by 5-tiered demon steeds awaited them. Wu Meier and Zeng Qingfeng boarded the carriage, followed by a multitude of soldiers marching in formation toward the palace gates. Zeng Qingfeng had subdued 1 and 12 9-tiered demon beasts, leaving 4 to guard the palace while the remaining 8, along with the number 1, flanked the carriage. Beyond the city, another contingent awaited, ready to follow after the main force once they exited the city. Inside the carriage, Wu Meier unfolded a map to explain. "My husband, at the pace of ordinary soldiers, we would require a full day to reach the border without pause. And when factoring in rest, it would take at least 2 days before we could initiate the war. The war is not our primary concern. Given our soldiers' numerical advantage, we need not fear their alliance. The real uncertainty lies in the number of skilled fighters they possess. Currently, we have many experts in the Nirvana realm. As long as there are no celestial-level masters among them, we shall remain unfazed. Even if there are celestial-level masters, we need not fret." Zeng Qingfeng reassured her, confident that with the powers of the demon god domain and the ancient demon god spirit, he could contend with 1 or 2 celestial-level experts. The Persian kingdoms were small, and he doubted there existed many celestial-level masters. Otherwise, they would have invaded the Tang kingdom long ago, not waiting until now. Presently, the Tang kingdom had amassed 800,000 troops near the borders of Persia and Khitan, plus an additional 200,000 from the imperial city, totaling 1 million soldiers. Thus, the Empress's expedition posed no substantial issues, and Zeng Qingfeng felt assured. Several hours later, while traversing the road, Zeng Qingfeng received a system notification, ding. Random task triggered. Eliminate the bandits of Black Wind Mountain. Task description. The bandits of Black Wind Mountain are the underlings secretly nurtured by former Prime Minister El Shangro. Eliminating the bandits will reward a level increase and an additional lottery chance. Taken aback by the sudden system task, Zeng Qingfeng quickly recalled the matter. El Shangro had indeed been cultivating several factions in the shadows, with the bandits of Black Wind Mountain being one such group. The ease with which he had dealt with El Shangrong initially had made him forget about these less significant matters over the millennia of reincarnation. Now, upon hearing the system task, he remembered, and such a task was essentially a free reward from the system. Accompanying the Empress on this expedition were 200,000 troops. Dispatching a few thousand to deal with the bandits would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Merely a waste of time. My lady, has El Shangrong been dealt with? Zeng Qingfeng promptly turned to inquire of Wu Meier. Wu Meier nodded, saying, to prevent any prolonged complications, I had El Shangrong executed the very next day, along with those associated with him. Why do you ask, my husband? No wonder you were unaware. This fellow still has some loyalists. I had forgotten about it. Ahead lies Black Wind Mountain, inhabited by a band of over 1,000 bandits, secretly supported by El Shangrong. Since we have come this far, why not take the opportunity to resolve this? If that is the case, I shall heed your counsel, my husband. However, the terrain of Black Wind Mountain is treacherous, despite having over 20,000 men. Shall we not delay ourselves too much? Zeng Qingfeng recalled the circumstances under which he had interrogated El Shangrong, quickly assuring her, my lady, rest assured. I am well acquainted with the terrain and the bandits' positions at Black Wind Mountain. Give me an hour. With just 10,000 men, I can eradicate them.